Chapter 1. The Geography of a Bottleneck. Geography is the ultimate arbiter of human destiny. To understand the modern world, one must first understand the physical spaces that constrain it, shape it, and occasionally threaten to strangle it. Across the vast, interconnected tapestry of the global ocean, power and wealth are not distributed evenly across open waters. Instead, they are funneling through impossibly narrow cracks in the continental crust. The Strait of Hormuz is the most critical of these maritime fissures. It is a place where geology, climate, and human ambition collide with absolute geographic finality. Connecting the shallow, sun-baked waters of the Persian Gulf to the deeper, cooler Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea beyond, it is the defining chokepoint of the global energy supply. To grasp the true significance of the strait, we must strip away modern political boundaries and view it as a physical, geological mechanism. It is a geographic funnel, constructed by tectonic violence, baked by an unforgiving climate, and navigating by vessels of almost incomprehensible scale. This localized geography has dictated centuries of human behavior and currently underwrites the energy security of the modern world. The tectonic vice, a slow-motion continental crash. The Strait of Hormuz was not gently carved by water, but rather crushed into existence by stone. Its origins lie in a slow-motion continental crash, the inexorable, grinding collision between the Arabian tectonic plate and the massive Eurasian plate. To understand this bottleneck, one must look back nearly 120 million years to the breakup of the supercontinent Gondwana. As the Earth's ancient crust fractured, the Indian plate began a rapid trajectory northward, dragging the adjacent lithosphere with it. During this ancient epoch, the Neotethys Ocean separated the great continental masses, acting as a vibrant, active basin. Its floor was constantly spreading and contracting, while thick layers of shallow marine limestones, dolomites, siltstones, and carbon-rich shales accumulated on the passive margins of the Arabian plate. When the Arabian plate finally collided with the Eurasian plate, a process accelerating from the late Cretaceous into the early Miocene, the geological violence was absolute. The Neotethys Ocean was forced downward in a process of tectonic subduction, an earth-swallowing mechanic where oceanic crust is dragged deep into the molten mantle. However, massive segments of this ocean floor, known as ophiolites, were violently thrust upward and layered atop the continental shelf in a chaotic geological pileup. This convergence generated immense, unyielding stress across the lithosphere. The crust buckled, folded, and snapped, forcing the seabed skyward to create the towering Zagros Mountains. Today, this mountain range forms a formidable morphological barrier stretching over 1,600 kilometers, with jagged peaks exceeding 4,000 meters in elevation. The fracturing of the Musendum Peninsula. This monumental tectonic collision is not a static relic of the past. It is a present and ongoing geological trauma. The Arabian plate continues compressing into Eurasia at a rate of approximately 25 millimeters per year. This relentless, grinding momentum pushes the Zagros Mountains and the Iranian plateau ever higher into the atmosphere, millimeters at a time. This exact tectonic pressure cooker is precisely what created the region's vast, world-altering petroleum reserves. As the ancient rocks folded and thrust over one another, the deep, carbon-rich shales were subjected to intense heat and compression. These organic materials were essentially cooked into hydrocarbons over millions of years. Once formed, this liquid energy migrated upward until it was trapped in spectacular anticlines, which are arch-shaped geological folds capped by impermeable rock. The oil that currently defines the geopolitical value of the Middle East is the direct chemical byproduct of this tectonic crushing. However, the Strait of Hormuz itself required a specific, secondary fracture to allow ships to reach these reserves. As the Indian plate raced northward at a geologically staggering pace of 5 centimeters per year, It exerted immense lateral stress on the relatively immobile Arabian plate. This unequal distribution of force caused the northernmost tip of the Arabian plate, the Musendum Peninsula, to violently collide with the Makran mountain range. The immense pressure caused the upper continental crust to migrate inland by nearly 100 kilometers, structurally disintegrating the solid rock. The Musendum Mountains literally ruptured under the strain, tearing a jagged, narrow fault line through the landscape. This tectonic tear, a geological wound that refused to heal, became the foundational trench for the Strait of Hormuz. It was a violent severing of landmasses, creating a deep, rocky chasm that would eventually welcome the sea. The flooding of the Urshat Valley. While the tectonic foundation of the strait is ancient, the water that currently fills it is remarkably young. During the last glacial maximum, approximately 20,000 years ago, global sea levels were up to 130 meters lower than they are today. What we now call the Persian Gulf was not a sea at all, but rather a vast, dry, low-lying plain stretching toward the horizon. Through this arid basin ran the Urshat, a massive ancient river system fed by the mighty Tigris, Euphrates, and Karun rivers. This freshwater river meandered through the Great Valley, eventually cutting through the fractured rocks of the Hormuz Trench. It then plunged in a magnificent cascade down to the distant Arabian Sea, carving deep channels into the stone. This river valley was a fertile, verdant corridor, teeming with vegetation, wildlife, and early human communities of Neolithic hunter-gatherers. Everything changed with the onset of the Flandrian transgression, a period of rapid global warming and glacial ice melt that began roughly 15,000 years ago. As the great continental ice sheets collapsed into the oceans, the waters of the Indian Ocean rose relentlessly. The sea eventually breached the jagged threshold of the Hormuz Mountains, pouring into the Urshat Valley in a catastrophic, generation-defining deluge. By roughly 6,000 years ago, the rising waters stabilized, completing the Holocene transgression and creating the shallow, hypersaline basin of the modern Persian Gulf. The Neolithic hunting grounds were drowned beneath meters of seawater, while the narrow tectonic rupture became a flooded maritime chokepoint, waiting for human commerce to discover it. The modern needle's eye, the navigational reality. Today, the geological violence of the deep past dictates the extreme navigational hazards of the present. At its narrowest point, the Strait of Hormuz is a mere 21 miles wide, creating a terrifying geographical bottleneck. Within this tightly confined space, the waters are heavily congested and shared by wildly different vessels. Thousands of small, agile fishing dhows and regional ferries must share the water with the true Leviathans of global trade, the massive oil tankers. To navigate the strait is to thread a geographical needle while balancing immense physical momentum and staggering economic weight. The environment is utterly unforgiving, cluttered with 8 major islands that act as hard, rocky obstacles, fracturing the navigable waterways. 7 of these islands are currently controlled by Iran, including Keshem, Hormuz, Larak, and Hengam, alongside the fiercely contested Abu Musa and the Tunb Islands. To prevent catastrophic collisions in this restricted, island-choked biome, maritime authorities heavily rely on the Traffic Separation Scheme, or TSS. The TSS acts as a strictly divided highway on the water, heavily regulating the flow of thousands of massive ships moving in opposite directions. The dimensions of this maritime highway highlight the severe constraints imposed by the local geography. The specific parameters of this scheme are absolute. The inbound shipping lane, carrying empty vessels northward into the Persian Gulf, is restricted to precisely 2 miles in width. The outbound shipping lane, carrying heavily laden vessels outward to the global energy market, is similarly limited to a strict 2-mile width. Separating these massive, opposing kinetic forces is a mandatory 2-mile-wide buffer zone, designed as a final fail-safe to prevent head-on collisions. The physics of the behemoth. The true, palpable tension of the strait is felt most acutely on the bridge of a very large crude carrier, commonly known as a VLCC. These vessels are floating steel behemoths, frequently exceeding 150,000 deadweight tons in mass. They stretch longer than 3 consecutive football fields, possessing a turning radius that requires miles of open water to execute safely. When fully laden with crude oil, these ships sit incredibly low in the water, transforming the act of navigation into a terrifying exercise of vertical spatial awareness. The vertical depth of a ship below the waterline is known as its draft, and it is the most critical metric for any captain navigating a shallow sea. A fully loaded VLCC possesses a draft of 15 meters or more, turning the vessel into a deep-reaching hydro-bulldozer that threatens to scrape the ocean floor. Maritime regulations mandate that these deep-draft vessels maintain a strict, non-negotiable underkeel clearance of at least 3.5 meters at all times. This severe requirement forces a VLCC captain to engage in a high-stakes, technological dialogue with the seabed. The Persian Gulf is remarkably shallow for a major sea, averaging only 35 meters in depth, though it plunges to roughly 110 meters within the deepest troughs near the Musendam Peninsula. As a ship moves northward toward the Iranian shore, the bathymetry tapers sharply, bringing the jagged rocky bottom dangerously close to the fragile steel hull. Shifting sands and tidal currents. The seafloor of the strait is not a static, reliable map. It is a living, continuously shifting terrain. The aggressive narrowing of the landmass forces vast quantities of oceanic water to squeeze through the chokepoint with every single tidal shift. This massive volume of displaced water creates ferocious subsurface currents that scour the seabed. In localized bottlenecks, such as the Crude Strait between Keshem Island and the Iranian mainland, tidal current velocities can reach a staggering 1.85 meters per second. These violent, relentless currents generate a phenomenon known to marine geographers as sand waves. These are massive underwater dunes built from non-cohesive sediments and shifting sand-mud mixtures that coat the rocky floor. These submerged dunes are not trivial bumps in the sand. They feature wavelengths stretching between 100 and 150 meters across. Driven by the immense tidal forces, these sand waves constantly migrate along the seabed, altering the bathymetry and creating highly dynamic, invisible navigational hazards. The sheer volume of sediment transport occurring beneath the keels of passing ships is immense. Modern hydrological estimates suggest that up to 130,000 cubic meters of sediment are transported per year in certain critical access channels. For a VLCC captain, these shifting dunes represent invisible, moving shoals that can unexpectedly reduce their vital underkeel clearance to zero without warning. Navigating this treacherous space requires advanced multi-beam echo sounders, constant electronic chart updates, and an unwavering respect for the fluid dynamics of the strait. The physical vulnerability of these massive ships in such a narrow, shallow corridor is absolute and terrifying. A single disabled VLCC, whether immobilized by a catastrophic mechanical failure, a grounding on an unexpected sand wave, or a hostile military act, would instantly obstruct the narrow traffic lanes. Salvage operations in this 10-kilometer navigable width would be agonizingly slow, risking massive, ecologically devastating oil spills. Furthermore, such an event would bring a significant percentage of the world's daily oil supply to a grinding, immediate halt. The Strait of Hormuz is not just a watery passage. It is a physical data set that dictates the very rhythm of the global economy. The furnace and the wind, climate and adaptation. If the geology of the strait is considered violent, its regional climate can only be described as utterly ruthless. The region operates as a massive geographical furnace, trapping intense heat and moisture in a devastating, inescapable atmospheric feedback loop. Summer air temperatures routinely hover between 32 and 34 degrees Celsius, relentlessly baking the barren islands and the rocky shores of the Musandam Peninsula. Because the Persian Gulf is essentially an enclosed, shallow basin surrounded by searing, sun-baked deserts, it suffers from a massive, crippling evaporation rate. The sea loses up to 2 meters of its water column to the atmosphere every single year. This extreme, aggressive evaporation vastly outpaces the meager freshwater runoff from the regional rivers and the incredibly sparse precipitation, which rarely exceeds 0.1 meters annually. This massive hydrological deficit fundamentally alters the chemistry and physics of the sea itself. As the surface water evaporates into the stifling air, it leaves its heavy salt content behind. This creates the Persian Gulf water, a dense, hypersaline water mass with salinity levels spiking to 38.9 parts per thousand near the strait. This heavy, hypersalty water sinks to the bottom and flows outward through the western side of the strait into the global ocean. Simultaneously, lighter, fresher surface water from the Indian Ocean flows inward along the eastern, Iranian coast to replace what was lost to the sun. For human populations attempting to live on these shores, the combination of intense heat and the suffocating humidity generated by the evaporating sea created a biome fundamentally hostile to human habitation. The architecture of survival. Yet, indigenous cultures on both the northern Iranian shores and the southern Arabian and Omani coasts did not merely survive this horrific environment, they engineered brilliant methods to conquer it. The greatest testament to this human adaptation, born of pure necessity, is the badger. To look at the skyline of a traditional Persian Gulf coastal city like Bandar Abbas, or an inland desert hub like Yazd, is to see a forest of vertical towers rising proudly above the flat adobe roofs. These are the badgers, the traditional wind catchers, which function as ancient, highly effective desert air conditioners. The internal mechanics of a badger represent a masterful, intuitive grasp of thermodynamics, fluid pressure, and sustainable architectural engineering. Constructed entirely from traditional masonry materials like adobe or brick, the structure is fundamentally a tall, chimney-like vertical canal that reaches up to catch the moving sky. The interior of this vertical canal is purposefully divided by crossed partitions, usually constructed from wood or masonry, which separate the tower into distinct, directional airflow shafts. The badger operates on several interconnected physical principles, manipulating the harsh microclimate to keep human beings alive in the furnace. The specific engineering mechanics used to achieve this cooling effect are a marvel of ancient design. Convection and thermal mass. During the cold desert nights, the heavy adobe walls of the tower radiate heat outward, aggressively cooling the structure down. During the searing day, this cooled thermal mass absorbs the heat from the incoming air, lowering the ambient temperature of the interior living spaces. Pressure dynamics. When the prevailing wind strikes the tower, it creates positive pressure at the windward openings, violently forcing cooler, higher-altitude air down the shaft and into the home. Simultaneously, the wind passing over the leeward openings creates a vacuum, or negative pressure, which acts as a powerful siphon to suck hot, stagnant air out of the building. Evaporative cooling. To dramatically amplify the cooling effect, ancient engineers often routed the incoming air over standing or flowing water. In many regions, the badger was built directly over a qanat, a subterranean water channel, causing rapid evaporation that chilled the air before it circulated through the home. The true genius of the badger lies in its specialized, highly localized adaptation to differing geographies. The design of these towers changes radically depending on the specific hostility of the local climate they are built to combat. In the hot, dry inland city of Yazd, badgers are built as towering, multi-directional structures designed to catch wind from any angle. They aggressively funnel this dry wind down to subterranean water reservoirs to maximize evaporative cooling in an environment utterly starved for moisture. Conversely, on the suffocating, highly humid coastline of the Persian Gulf in cities like Bandar Abbas, Evaporative cooling is physically impossible because the air is already entirely saturated with moisture. Here, the badgers are built much shorter, featuring only unidirectional, seaward-facing openings. Their sole, desperate purpose is to capture the prevailing sea breeze and force continuous, rapid cross-ventilation, mechanically stripping the stifling humidity away from the skin of the inhabitants. Through the badger, the people of the strait transformed the hostile wind from a punishing element into an engine of survival, anchoring human civilization to the rock. Children of the salt, the birth of a maritime society. Even with the architectural brilliance of the badger providing shelter, the coastal biome of the Strait of Hormuz remained a severe, unforgiving place to extract a living. Terrestrial agriculture was strictly limited to specialized, hardy crops like dates and strains of millet. These were cultivated with immense physical effort in isolated oases, relying entirely on extensive canal irrigation networks to coax life from the dust. The harshness of the land offered a stark, binary ultimatum to the indigenous populations: look outward to the sea or perish entirely. Out of pure geographical necessity, the inhabitants of both the Arabian and Iranian coastlines evolved into deeply resilient, outward-looking maritime societies. For these people, the sea was never a barrier. It was the only viable highway and the sole reliable pantry. The shallow coastal waters, rich with the nutrients constantly stirred by the complex inflow and outflow of the Gulf, supported an incredibly abundant diversity of marine life. The earliest Greek historical accounts provide a fascinating, slightly terrified window into this profound maritime adaptation. During his epic voyage in the 4th century before the Common Era, Nearchus, the famed naval commander for Alexander the Great, meticulously documented the societies living along the Macron coast and near the strait. He referred to these indigenous, sea-bound peoples as the ichthyophagi, which literally translates from the Greek as the fish-eaters. According to Arrian's detailed transcription of Nearchus's naval logs, the ichthyophagi were a people entirely and unapologetically sustained by the ocean. They utilized specialized, hand-woven cast nets to harvest vast, shimmering quantities of anchovies and sardines from the shallow coastal shoals. Because terrestrial grains were so rare, they ground the sun-dried fish into a pungent meal or flour, baking it into a crude but sustaining bread. Their reliance on the sea was absolute, extending even to their architecture. Lacking substantial timber, their homes were frequently constructed from the massive, bleached bones of beached whales and other great sea creatures. They navigated the treacherous, tidal-swept coastal waters using small, agile craft propelled entirely by paddles rather than oars, demonstrating an intimate, muscular connection to the water. The Bronze Age bridges. This deep, existential intimacy with the sea, forged in the fires of survival, laid the groundwork for the very first great era of globalized maritime trade. Long before the discovery of oil or the invention of the supertanker, the Strait of Hormuz was deeply integrated into a massive, bustling maritime network connecting the world's earliest state-level societies. By the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, the coastal communities of the Oman Peninsula, known in ancient Mesopotamian cuneiform texts as the glorious land of Magan, had leveraged their maritime skills to become the indispensable middlemen of the ancient world. Having mastered the complex construction of advanced, plank-built wooden boats, the hardy sailors of Magan pushed boldly out through the Strait of Hormuz. By navigating the shifting monsoon winds, they effectively bridged the immense geographical gap between two of humanity's greatest early civilizations. Through the narrow waters of the strait, they connected the soaring urban centers of Mesopotamia, located in modern-day Iraq, with the sprawling, sophisticated cities of the Harappan civilization in the distant Indus Valley, known to them as Meluha. The modern archaeological record demonstrates a staggering, almost unbelievable volume of cross-regional contact moving through this chokepoint. Indus Valley administrative seals have been frequently found in Mesopotamian ruins, proving the existence of complex trade agreements. Furthermore, surviving Akkadian clay tablets from the reign of Sargon of Akkad proudly boast that heavy ships from Meluhha, Magan, and Dilmun routinely moored in his royal harbors. These small-scale, indigenous coastal communities, hardened by the climatic furnace of the Persian Gulf and forced onto the water by the barren land, became the primary operators of a highly lucrative, intensive global trade system. They moved raw, glittering copper mined from the Hajar Mountains, exotic hardwoods felled in the Indus, and finely woven textiles from the banks of the Euphrates. All of this profound human enterprise, this exchange of wealth, language, and culture, passed back and forth through the narrow tectonic gap of the Musendum Peninsula. The strait was, even then, the needle's eye of civilization. The inescapable geography. To study the Strait of Hormuz is to witness the profound, inescapable interconnectedness of earth sciences and macrohistorical human destiny. It is a space where the grandest, most sweeping historical trends are forever anchored to specific, immovable physical realities. Humans may draw lines on maps and claim dominion over the water, but the geography ultimately dictates the terms of engagement. The relentless, slow-motion tectonic crushing of the Arabian plate into the unyielding anvil of Eurasia created the exact geological anticlines that would eventually trap billions of barrels of oil. That exact same tectonic violence fractured the Musendum Peninsula, opening a narrow, jagged valley of stone. This valley was subsequently flooded by the melting global ice of the Holocene epoch, creating a perfect, if treacherous, maritime pathway right to the doorstep of those buried energy reserves. The brutal, sun-scorched climate of the resulting coastal biome forced human beings to adapt or die. It drove them to invent brilliant, sustainable engineering marvels like the Badger, just to survive the searing heat of the day. Furthermore, the unforgiving, salt-crusted land pushed these survivors outward onto the water, breeding a deeply resilient maritime culture that mastered the treacherous currents and shifting sand waves of the strait long before the compass was invented. Thousands of years later, the modern global economy is entirely, precariously dependent on this precise, accidental geographical alignment. The descendants of the ancient, wooden plank-built boats are now floating steel behemoths, carrying the absolute lifeblood of industrial civilization through a 21-mile-wide gap in the fractured rocks. The Strait of Hormuz remains exactly what it has always been since the sea first rushed in. A geographical bottleneck where the immense, uncaring forces of nature and the desperate, relentless ambitions of humanity are compressed into a single, fragile point of transit. Chapter 2: Copper, Timber, and the First Global Trade. The resource deficit, Mesopotamia's hunger. The traditional narrative of human progress frequently begins along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. We are taught to view the alluvial plains of Mesopotamia as the undisputed cradle of civilization, a uniquely blessed landscape that nurtured the first great cities. This romanticized view, however, largely ignores the harsh ecological reality of the region. The Sumerian and Babylonian heartlands were immensely rich in agricultural surplus, but they were entirely devoid of the hard resources required to build and sustain an empire. They possessed an abundance of grain and alluvium, the fertile, river-deposited mud, yet they lacked the basic geological building blocks of imperial power. There was no stone to carve into enduring monuments, and there was no timber to span the wide roofs of monumental temples. Most critically, the alluvial plain offered absolutely no copper to forge into weapons, tools, or armor. The Mesopotamian landscape was an ecological prison of its own making. It was an environment that could feed a massive population, but it could not naturally equip that population to defend itself or expand its territorial reach. This glaring resource deficit was the ultimate catalyst that forced humanity to innovate on a global scale. Civilization is, at its core, a specific type of relationship to the natural environment. It is a reality that is constantly recrafted by the civilizing impulse to meet escalating human demands. The rulers of Uruk, and later Babylon realized early on that their survival depended entirely on extracting wealth from beyond their immediate horizons. They could not grow bronze swords in their fields, and they could not harvest temple pillars from the riverine marshlands. They were forced to look outward, pushing their ambitions down the Persian Gulf and toward the perilous waters of the Strait of Hormuz. This relentless outward push birthed the world's first long-distance maritime supply chain. The sheer cost and physical difficulty of transporting heavy goods over land made overland caravans highly inefficient for bulk industrial materials. The great rivers provided a natural, flowing highway directly to the sea. The sea, in turn, provided a frictionless surface for transporting the heavy, bulk commodities that an expanding empire desperately required. The Mesopotamians began charting the coastal waters, driven by a biological and economic necessity to connect their grain-rich, resource-poor cities to the wealth of the wider world. During the Bronze Age, metal was essentially a highly malleable, razor-sharp stone. Whoever controlled the flow of copper controlled the ultimate balance of military and economic power in the ancient Near East. Mesopotamia's insatiable hunger for this metal, along with its desperate need for exotic timber, transformed the Persian Gulf. What was once a desolate geographic barrier quickly became a thriving, heavily contested maritime artery. The resulting trade networks laid the earliest foundations for a truly globalized commerce. We must understand this early commercial expansion not as a luxury, but as a matter of state survival. The alluvial plains of Mesopotamia were notoriously poor in the raw materials needed to sustain an urbanized, stratified society. Without copper, the powerful military elite could not arm their soldiers to defend against invading forces from the highlands. Without timber, the grand architectural projects that legitimized the power of the ruling class would cease to exist. The state was fundamentally dependent on foreign imports to maintain its internal cohesion. To secure these goods, the logic of early economics dictated a system of unequal exchange. The Mesopotamian city-states had to trade their massive agricultural surpluses with distant outsiders for decorative stone, hard woods, and base metals. Because shipping raw food over long maritime distances was prone to spoilage, the logical export goods were high-quality manufactured items. The Sumerians and Babylonians paid for their heavy industrial imports by exporting intricately decorated fabrics, painted pottery, fine stoneware, and aromatic oils. This dynamic created a macrohistorical interconnectedness that bound disparate regions together. The resource deficit of the center forced the periphery to industrialize its extraction methods. The wealth of and Uruk directly subsidized the mining operations in distant, heat-blasted mountain ranges. The earliest cuneiform, a baked clay ledger, records from southern Mesopotamian cities confirm this vast network of dependency. They detail an exceedingly complex process involving the movement of finished luxury commodities, raw materials, and staple products across vast oceans. The archaeological record proves that developments in southwestern Asia were never limited to isolated alluvial plains. Widely separated communities were irrevocably linked by complex, well-defined exchange networks that spanned thousands of miles. Mesopotamia exported its finely woven wool and surplus grain to the resource-poor regions of the Persian Gulf. This Gulf region then acted as a fulcrum, leveraging Mesopotamian wealth to extract even richer resources from the shores of the Indian Ocean. It was a delicate, highly profitable balancing act. Humanity was learning, for the very first time, how to monopolize geography. The Sumerians recognized that to guarantee their supply lines, they needed to map the unknown, brave the open ocean, and forge alliances with distant strangers. They were charting a course that would eventually pull the Indus Valley, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Mediterranean world into a single, interconnected economic orbit. At the very center of this orbit, acting as the inescapable geographic chokepoint, was the Strait of Hormuz. The Bronze Age triangle, Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha. To satisfy the immense material hunger of Mesopotamia, a complex trinodal trade network emerged. This network stretched from the muddy mouth of the Tigris River all the way to the distant shores of the Indian Ocean. It was not a random assortment of independent merchants, but a highly organized, deeply interconnected economic system. It operated efficiently through three primary regional hubs known to the ancients as Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha. Each node possessed a distinct ecological advantage and played a highly specialized role in the first global economy. Dilmun, located primarily in modern-day Bahrain and the adjacent eastern Arabian coastline, served as the great clearinghouse of the Bronze Age. It was the indispensable middleman of the ancient world. Dilmun was geographically positioned perfectly to intercept and manage the heavy flow of goods moving up the Gulf toward the cities of Sumer and Akkad. While Dilmun produced very little heavy industry itself, it provided safe harbor, abundant fresh water, and a centralized, regulated market for transshipping global commodities. The importance of Dilmun is deeply embedded in the earliest literature of humanity. In the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, Dilmun is famously described as a paradise, a pure and clean land where the survivors of the Great Flood were granted eternal life. This mythological reverence reflects the very real economic relief that Dilmun provided to exhausted Mesopotamian sailors. It was a wealthy, prosperous entrepot where the elite merchants of could safely negotiate for the riches of the broader world. Further south, encompassing the modern regions of Oman and the United Arab Emirates, lay the territory of Magan. If Dilmun was the peaceful marketplace, Magan was the brutal, heat-blasted copper foundry of the ancient world. The rugged Hajar Mountains of the Oman Peninsula were exceptionally rich in high-grade copper ore. The local populations here became the ancient world's foremost masters of extracting, smelting, and casting this vital military resource. The archaeological record in Magan is defined by immense, towering deposits of smelting slag, the rocky waste of a furnace. These massive slag heaps prove the staggering industrial scale of their ancient mining operations. Magan possessed its own unique style of sea craft, and its mariners were instrumental in moving heavy copper ingots up the coast toward the clearinghouses of Dilmun. Without the scorching furnaces of Magan, the armies of Mesopotamia would have remained armed with brittle stone and easily shattered wood. Beyond the perilous chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz lay the third node, Meluha. Modern scholars universally identify Meluha as the sprawling, sophisticated Indus Valley civilization. Meluha was the distant, almost mythical source of high-end luxury goods and specialized structural materials. It was a wealthy, highly organized, and deeply urbanized society that engaged in extensive long-distance maritime trade. The harapans of Meluha regularly sent large, ocean-going vessels westward, fully laden with the exotic treasures of the Indian subcontinent. To fully grasp the macro-historical interconnectedness of this Bronze Age triangle, we must examine the specific goods exported by each distinct region. The comparative differences in their trade offerings highlight the deeply specialized, interdependent nature of this ancient global economy. Dilmun exports. This region exported vital agricultural staples like sweet palm dates and locally harvested pearls. Its primary economic function, however, was serving as the secure bureaucratic hub for monopolizing and re-exporting Eastern goods to Mesopotamia. Magan exports. This region exported vast, industrial quantities of raw copper ingots. It also traded highly prized, finely carved vessels made of steatite, a soft, easily carved soapstone that have been found in royal tombs across the Near East. Meluha exports. This region exported elite luxury items like lapis lazuli, etched carnelian beads, and exotic marine shell bangles. Most importantly, it provided critical exotic timbers such as sisu, teak, and ebony, which were completely unavailable in the Middle East. The relentless movement of these diverse goods required merchants to navigate the perilous, narrow waters of the Strait of Hormuz. Traversing the strait was both a biological and economic necessity for the ancient world. There was simply no other viable way to move massive quantities of Meluhan timber and Magan copper into the Persian Gulf. It was the ancient world's ultimate maritime chokepoint. This geographic funnel effectively controlled the economic destiny of the Mediterranean and Mesopotamian worlds for millennia. Charting this specific strait was a terrifying, often lethal prospect for ancient mariners. The waters of the Strait of Hormuz were subjected to violent, highly unpredictable weather patterns that could easily destroy early shipping. The fierce shimmel winds routinely battered ships with blinding northwestern gales, kicking up deadly waves in the shallow basin. Conversely, the Kaus winds brought suffocating, humid storms from the southeast, blinding navigators and driving vessels off their charted courses. Furthermore, the physical geography of the strait was choked with hidden navigational hazards. The waters surrounding the islands of Keshem, Larak, and Hormuz were littered with rocky tidal flats and razor-sharp coral reefs. The Talveg, the deepest continuous line of a watercourse, drops rapidly to 80 fathoms near the strait, creating unpredictable, swirling currents. Ancient captains had to rely on a profound, localized knowledge of these treacherous depths to avoid shattering their heavy hulls against the submerged rocks. Despite these terrifying physical realities, the lucrative maritime trade endured and expanded. The material demand from the royal palaces of Ur and Babylon was simply too great to ignore. The financial profits reaped from a successful voyage were astronomical, capable of elevating a common merchant to the highest tiers of societal power. The deadly Strait of Hormuz was ultimately conquered not by superior military force, but by the relentless, driving ambition of ancient commercial traders. The kings of the era clearly recognized the geopolitical supremacy of this triangular trade network. When King Sargon of Akkad boasted of his supreme, godlike power around 2350 BCE, he did not merely list the rival cities he had burned to the ground. Instead, he proudly proclaimed on his royal victory stele that he had successfully moored the great ships of Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha directly at the docks of his capital. To control the arrival of these ships was to control the ultimate resources of the earth. To control those resources was to command the known world. The copper merchant and the reed hull, mechanics of ancient transit. The driving ambition to monopolize this global trade required a massive leap in technological innovation. Specifically, humanity had to revolutionize the realm of nautical engineering to survive the open ocean. The earliest ocean-going vessels were not the sturdy, wooden-planked galleons of later European centuries. Instead, they were uniquely adapted, highly complex craft known to historians as Magan boats. Due to the severe lack of local timber, Mesopotamian and Gulf boat builders engineered massive ships using the flexible materials readily available to them in the marshlands. They constructed the ingeniously designed bundle-reed hull, a floating woven basket. Building a seaworthy reed boat capable of carrying up to 36 tons of heavy cargo required an intimate, almost scientific understanding of composite materials. The master shipwrights gathered massive quantities of tall marsh reeds, binding them tightly together with thick ropes woven from tough palm fibers. This created a highly buoyant, remarkably flexible core that could ride the heavy swells of the Indian Ocean without snapping. However, raw reeds and palm ropes alone were highly vulnerable to the elements. They would quickly waterlog, rot, and sink under the immense, concentrated weight of stacked copper ingots. To solve this critical vulnerability, the ancients mastered the complex industrial chemistry of waterproofing. They utilized vast quantities of bitumen, natural crude asphalt, which naturally welled up from subterranean fissures in central Iraq. This sticky, black sludge was harvested in massive volumes and transported south to the shipyards of the Gulf. The Sumerian craftspeople did not simply smear raw, unrefined black sludge onto their carefully woven hulls. They developed highly specific, repeatable recipes to process the material, controlling its strength and flexibility. They understood that pure bitumen was too brittle for a flexing ship's hull, and that it required precise chemical modification to survive the abrasive salt water. The structural layers required to waterproof these ancient reed vessels were precise, calculated, and highly engineered. To achieve the perfect maritime seal, ancient shipwrights applied a multi-layered composite coating directly over the woven reeds. The vegetal temper, crushed plant fibers and dried reed fragments were thoroughly mixed into the boiling raw bitumen. This added vegetal debris vastly improved the tensile strength of the mixture, preventing the hardened coating from becoming dangerously friable. The mineral additive, large quantities of calcite, calcium carbonate, were aggressively blended into the heated, bubbling mixture. This vital mineral additive dramatically increased the overall structural durability of the coating without sacrificing its essential flexibility. The final application. This heated, chemically altered amalgam was troweled thickly and evenly over the entire exterior of the hull. As it cooled, it formed an impenetrable, armor-like seal, protecting the fragile reeds completely from the corrosive, battering saltwater. The definitive archaeological proof of this Bronze Age engineering marvel survives today in the shifting sands of Ras Al Jins in modern Oman. Excavators working at this coastal site have recovered hundreds of hardened, heavy bituminous slabs. These ancient, blackened fragments tell a vivid, tangible story of maritime transit. One side of the slab is perfectly molded with the deep, negative impressions of bundled reeds and woven palm mats. The outward-facing side is heavily encrusted with the calcified remains of marine barnacles. This specific physical dataset proves conclusively that these composite reed vessels spent months exposed to the open, deep-water ocean. The geochemical analysis of the bitumen found in Oman confirms that the raw material originated in central Iraq. This confirms a massive, integrated flow of basic industrial materials between the heartland of the Mesopotamian civilization and its most distant outposts on the ocean frontier. It was a triumph of applied chemistry and logistics over the limitations of geography. To truly understand the human mechanics and the staggering risks of this ancient transit, we must ground this macrohistory in a specific microhistory. We must examine the life of Nasir, a highly prominent Babylonian merchant operating out of the ancient city of Ur. Nasir conducted his business during the reign of King Rimsin I, approximately around the year 1900 BCE. He was a wealthy, ambitious wholesale dealer, specializing exclusively in the importation of heavy copper. Nasir was not a solitary trader, but a leading, credentialed member of a powerful commercial syndicate. He belonged to the Alec Tilman, a specialized, highly organized guild of elite traders whose title translates literally to one who travels to Dilmun. These bold men were effectively the venture capitalists of the Bronze Age. They bridged the dangerous gap between the wealthy, landlocked royal palaces of Mesopotamia and the hazardous, unpredictable maritime markets of the Persian Gulf. Their commercial operations were truly staggering in scale and ambition. The Alec Tilman managed complex logistical networks required to move thousands of pounds of raw metal through hostile enemy territory and treacherous coastal waters. The financial mechanisms supporting this massive trade were remarkably sophisticated and surprisingly modern. Nasir financed his massive, multi-ship expeditions by securing large pools of trading capital from local, wealthy temples, such as the Grand Nananingal complex in Ur. He also aggressively solicited funds from private citizens and independent merchants, acting as an uminum, a financial investor or backer. Silver was universally used as the primary unit of accounting and exchange across the Gulf. This precious metal was often kept in heavy coils or small, standardized ingots that could be weighed precisely to manage debt, calculate interest, and distribute profit. Upon a successful, profitable return from Dilmun, these merchants were legally and morally required to pay strict tithes to the temple as a dividend for the god's protection at sea. The physical dangers of Bronze Age maritime transport were matched only by the staggering financial risks taken by the merchants. The miraculous preservation of Nasir's personal business archives provides a tangible, earthbound dataset detailing these extreme risks. His extensive records survive entirely written in cuneiform, a baked clay ledger. These fragile documents were preserved only because his grand house in Ur eventually burned or collapsed, firing the soft clay tablets into permanent, indestructible stone. Nasir's sweeping ambition often fatally exceeded his actual operational capacity. In one notable, highly documented transaction, he successfully managed an immense, highly lucrative royal order. He shipped a staggering 18,000 kilograms of copper directly from the Gulf to the palace of the king. However, to fulfill this massive, high-priority governmental contract, he neglected the smaller, but legally binding, private orders of his local investors. This blatant prioritization of royal favor over private contractual obligation led to severe, documented professional friction. The most famous of these ancient business disputes is recorded in a furious, brilliantly preserved complaint tablet sent to Nasir by a man named Nani. Nani had previously advanced a large sum of silver to Nasir, explicitly contracting him for fine-quality, high-grade copper ingots. But when Nani's servant arrived at the designated compound to collect the goods, Nasir offered him only substandard, low-grade metal. When Nani's representatives protested the poor quality, Nasir treated them with profound, recorded contempt. He told the couriers they could take the bad copper or leave his property completely empty-handed. Nani's baked clay ledger is a masterpiece of ancient, meticulously articulated corporate rage. He highlights not just the severe financial loss of the bad copper, but the grave physical risks his men took to conduct the transaction. He notes bitterly that his servants were forced to travel back and forth repeatedly, through enemy territory, with an empty money bag, risking their lives for nothing. This intimate dispute reveals the incredibly harsh, unforgiving realities of the Alec-Tillman Guild. These early merchants were deeply, structurally reliant on absolute trust. They depended on the accurate, honest grading of metallurgical materials in distant ports. Furthermore, they relied entirely on the physical safety of overland couriers who connected the maritime docks to the inland urban centers. To protect these high-value shipments from theft and fraud, merchants utilized complex, bureaucratic security measures. They relied heavily on intricately carved cylinder seals made from bone, steatite, or precious lapis lazuli. By pressing a lump of wet clay over the knotted rope of a cargo bag, or over the physical lock of a storage room, a merchant created a tamper-evident seal. He would then roll his personal, uniquely carved cylinder across the wet clay, leaving his unmistakable signature. This ensured the shipment remained completely untampered during the long, hazardous transit from Dilmun to Ur. It was an early, highly effective form of supply chain security, designed to mitigate the immense risks of global trade. Despite these clever safeguards and his early successes, Nasir's arrogant business practices ultimately caught up with him. The archaeological excavation of his private residence in Ur, led by Sir Leonard Woolley in 1953, revealed a highly telling architectural footprint. As his local debts mounted and his reputation rapidly soured among the private investors of the city, Nasir was forced to systematically downsize his living quarters. He physically walled off entire rooms of his once grand house, likely to sell the property to his neighbors to cover his failing maritime ventures. He stands today as a perfect, highly relatable microcosm of the Bronze Age economy. He was a man briefly elevated to immense wealth by the lucrative, expanding maritime trade, and subsequently ruined by its inherent, unavoidable risks. His story reminds us that the mechanics of ancient transit were not just about wind, wood, and bitumen. They were about the fragile, often treacherous bonds of human credit, ambition, and greed. The enduring legacy of the first global trade. The grand, sweeping story of the Persian Gulf trade is fundamentally the story of human ambition violently reshaping the strict limitations of geography. The alluvial mud of the Mesopotamian plains could never forge a spear, and the blazing desert sands of Bahrain could never grow a towering cedar tree. Yet, by actively harnessing the prevailing regional winds and masterfully engineering the bundled reed hull, humanity successfully bypassed these rigid ecological constraints. They created a vast, resilient web of economic interdependence that spanned thousands of treacherous miles. The arrival of Meluhan Sisu wood and Magan copper in the bustling ports of fundamentally altered the entire trajectory of human development. It allowed ambitious Mesopotamian kings to arm massive, professionalized militaries with superior bronze weaponry. This single technological advantage allowed them to transition their localized societies from isolated city-states into sprawling, expansionist empires. The staggering wealth generated by the elite Alec Tilman funded the construction of monumental ziggurats and towering temples. This complex trade also catalyzed the widespread, necessary adoption of written legal codes. The sheer complexity of international maritime logistics required formal, legally binding contracts to govern investments, debts, and insurance. At the very center of this immense societal transformation was the geographical reality of the Strait of Hormuz. Long before it became the volatile geopolitical chokepoint for modern petroleum, it was the absolute, indispensable bottleneck for Bronze Age imperial survival. Every single ingot of copper that armed the feared armies of Akkad had to cross those waters. Every massive plank of exotic teak that adorned the sacred temples of Lagash had to survive the treacherous, reef-strewn currents of that narrow waterway. The ancient merchants who steered their blackened, heavily bitumen-coated vessels through the Strait of Hormuz did much more than just deliver raw materials. They successfully charted the enduring, indestructible blueprint for a globalized civilization, proving that human ingenuity could conquer the harshest frontiers of the natural world. Chapter 3: The Admirals of Antiquity. The ancient world was not forged solely upon the sun-baked battlefields of the Mediterranean or the dusty, blood-soaked plains of Mesopotamia. True global interconnectedness was born upon the treacherous, salt-choked waters that connected these disparate theaters of human ambition. To understand the genesis of the modern world, one must look to a narrow, jagged waterway that has dictated the rhythm of human commerce for millennia. The Strait of Hormuz, a slender maritime artery linking the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman and the broader Arabian Sea, stands as a monument to geographical destiny. For centuries of early human history, it was a dark, unmapped terror for localized seafarers. It was a place where unpredictable tidal currents and barren, hostile shores swallowed merchant vessels whole. Yet, in the span of a few pivotal centuries, this very strait was forcibly subjugated, meticulously charted, and transformed into the absolute epicenter of imperial grand strategy. The story of the Strait of Hormuz in Antiquity is the story of human ambition crashing violently against the unyielding dataset of physical geography. It is a macro-historical narrative driven by visionary men who realized that to rule the earth, they first had to monopolize the sea. This realization did not occur in a philosophical vacuum. It was forced upon ancient rulers by the sheer, terrifying logistical nightmare of maintaining sprawling, overland empires across hostile terrain. The terrestrial highways of the ancient Near East were agonizingly slow, easily disrupted by local rebellions, and constantly starved of basic resources. To bridge the unimaginable geographical distances between the unimaginable wealth of the Indus Valley and the administrative capitals of Babylon and Susa, a secure maritime highway was an absolute economic necessity. Mastering this highway required navigating the narrow, rocky teeth of the Strait of Hormuz. The empires of Antiquity and the Hellenistic conquerors who followed them recognized this physical bottleneck as the ultimate geopolitical prize. Whoever controlled the strait controlled the flow of global wealth, a reality that remains as ruthlessly true in the modern era of hydrocarbon transit as it was in the 4th century BCE. The admirals of Antiquity were tasked with an impossible, earth-bound mandate by their sovereigns. They were ordered to conquer an alien ocean, to slowly starve along the most unforgiving coastlines on Earth, and to chart a course that would bind the fragmented edges of the known world into a single, cohesive economic organism. Their triumphs and their profound sufferings laid the foundational infrastructure for global maritime trade. The Achaemenid grip, imperial grand strategy. Long before the Greek triremes, the multi-oared warships characterized by their bronze-clad rams sailed east. The Achaemenid Persian Empire had already laid its formidable hands upon the waters of the Persian Gulf. Emerging in the 6th century BCE from the rugged, arid province of Fars in the southwestern Iranian plateau, the Persians were intimately connected to the sea that bordered their ancestral homeland. Under the visionary leadership of Cyrus the Great in 550 BCE, the Achaemenid dynasty exploded outward with unprecedented military velocity. They subjugated lands stretching from the Balkans in the west to the fringes of the Indus Valley in the east, creating the largest monolithic state the world had ever seen. As this unprecedented empire expanded its borders, its rulers quickly realized that governing an expanse of over 5 million square kilometers required more than just vast standing armies. It required absolute, uncontested dominion over the logistical arteries of continental trade. The Persian Gulf, and the Strait of Hormuz at its narrow mouth, transitioned from a localized merchant hazard into the central theater of Achaemenid grand strategy. The early Persian kings recognized the strait not merely as a convenient maritime passage, but as a critical geopolitical chokepoint that could dictate the economic survival of their empire. To secure this waterway, the Achaemenids established a rigid system of satrapies, provincial governorships designed to extract wealth and enforce absolute loyalty across the imperial periphery. The satrapy of Makkah, encompassing the desolate, sun-scorched Oman Peninsula on the southern edge of the strait, was violently subjugated. This ensured that both the northern and southern shores of the critical waterway remained under the iron grip of the Great King. By controlling the Iranian shoreline through the province of Fars and the Arabian shoreline through Makkah, the Achaemenids effectively turned the vast Persian Gulf into a closed, highly regulated imperial lake. They were intent on monopolizing the lucrative flow of incense, rare spices, and precious metals that drifted up from the Arabian Sea toward the Mediterranean basin. This maritime ambition was not a theoretical exercise. It was violently physical and meticulously planned by the imperial bureaucracy. King Darius I, possessing a grand vision for global interconnectedness that rivaled any modern statesman, ordered the systematic charting of the eastern waters. Around 515 BCE, he dispatched the Greek explorer Scylax of Carianda on a massive, state-funded expedition to navigate the Indus River down to the sea, and then to sail westward around the Arabian Peninsula. Scylax's harrowing voyage, which lasted an agonizing 2.5 years, was a bold attempt to map the empire's furthest maritime borders. It was designed to integrate the untapped wealth of India directly into the Persian economic core, bypassing overland middlemen. When Scylax eventually reached the Red Sea, he provided the Achaemenid court with the tangible geographical intelligence required to command the eastern sea routes. Armed with this unprecedented data, the Persian state constructed a naval apparatus built to project power across these newly charted domains. The Achaemenids did not rely solely on their own landlocked people to build their fleets. They absorbed and weaponized the ancient maritime traditions of their subjugated coastal peoples. They commanded vast armadas built and manned by master shipwrights from Phoenicia, Cyprus, and Egypt, utilizing the specific expertise of each conquered nation. While the Achaemenid navy is most often remembered for its engagements with the Greeks in the Aegean Sea, its primary strategic utility lay in securing the empire's internal maritime highways. The Persian Gulf was heavily fortified with naval bases and deep-water ports, such as Harmozia near the Strait and the island garrison of Karg, ensuring that independent merchant vessels could be tracked, taxed, and protected from piracy. To understand the sheer scale of the Achaemenid maritime grip, one must examine the specific differences between how the Persians and the Greeks approached naval dominance. These differing strategic priorities dictated the flow of ancient history and the development of the Strait of Hormuz. Geopolitical scope. The Greek naval priority was intensely local, focused tightly on protecting the Aegean island networks and the vital grain routes to the Black Sea. The Persian priority was truly imperial, designed to link the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf into a single, taxable economic bloc. Logistical integration. The Greeks viewed their fleets primarily as defensive, city-state militias tied to specific urban centers. The Achaemenids integrated their massive navy directly with their terrestrial infrastructure, utilizing the fleet to shadow, supply, and feed massive land armies across desolate coastal plains. Infrastructure engineering. The Persian state possessed the terrifying administrative capacity to alter the earth itself for maritime advantage. This was demonstrated when Darius I dug an early precursor to the Suez Canal to permanently link the Red Sea to the Nile River, an act of geographical subjugation the Greeks could barely fathom. Command hierarchy. Greek navies frequently suffered from fractured, democratic infighting among rival, politically motivated commanders. The Achaemenid fleet operated under a unified, top-down hierarchy answering directly to the Great King, allowing for multi-year, continent-spanning strategic deployments without political gridlock. Through these bureaucratic and military methods, the Achaemenids established the fundamental rules of engagement for the Strait of Hormuz. They proved to the ancient world that controlling the land was insufficient. True imperial endurance required mastering the chaotic sea. They charted the hidden currents, monopolized the regional trade, and set a precedent of maritime dominance that would endure for 2 centuries. This legacy of Persian naval supremacy would eventually haunt the ambitions of the very man destined to conquer them, forcing him to adapt his own grand strategy to the realities of the sea. The Macedonian horizon, Alexander's maritime vision. When Alexander the Great shattered the Achaemenid Empire in the 4th century BCE, he inherited not only its unimaginable wealth, but also its staggering logistical nightmares. By the summer of 326 BCE, the Macedonian army had marched relentlessly eastward, subjugating every territory from the Mediterranean coast to the rugged, snow-capped frontiers of the Hindu Kush. Standing at the muddy edge of the Hyphasis River in the distant Indus Valley, Alexander finally faced the physical limits of human endurance. His battle-hardened troops were exhausted, plagued by tropical diseases, and terrified by credible rumors of massive Indian armies wielding armored war elephants. In a moment that altered world history, the Macedonian army mutinied, refusing the orders of their undefeated king to march a single step further east into the Indian subcontinent. It was here, at the jagged, bleeding edge of his conquests, that Alexander experienced a profound and terrifying realization. His newly conquered empire was simply too large to survive on the back of traditional, terrestrial transport. The constraints of ancient land travel were an unforgiving, earthbound dataset that cared nothing for his divine ambitions. Alexander's army operated under the brutal, unyielding arithmetic of biological necessity. According to exhaustive modern logistical analyses of his campaigns, a marching Macedonian soldier could carry a maximum of 80 pounds of gear, weapons, and basic rations. Without continuous seaborne resupply, an army of that size could not survive more than a few days marching through the hostile, arid terrain of the Middle East before mass starvation set in. Pack animals, essential for carrying heavy siege equipment and bulk grain, consumed massive quantities of fodder and water themselves, severely limiting the operational range of the baggage train. The overland routes from the newly conquered Indian territories back to the administrative heart of Babylon were not merely slow. They were an existential threat to the survival of the fragile Macedonian state. Alexander understood with cold clarity that to sustain his global empire, he had to rapidly establish a thalassocracy, a vast, sea-based empire sustained by a network of secure maritime trade routes. He needed a highway that required no paved roads, consumed no grain, and could transport thousands of tons of cargo using the relentless power of the wind. The Persian Gulf and the critical chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz represented the only viable geographical solution to connect his distant Indian conquests to the wealth of Mesopotamia. His vision was sweeping, arrogant, and brilliant, to link the entire known world through a continuous, unbroken chain of port cities, naval bases, and armed merchant fleets. This maritime highway would entirely bypass the grueling deserts, hostile mountain passes, and rebellious tribes of the Asian interior. To execute this grand strategy, Alexander demanded the immediate construction of a massive, hastily built fleet on the humid banks of the Indus River. The sheer scale of this logistical operation was a testament to the absolute economic necessity of mastering the sea. He ordered the assembly of up to 2,000 vessels, ranging from sleek, multi-oared warships for coastal defense to broad, flat-bottomed transports specifically designed to carry heavy siege engines and terrified warhorses. Because the deep Indian interior severely lacked the specific naval architecture and seasoned timber required for such an endeavor, Alexander utilized the vast, interconnected resources of his empire. He commanded Phoenician, Cypriot, and Carian shipwrights to dismantle prefabricated warships in the distant Mediterranean. These heavy timbers were then transported overland to the Euphrates River, floated downstream to Babylon, and eventually moved eastward to be assembled in the muddy docks of the Indus. The logistical demand of creating and sustaining this maritime highway was unparalleled in ancient military history. The fleet was not a luxury or a vanity project. It was the sole mechanical means by which Alexander hoped to integrate the disparate, bleeding halves of his empire. The challenges of moving an entire army down the Indus River and into the uncharted, violent waters of the Arabian Sea provide a stark data set demonstrating the harsh realities of ancient naval strategy. Timber and pitch acquisition. The immediate environment of the Indus Valley Delta was quickly stripped of suitable timber, requiring the Macedonian logistics train to forcibly requisition wood from distant inland forests and transport it to the coast under constant threat of ambush. The burden of cavalry transport. Alexander insisted on transporting his elite companion cavalry by sea, necessitating the rapid invention and construction of specialized, wide-beamed horse transports that severely slowed the overall speed of the fleet and increased its vulnerability to capsizing in the surf. Water ratios and rowers. An ancient warship was essentially a floating wooden shell packed with hundreds of sweating, rowing men. Each oarsman required up to 2 gallons of fresh water a day to survive the blistering heat of the Indian Ocean, meaning the fleet had to make dangerous landfall almost daily to avoid mass dehydration. Monsoon meteorology. The timing of the fleet's departure was not dictated by the king, but entirely by the seasonal shift of the monsoon winds. Alexander was forced to halt his entire imperial progression for months, waiting in the humid delta for the favorable northeastern winds that would blow his fragile ships toward the Persian Gulf. Alexander himself led a significant portion of the army westward by land, intending to march parallel to the coast through the brutal, unforgiving Gedrosian Desert. His strategic objective was to dig deep wells and establish heavily guarded supply depots for the fleet offshore, anticipating their desperate need for provisions. This fateful decision was driven by the grim, mathematical understanding that the fleet could not possibly carry enough food and water to survive the long voyage alone. The maritime highway to Babylon depended entirely on the synergy between the terrestrial army slowly starving in the desert sands and the fragile wooden ships battling the violent coastal surf. The Macedonian horizon was thus firmly fixed upon the sea, recognizing that the land had finally failed them. Alexander's frantic, massive investment in naval infrastructure proved that the Strait of Hormuz was no longer a peripheral, ignored boundary of the known world. It was the vital, beating heart of a new, interconnected world order. But charting that waterway would require an act of unimaginable endurance, placing thousands of men at the mercy of an alien ocean and a barren, relentlessly hostile coast. Nearchus and the Leviathans, the first great voyage. To command this unprecedented, terrifying expedition from the mouth of the Indus River to the Persian Gulf, Alexander appointed Nearchus. Nearchus was a fiercely loyal Cretan admiral, an experienced navigator, and one of the king's closest childhood friends. Nearchus was tasked with a mission of terrifying ambiguity and immense pressure. He was ordered to navigate a fleet of over 100 warships and transports through entirely unknown, unmapped waters, chart the coastal geography for future merchant fleets, and successfully breach the treacherous Strait of Hormuz to reach Mesopotamia. The voyage, which finally commenced in the autumn of 325 BCE, after months of waiting for the monsoon winds, stands as one of the most critical and psychologically devastating achievements in the annals of ancient maritime history. Nearchus left behind a detailed, clinical journal of the expedition, the Indica, which was later preserved and adapted by the Greek historian Arrian. This text provides modern historians with a visceral, day-by-day dataset of their profound suffering and eventual triumph. The fundamental mechanic of the voyage was cabotage, the desperate, localized practice of hugging the coastline to survive the elements. Unlike later oceanic navigators who could rely on the magnetic compass and deep-water currents to cross open seas, Nearchus's triremes were fragile, flat-bottomed vessels. They severely lacked the deep keel structure necessary for open ocean stability. Consequently, they were forced to row just beyond the treacherous, crashing surf line of the Makran coast. This region, known to the ancient Greeks as Gedrosia, was a barren, sun-scorched wasteland that offered absolutely no shelter from the relentless elements. This geographical necessity meant the fleet was constantly threatened by hidden coastal shoals, violent, sudden storms, and the sheer, unbroken hostility of the desert shoreline. The most pressing, daily terror facing the massive fleet was not a human enemy, but the agonizing, persistent lack of fresh water. The logistical nightmare of watering thousands of rowing men in a desert environment pushed the fleet to the absolute brink of mutiny and physical collapse. Nearchus's dataset of survival paints a grim, unromantic picture of ancient naval limitations and the sheer cost of maritime exploration. The daily landfall, Because the shallow hulls of the ancient warships could not store large, heavy wooden casks of water without sinking, the fleet was forced to beach their ships every single evening, exposing the exhausted crews to indigenous ambushes and sudden, destructive tidal shifts. The sinking of wells. Upon landing on the desolate, rocky Macron coast, exhausted rowers had to immediately transform into manual laborers. They dug deep into the cracked, salty earth in a desperate, often futile, attempt to find brackish groundwater to sustain them for the next day's rowing. Rationing by force. As the brutal voyage dragged on and supplies dwindled, Nearchus had to physically separate his starving, desperate crews from the ship's meager grain supplies. He began anchoring the vessels far offshore and forcing the men to camp on the arid beaches to prevent them from breaking into the cargo meant for Alexander's army. Coastal hostility. The native coastal populations, understandably terrified by the sudden appearance of the massive, alien fleet, fiercely guarded the few existing freshwater lagoons. Nearchus was frequently forced to launch violent amphibious assaults, utilizing heavily armed, swimming marines just to secure drinking water for a single day. As they crept slowly along this coastal hellscape, battling starvation and the relentless sun, the Greeks encountered a native people so alien to their refined Mediterranean sensibilities that they seemed to belong to another world entirely. Arrian describes the indigenous coastal tribes of Gedrosia as the ichthyophagi, the fish-eaters. In a desolate landscape entirely devoid of timber, iron, or arable soil, these people had adapted to an exclusively, almost parasitically maritime diet. They built their stifling, low-roofed huts from the massive, bleached ribs and jawbones of beached whales, creating settlements that resembled the graveyards of giants. They fashioned their rudimentary cutting tools from the jagged, calcified claws of sea beasts and sharp stones, lacking any knowledge of metallurgy. The Greeks noted with deep, visceral horror that even the meager flocks of sheep along the coast tasted overwhelmingly of fish meal, as the animals were fed the dried remnants of the daily catch. Encountering the ichthyophagi reinforced the profound psychological isolation of the Macedonian fleet. They felt they were navigating the very edge of human existence, slowly starving in a barren landscape constructed entirely of bones. However, the physical starvation and the eerie encounters with the bone-dwelling tribes were soon eclipsed by a moment of pure, unadulterated psychological terror. As the fleet rode past the modern-day port city of Gwadar, the calm, glassy morning sea suddenly erupted without warning. Massive, towering pillars of water shot violently into the air ahead of the ships, resembling violent, localized whirlwinds. These spouts quickly obscured the horizon in a thick, terrifying mist, raining salt water down upon the decks. The Greek rowers, entirely ignorant of the deep-sea mammalian fauna of the Indian Ocean, dropped their heavy wooden oars in sheer, paralyzing panic. Nearchus, equally stunned, demanded an immediate explanation from his local, forcibly conscripted coastal pilots. The pilots informed the admiral that the massive spouts were simply the exhalations of gigantic sea monsters that roamed the deep waters. The fleet suddenly found itself surrounded by a massive pod of breaching whales, creatures whose sheer bulk rivaled or exceeded the size of the Greek warships themselves. To the ancient mariners, these were not animals. They were mythological Leviathans capable of crushing a trireme with a single strike of a tail. In a moment of brilliant, desperate tactical command, Nearchus recognized that the only way to break the psychological paralysis of his terrified men was to rely on their military discipline. He decided to treat the alien Leviathans as a conventional, human enemy fleet. He ordered the ship trumpeters to immediately sound the blaring bronze horns of war. The fleet hastily drew up into tight, overlapping naval battle formations. The heavily armored Marines clashed their iron-tipped spears against their bronze shields, raising the deafening, rhythmic battle cry to the god of war to bolster their courage. The rowers dug their blades into the water with furious, adrenaline-fueled speed, charging their fragile wooden hulls directly at the spouting columns of mist. The sudden cacophony of the Greek war machine, the screaming men, the blaring horns, and the violent, synchronized splashing of hundreds of oars, shattered the surface tension of the sea. The whales, highly sensitive to sound and startled by the overwhelming, alien noise and the charging vessels, dove deep beneath the waves. Their massive, thrashing flukes narrowly missed the fragile steering rudders of the triremes as they vanished into the dark water. The Greeks, exhilarated and breathless from their perceived victory over the monsters of the deep, cheered Nearchus as a tactical genius and a savior. Surviving the Leviathans, the brutal starvation of the Macron coast, and the psychological toll of the unknown, the battered fleet finally approached the entrance to the Persian Gulf. They sailed cautiously past the barren cliffs of the Oman Peninsula, strictly resisting the urge to explore the southern shores of the Achaemenid satrapy of Makkah. Their focus was entirely fixed on breaching the Strait of Hormuz and entering the relative safety of the Gulf. As they navigated the jagged, narrow teeth of the strait, the brutal, bone-strewn landscape suddenly gave way to the lush, well-watered and heavily cultivated province of Carmania. Nearchus had done the impossible. He had successfully linked the terrifying, unknown edge of India to the familiar, civilized heart of Persia. In January 324 BCE, the exhausted, heavily weathered fleet dropped anchor at the bustling port of Harmozia, modern-day Minab, located securely within the strait. It was here that Nearchus, his face burned by the sun and barely recognizable, reunited with Alexander the Great. The king himself had barely survived his own disastrous, casualty-heavy land march through the inland Gedrosian desert. The successful navigation of the Strait of Hormuz by Nearchus was immediately hailed as a triumph of unparalleled geopolitical magnitude. It physically validated Alexander's grand maritime vision, proving beyond a doubt that the brutal geographical chokepoint could be mastered, and the unimaginable wealth of the East could flow unimpeded to the West. Conclusion. The admirals of Antiquity did not merely sail the waters of the Persian Gulf. They forcibly and violently integrated them into the very machinery of global history. From the early Achaemenid kings, who first recognized the Strait of Hormuz as a lucrative geopolitical tollgate, to the terrifying, visionary logistics of Alexander the Great, the mastery of this narrow waterway was the ultimate test of imperial endurance. The Persian strategy of tying coastal provinces together with a centralized, heavily bureaucratic naval command laid the vital groundwork for a connected world. Alexander's frantic, resource-draining construction of a massive fleet demonstrated the ruthless economic necessity of establishing maritime highways to overcome terrestrial suffering. But it is the harrowing, deeply human voyage of Admiral Nearchus that truly anchors the history of the strait in the tangible, visceral reality of human struggle. By facing down the agonizing starvation of the Macron coast, the alien terror of the breaching whales, and the treacherous, unforgiving currents of the strait itself, Nearchus proved that the unyielding dataset of geography could, with enough blood, discipline, and sheer force of will, be overcome. His voyage through the Strait of Hormuz transformed the conceptual map of the ancient world. It ended the long era of isolated, regional seafaring and inaugurated the grand age of global, macro-historical maritime trade. The Strait of Hormuz was no longer a hazardous, mythical edge of the map. It had become the very center of the world's economic gravity, a title it has violently and jealously guarded ever since. Chapter 4. The Sasanian Lake. The Byzantine Bypass, the Sasanian Monopoly. The valve of the ancient world. To understand the geopolitical gravity of late antiquity, one must look at the map not as a static arrangement of landmasses, but as a circulatory system of global wealth. At the very heart of this system lay a maritime chokepoint, a narrow, easily guarded geographical bottleneck that dictated the economic pulse of entire empires. The Strait of Hormuz, linking the vast, unpredictable expanse of the Indian Ocean to the sheltered waters of the Persian Gulf, functioned as a highly contested valve. Whoever commanded this narrow throat of water held the absolute power to accelerate, tax, or entirely cut off the flow of global luxury goods. The Sasanian Persian Empire, rising to aggressive power in the 3rd century, recognized this geographical reality with absolute clarity. The two eyes of the earth. For over 4 centuries, the known world was dominated by an intractable, exhausting geopolitical rivalry between the Sasanian Empire and the Byzantine Empire, the eastern continuation of the Roman state. Contemporaries explicitly define this bipolar world order as the two eyes of the earth, a suzerain system where two superpowers sought to hierarchically organize and completely dominate all surrounding territories. This rivalry was not merely ideological or territorial. It was fundamentally an economic war of attrition designed to bleed the rivals' treasury dry. The Byzantine elite possessed an insatiable, almost ruinous appetite for Eastern luxuries, particularly Chinese silk, Indian spices, and Sri Lankan gemstones. The statecraft of suffocation. The Sasanians, positioned squarely across the terrestrial and maritime transit routes, recognized that monopolizing this transit trade was the ultimate strategic weapon against Rome. The Sasanian strategy to utterly dominate the Persian Gulf was a deliberate, grand-scale economic maneuver. By the 6th century, Sasanian statecraft had succeeded in transforming the Gulf into a heavily regulated Persian lake. Sasanian merchant shipping came to utterly dominate, if not entirely monopolize, the western Indian Ocean, forcing all eastern goods through their specific customs houses. This was not a passive dominance achieved through mere geographical proximity, but an aggressive posture of securing sea lanes and funneling all eastbound traffic into Persian-controlled harbors. Fortifying the Chokepoint. To physically enforce this monopoly, the Sasanians engineered a perimeter of coastal defense and strict administrative oversight. The state actively engaged in securing the Strait of Hormuz by constructing military outposts and naval stations along the jagged coastlines of the Arabian Peninsula and the Iranian plateau. Archaeological evidence points to a series of strategic Sasanian forts, including the crucial outpost on the island of Jazirat al-Ghanam, a rocky, desolate islet off the Musendam Peninsula, directly overlooking the strait. These massive stone forts served as forward operating bases to monitor shipping, project naval power, and violently suppress unauthorized coastal smuggling. By locking down the strait, the Sasanian military ensured that no vessel could pass into the lucrative waters of the Gulf without royal knowledge and taxation. The fiscal machine. Treating this maritime corridor as a vast, earthbound dataset reveals the sheer sophistication of ancient Persian statecraft and taxation. The Sasanian economy was heavily monetized and tightly administered by regional officials known as the amargar, a high-ranking tax collector and fiscal administrator. The state was aggressively taxing the transit trade entering its ports, levying heavy tariffs on every hull that crossed its maritime borders. To grease the wheels of this immense commercial machine, the Sasanian government struck massive quantities of the dirham, a high-purity silver coin. These standardized coins became the default currency of international trade, found in archaeological excavations from the coastal ports of India to the dusty, high-altitude outposts of western China. Bypassing the land. While the overland caravan routes of the traditional Silk Road remained active, they were frequently disrupted by the grueling, decades-long wars between Byzantine and Sasanian armies. To maintain their revenues despite the chaos, Persian merchants succeeded in bypassing the volatile terrestrial frontiers by shifting the bulk of their logistics to the sea. The sea offered a far more efficient, high-volume pipeline for long-distance transit, shielded from the immediate ravages of frontier sieges and nomadic cavalry raids. By funneling goods through the Strait of Hormuz, the Sasanians created a secure, internal maritime highway that directly connected the Indian Ocean to the vital river networks of Mesopotamia. The Red Sea Proxy War. The Byzantines, desperate to bypass the Sasanian monopoly and avoid paying extortionate Persian markups, attempted a grand geopolitical flanking maneuver. Roman emperors, particularly Justinian in the 6th century, forged alliances with the Christian kingdom of Aksum, a powerful Ethiopian empire dominating the Horn of Africa. The Byzantine goal was to use Aksumite merchants as middlemen to sail directly to India and buy raw silk before it reached Persian hands. They intended to funnel these critical goods up the Red Sea to Roman Egypt, entirely cutting out the Persian middlemen. The historian Procopius, a prominent 6th century Byzantine scholar, recorded this desperate economic strategy in his chronicles of the era. Persian dominance in Indian ports. However, the Roman strategy failed miserably due to the entrenched power of the Persian merchant syndicates. Procopius noted the bitter Roman frustration as Persian merchants consistently outbid and outmaneuvered their Ethiopian rivals in Indian ports. The Persians utilized a business model known as hambay, a formalized commercial partnership or guild, which allowed them to pool vast amounts of capital and buy up entire cargoes of silk before the Aksumite ships even dropped anchor. The Sasanian merchants had effectively established a total market corner, operating with the full backing of the state's silver reserves. The Byzantines were left with empty holds, forced to return to the heavily taxed overland routes. Securing Yemen. The Sasanian response to this Roman-Ethiopian alliance was swift, decisive, and devastating to the Byzantine economy. Recognizing that the Red Sea route threatened their total control of eastern commerce, the Sasanians launched a bold amphibious invasion of Yemen in 570 CE. Under the command of the veteran General Varaz, Persian forces expelled the Aksumite garrisons and absorbed southern Arabia as a new, highly militarized Sasanian province. This strategic masterstroke effectively closed the entrance to the Red Sea, severing the Roman bypass and entirely suffocating Aksumite interpolity trade. The Zoroastrian elite, the fire-worshipping religious ruling class of Persia, now held both the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea firmly within their grasp. The suffocation of Rome. By securing Yemen and locking down the Strait of Hormuz, the Sasanian Empire achieved total hegemony over the Indian Ocean trade network. Byzantine coins, once a common sight in Indian ports, virtually disappear from the subcontinental archaeological record by the late 6th century, replaced entirely by Sasanian silver. The Sasanian blockade forced Rome to either pay the extortionate Persian transit taxes in heavy gold or engage in highly risky industrial espionage. This espionage culminated in the famous, desperate mission to smuggle live silkworm eggs directly to Constantinople inside hollow bamboo canes. The Persian Gulf had been successfully engineered into a flawless economic weapon, demonstrating how geographical dominance could bankrupt a rival empire half a world away. The Oceanic Silk Road, the Tang Connection. The limits of the caravan. The macrohistorical shift of global commerce from the perilous overland caravan routes to the sea forever altered the trajectory of human interconnectedness. While the overland Silk Road captures the popular imagination, the physical and logistical reality of moving goods on the backs of camels was inherently limited. Camels could only carry relatively small, lightweight luxury items, and the caravans were highly vulnerable to political fragmentation, extortionate local tolls, and brutal banditry. Transporting heavy, fragile, or bulk commodities across the harsh steppes, freezing deserts, and high-altitude passes of Central Asia was an economic impossibility. The true, staggering volume of global wealth demanded a completely different medium of transport. The physics of the monsoon. The engine that powered this monumental shift to the sea was the predictable, reliable physics of the Indian Ocean. Sailors learned to harness the monsoon, a seasonal wind pattern driven by the intense heating and cooling of the Asian landmass, to traverse vast oceanic distances with incredible speed. In the summer, southwest winds blew steadily toward India, while in the winter, the winds predictably reversed, allowing a swift and reliable return journey to the west. This geographical clockwork transformed the Indian Ocean into the world's most benign and heavily trafficked environment for long-range voyaging. By mapping these seasonal ocean currents, Persian and Arab navigators bypassed the slow, dangerous terrestrial routes entirely. The anatomy of the dhow. To exploit the monsoon, shipwrights of the Indian Ocean developed highly specialized maritime technology perfectly adapted to the dynamic environment. The primary vessel of this trade was the dhow, a generic term for the traditional wooden sailing ships of the western Indian Ocean. The structural layout of these vessels was entirely distinct from rigid Mediterranean galleys or massive Chinese junks. Sewn hulls. The planks of the hull were never nailed together with rigid iron, but painstakingly sewn using miles of coir, a tough, water-resistant fiber extracted from coconut husks. Lateen sails. They utilized massive, triangular lateen sails that allowed them to tack efficiently against shifting coastal winds and capture the high-altitude monsoon drafts. Flexibility. The stitched construction allowed the wooden hull to literally flex and absorb the violent impact of heavy surf or accidental groundings on shallow coral reefs. The Tang explosion. This localized maritime infrastructure perfectly coincided with the explosive rise of the Tang dynasty, a powerful, expansionist Chinese ruling family from 618 to 907 CE in the east. Tang China was an economic leviathan with a massive, cosmopolitan capital at Chang'an and an insatiable appetite for foreign exotica, aromatics, and silver. The Tang government actively encouraged maritime trade, establishing the Shibosi, a bureaucratic office of the superintendent of merchant shipping, to tightly regulate and tax foreign merchants arriving in southern ports like Guangzhou. This political stability in the east, paired with the Sasanian and early Islamic stability in the west, ignited an unprecedented boom in global oceanic commerce. The weight of earth and fire. The logistical reality of this new oceanic Silk Road is best understood through the specific physical goods that were being aggressively moved. While fragile silks and exotic aromatics, such as frankincense, myrrh, and camphor, were highly profitable, the true anchor of this trade was heavy ceramics. Tang China had perfected the industrial-scale production of high-fired stonewares and early porcelains, creating a desperate global demand for their beautiful, durable, and waterproof vessels. Moving thousands of heavy, easily shattered clay bowls on the backs of camels was absurd and physically impossible. Only the deep, flexible hulls of ocean-going ships could funnel this massive weight of earth and fire across the globe. The Belitung dataset. The physical proof of this staggering maritime volume was discovered at the bottom of the Jelasa Strait in Indonesia. In 1998, local fishermen found the Belitung shipwreck, the sunken, well-preserved remains of a 9th-century Arab-Persian dhow. This underwater dataset fundamentally revolutionized our understanding of early global logistics and mass production. The cargo. The relatively small ship was carrying a staggering 60,000 individual pieces of Chinese ceramics, proving the industrial scale of the trade. The packaging. To prevent breakage during the rough oceanic transit, the delicate bowls were tightly packed inside massive amphory-large, thick-walled clay storage jars, heavily insulated with raw straw and exotic spices. The goods. The vast majority of the cargo consisted of changsha, where inexpensive, mass-produced bowls decorated with copper green and iron brown motifs, specifically tailored for Middle Eastern tastes. A network of middlemen. This massive maritime network did not operate as a single, uninterrupted voyage from China to the Persian Gulf, but rather as a highly organized, segmented relay system. Ships funneling through the Strait of Hormuz would sail to massive transshipment hubs in Sri Lanka, an island nation off the southern tip of India, or the Malabar coast. Here, Persian and Arab merchants would exchange their heavy silver, prized horses, and Gulf pearls for the ceramics and silks brought by Chinese and Southeast Asian vessels. This system minimized risk, allowing distinct merchant guilds to monopolize specific geographical legs of the journey, while maximizing taxation opportunities for local elites along the route. The Cobalt Exchange. The trade was not a one-way flow of Chinese goods to the West. It was a deeply reciprocal exchange of materials and aesthetics. Persian merchants actively exported raw cobalt, a metallic element used to create deep blue pigments, from the mines of the Iranian plateau to the kilns of Tang, China. Chinese potters utilized this imported Persian cobalt to create the very first generation of blue and white ceramics, which were then immediately loaded back onto dhows and shipped to wealthy buyers in the Islamic world. This physical, chemical exchange of earth and pigment perfectly illustrates the macrohistorical interconnectedness forged by the merchants traversing the Sasanian lake. The mansions of Suraf, a microhistory of wealth. The barren shore. To truly comprehend the staggering volume of wealth generated by the Sasanian and early Islamic monopoly of the strait, one must look closely at the physical reality of Suraf. Suraf was a booming, hyperdense port city, clinging desperately to the harsh, sun-baked Iranian coast of the Persian Gulf. Topographically, it was an incredibly hostile environment. It lacked a natural deep-water harbor, suffered from blistering, lethal summer heat, and had virtually no agricultural hinterland or fresh water. Yet, because of its strategic position just inside the Strait of Hormuz, it exploded into a cosmopolitan, millionaire metropolis. It stands as a monumental testament to how the sheer gravity of global commerce can force human settlement into the most unforgiving landscapes on Earth. Excavating a metropolis. The true, staggering scale of Suraf's prosperity was largely forgotten until it was rigorously documented as an earthbound archaeological dataset. Between 1966 and 1973, a dedicated team led by the British archaeologist David Whitehouse began excavating the sprawling ruins, pulling centuries of accumulated desert sand away from the city's bones. Whitehouse's deep trenches revealed a meticulously planned urban grid that stretched for miles along the rocky shoreline, complete with dense residential quarters, bustling bazaars, and an incredibly complex industrial waterfront. The team uncovered a massive congregational mosque built directly over the remains of an earlier Sasanian fortress, proving the continuous, unbroken flow of wealth from late antiquity deep into the Islamic period. The anatomy of a mansion. The social fabric of Suraf was dominated by a ruthless class of super-wealthy merchant princes who built their legendary fortunes directly from the monopoly of the sea. These elites lived in towering, multi-story mansions built on the terraced, rocky hillsides overlooking the crowded harbor. The structural layout of a Surafi merchant's mansion, such as the sprawling complex designated by archaeologists as House E, was designed to project absolute power and facilitate global commerce. The materials. Because the local desert environment offered absolutely no structural timber, the multi-story frameworks were constructed using imported teak, a dense, rot-resistant tropical hardwood, shipped at great expense all the way from India and East Africa. The decor. The interiors were heavily ornamented with elaborate, deeply carved stucco wall panels, ornate geometric brickwork, and imported tapestries. The function. These structures were not merely private homes. The expansive ground floors functioned as vast warehouses for imported cargo, secure counting rooms, and luxurious guest quarters for visiting foreign traders. The infrastructure of wealth. Sustaining this massive concentration of population and wealth required an obsessive, almost paranoid manipulation of the local environment. Because the city received negligible annual rainfall, the inhabitants carved an elaborate network of subterranean aqueducts and massive, waterproof cisterns directly into the bedrock to capture every single drop of seasonal runoff. Excavating the ruins of the merchant houses revealed private baths, subterranean cooling rooms, and sophisticated ceramic pipelines that provided pressurized indoor plumbing. The recovery of precise stone and glass mercantile weights from these domestic courtyards proves that the daily business of weighing silver dirhams, gold dust, and exotic spices occurred within the fortified safety of the home. The global imprint in the dirt. The most profound dataset unearthed by Whitehouse's team was not the monumental architecture itself, but the millions of ceramic fragments buried in the desert dirt. The sheer volume of imported Chinese pottery found in the archaeological layers of Suraf is staggering, providing hard, undeniable physical evidence of the oceanic Silk Road. The municipal rubbish heaps of the city were absolutely choked with high-status imports. Yue ware. Thousands of fragments of elegant, high-fired green-glazed stoneware originating from the specialized kilns of Zhejiang province in China. Changsha ware. Massive quantities of painted, underglazed bowls designed explicitly for the export market, perfectly matching the cargo found on the Belitung shipwreck. White porcelain. Lustrous, incredibly delicate white ceramics from the Ding or Xing kilns of northern China, prized by the Persian elite for their purity and ringing tone when struck. Imitation and innovation. The presence of these extraordinary Chinese goods in Suraf triggered a massive wave of technological innovation among local Persian and Islamic potters. Unable to recreate the extreme temperatures required to produce true Chinese porcelain, Middle Eastern artisans invented brilliant workarounds. They developed opaque whiting glazes to mimic the pristine surface of Ding ware, and they pioneered the use of metallic lusterware, a complex overglaze technique that gave ordinary clay the iridescent sheen of solid gold or silver. The archaeological strata at Suraf show these local imitations sitting side by side with the Chinese originals, proving that the Strait of Hormuz was funneling not just physical goods, but complex industrial technologies across the world. The industrial waterfront. Beneath the polished, fragrant world of the merchant elite, Suraf was a gritty, heavily industrialized maritime machine. The waterfront was populated by a diverse, polyglot underclass of hardened sailors, shipwrights, dockworkers, and artisans who kept the global trade physically moving. Whitehouse's excavations near the beach, specifically at Site P1, uncovered massive stone vats and deep layers of encrusted black ash associated directly with butchered whale bones. This vital evidence suggests that shipwrights were boiling down whale blubber on an industrial scale to produce the pungent, waterproof caulking needed to seal the stitched hulls of the ocean-going dhows. The fabulous wealth of the Sasanian lake was built entirely upon this harsh, grueling physical labor. The mechanism of exchange. The daily operation of the port was a masterpiece of logistical coordination. When a dhow arrived from the grueling Indian Ocean transit, it could not simply dock at a deep-water pier. The shallow coastal shelf required larger ships to anchor offshore. Armadas of smaller, nimble lightering boats, small transfer vessels, would row out to meet the dhows, offloading the heavy storage jars of Chinese ceramics, bundles of Indian steel, and tusks of African ivory. The customs officials, the successors to the Sasanian Amargar, would aggressively inspect the cargo, levying the state's percentage before the goods could be legally transferred into the fortified warehouses of House E. The final ruin. The fragile, hyper-specialized economy of Suraf eventually collapsed, instantly freezing its wealth into an archaeological time capsule. In 977 CE, a devastating series of massive tectonic earthquakes rocked the Iranian coast, collapsing the towering merchant mansions, shattering the mosques, and destroying the intricate water infrastructure that kept the city alive. Compounded by the rise of rival island ports like Kish and Hormuz, and the shifting of geopolitical power back toward the Red Sea under the Fatimid Caliphate, the surviving merchants abandoned the ruined city. The harsh desert rapidly reclaimed the imported teak and the broken Chinese porcelain, burying the ultimate physical manifestation of the maritime monopoly that had defined the Sasanian lake for centuries. Chapter 5. Riding the Monsoon Winds. The world did not suddenly knit itself together when European galleons finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope. Long before the Atlantic Ocean became a highway for Western empires, the Indian Ocean was a thriving, interconnected hemisphere of maritime exchange. To understand the wealth and the technological supremacy of the medieval Islamic world, one must first look away from the sprawling palaces of Baghdad and turn toward the sea. The true engine of this globalized era was not political decree, but the predictable, rhythmic breathing of the planetary atmosphere. The wind was the ultimate arbiter of human destiny in the medieval East, dictating the rise of empires, the flow of capital, and the spread of faith across vast distances. At the center of this sprawling aquatic network lay a geographical needle's eye, known today as the Strait of Hormuz. This narrow waterway, a sliver of volatile blue connecting the Persian Gulf with the Gulf of Oman and the wider Arabian Sea, served as the primary chokepoint of the known world. For centuries, the strait was a maritime crossroads where the arid, caravan-crossed deserts of the Arabian Peninsula met the boundless, terrifying expanse of the open ocean. It was the perfect geographical launching pad for harnessing the raw power of nature. From this slender channel, local Gulf traders transformed themselves into the undisputed masters of a transoceanic highway that stretched from the shores of Arabia to the bustling port cities of Tang, China. The men who navigated these waters were not merely coastal fishermen or passive passengers of the tide. They were aggressive, profit-driven merchant adventurers who translated the invisible physics of the wind into unimaginable, world-altering wealth. They stitched their ships together with rope, mapped the treacherous shoals of a dozen foreign coasts, and braved diseases that rotted the flesh from their bones. Their physical courage and their technological ingenuity laid the foundation for a macro-historical interconnectedness that entirely defined the Middle Ages. This is the story of how they learned to dominate the sky, built the legendary wooden fleets, and dared to ride the monsoon winds. The engine of the sky, the monsoon rhythm. To comprehend the sheer scale of the medieval Indian Ocean trade network, one must first deeply understand the meteorological phenomenon that made it possible. The word monsoon itself derives from the Arabic term mawsim, which anchors our understanding directly to a seasonal weather engine that dictates the climate of the entire hemisphere. The Indian Ocean hosts the world's largest monsoon system, functioning as a massive thermal lung powered by the predictable warming and cooling of the Eurasian landmass. It is a physical thermodynamic mechanism that operates on a continental scale, overriding local weather patterns to create a dependable, biannual rhythm. This was not a mere shift in the breeze, but a fundamental alteration of the ocean's physical state. In the spring and summer months, the massive Asian continent absorbs the fierce heat of the sun, baking the high plateaus of the interior. As the land heats up, the air above it warms and rapidly rises into the upper atmosphere, creating a vast, low-pressure atmospheric void over the subcontinent. To fill this immense vacuum, cooler, moisture-laden air from the Indian Ocean rushes northward and eastward across the water, bringing torrential rains and powerful gales. This creates a steady, predictable, and incredibly forceful wind system that drives everything in its path toward the east. For the medieval sailor, this weather event was a reliable, natural locomotive that could be trusted to carry them across thousands of miles of open water. The physical mechanics of this atmospheric system, divided the seafaring year into two distinct, non-negotiable halves, dictating the timing of every commercial voyage. The southwest monsoon, spring and summer. Driven by the low-pressure void over Asia, winds blow forcefully toward the northeast, sweeping ships from the Arabian Peninsula and the Horn of Africa directly toward the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, and eventually the South China Sea. The northeast monsoon, fall and winter. As the Asian continent cools, the high-pressure system reverses. The winds shift direction entirely, blowing toward the southwest, driving heavily laden ships back toward the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the Swahili coast. The intermonsoon transition. Between these two dominant seasons lie brief, terrifying periods of unpredictable weather, characterized by sudden cyclones and stagnant doldrums that trapped unprepared vessels at sea. This seasonal alternation was a tangible, earthbound dataset that dictated centuries of human behavior, forcing an entire civilization to synchronize its economy with the sky. A merchant could not simply choose to sail from the Abbasid Caliphate, the Islamic Golden Age empire, to Guangzhou on a sudden whim. The journey had to be precisely timed to catch the outbound southwest winds, followed by a mandatory months-long layover in foreign ports while waiting for the atmosphere to reverse itself. These prolonged layovers fostered deep cultural mingling, leading to the establishment of permanent Arab and Persian merchant communities in places like India, Malaysia, and southern China. The weather, in its rigid predictability, forced a cosmopolitan reality upon the medieval world. The Strait of Hormuz acted as the crucial, heavily trafficked valve for this monsoon-driven economy. Ships built in the northern Persian Gulf ports would navigate the shallower, sheltered waters of the Gulf before passing through the narrow strait to meet the open ocean. Hormuz was the psychological and physical gateway, the definitive boundary between the known, relatively placid domestic waters and the wild, unpredictable expanse of the deep sea. Once a vessel cleared the strait and entered the Gulf of Oman, it surrendered itself completely to the mercy of the monsoon. The strategic value of the Strait of Hormuz cannot be overstated, functioning as a vital commercial artery long before the discovery of modern petroleum reserves. Just as contemporary global markets shudder at the thought of disrupted shipments through this 21-mile-wide chokepoint, the medieval economies of Baghdad and Chang'an depended entirely on the free flow of goods through these same waters. The ports that clustered near or along this route, such as Sohar in modern-day Oman, grew fabulously wealthy by servicing this transoceanic traffic. The 10th-century Muslim geographer Muqaddisi described Sohar as a flourishing, beautiful city teeming with people, a metropolis built quite literally on the back of the monsoon. These coastal entrepôts were not isolated outposts. They were the bustling terminal nodes of massive overland trade networks. The Arabian Peninsula's arid interior, a harsh, sun-blasted landscape, funneled highly organized overland caravan traffic directly to these deepwater ports. Camels carrying goods from the Levant, North Africa, or the deep desert would offload their precious cargoes at cities like Suraf or Hormuz, transferring the wealth of the terrestrial world into the wooden bellies of waiting ships. It was an elegant, intricately integrated system of mass transport. The desert caravan and the oceanic fleet were simply two halves of the same commercial organism, forever linking the dirt to the sea. Navigating this oceanic highway, however, required far more than just a favorable wind and a brave heart. The Indian Ocean is notoriously unforgiving, perpetually plagued by sudden cyclones, hidden coral reefs, and treacherous, shifting shoals that could tear a wooden ship apart in seconds. To survive the harrowing crossing, Arab and Persian shipwrights had to develop a unique vessel specifically suited to the physical violence of the monsoon. They required a ship that could bend without breaking, a craft that could translate the brutal forces of the ocean into forward momentum. The ultimate result of this engineering evolution was the traditional dhow, a masterpiece of pre-industrial maritime architecture. The geometry of the dhow, wood, rope, and wind. The specific technological leaps that made this maritime explosion possible were born of absolute necessity and strict environmental constraints. The anatomy of the medieval dhow represents a radical departure from the rigid shipbuilding traditions of the Mediterranean or the North Atlantic. Rather than relying on stiff, iron-nailed hulls designed to batter senselessly through the waves, the shipwrights of the Indian Ocean engineered a vessel explicitly designed to yield to the sea. They built sewn-plank hulls, ships literally stitched together with rope to flex and survive in heavy, unpredictable waters, where a rigid ship would simply shatter. Iron nails were entirely absent from these traditional Arab designs, a fact that astounded later European observers. Historical literary sources and modern marine archaeology, such as the groundbreaking discoveries at the Islamic site of Al-Balid in southern Oman, confirm the ubiquity of this sewn plank technology. Instead of metal fasteners, which could rust rapidly in the saline environment or cause the rigid wooden planks to crack upon impact with a reef, the shipbuilders used continuous stitching through holes drilled carefully along the edges of the timber. It was a labor-intensive, highly specialized craft that required generations of accumulated knowledge. The entire hull was meticulously sewn together using coir, a woven coconut fiber, harvested primarily from the tropical atolls of the Maldives or the southern coasts of Oman. The processing of this coir was a massive industrial undertaking unto itself, demanding immense labor before a single plank could be joined. To create the necessary rope, shipbuilders required thousands of fresh coconut husks, which were soaked in seawater for months to soften the organic material. Once softened, the husks were violently beaten to separate the fibers, which were then spun by hand into incredibly strong, highly flexible cordage. Thousands of husks and miles of rope were required to construct a single seagoing merchant vessel. During the painstaking assembly process, the wooden planks were laid edge to edge, and the spun coir rope was threaded tightly through the drilled holes, binding the wood securely together. To protect the vital rope from chafing against the rough sea or submerged rocks, shipwrights carved shallow rebates, recessed grooves, into the exterior of the planks. This ingenious design allowed the stitching to sit completely flush with the hull, streamlining the vessel and protecting its most vulnerable components. The planks were further stabilized by internal wooden dowels and plugs, creating a unified, tightly interlocking wooden puzzle. To ensure the vessel was completely watertight, an elaborate and chemically complex system of luting and sealing was employed by the shipwrights. Large coils of processed coconut fiber were used as dense wadding, packed tightly over the seams and firmly beneath the stitching to prevent the ingress of seawater. The shipbuilders then applied natural sealants to the exterior hull, utilizing organic materials proven by centuries of deadly trial and error. They mixed kundruz resin, a natural, sticky gum, with boiling fish oil and crushed limestone powder to radically enhance the wood's durability and seal any microscopic gaps. Finally, the external hull of the dhow was often treated with a distinctive brick-red pigment, a traditional finishing technique. This coating was utilized both for aesthetic color and as a highly effective chemical preservative against destructive marine borers and barnacles. The ultimate result of this painstaking labor was a ship that behaved far more like a living organism than a rigid wooden box. When a sewn dhow encountered a violent storm or a massive ocean swell, the hull did not rigidly fight the water. It organically flexed, absorbing the kinetic energy. The coconut coir allowed the wooden planks to shift slightly, dissipating the impact rather than transferring it to a brittle iron nail that might tear through the wood. This structural flexibility was absolutely critical for surviving the grueling, month-long voyages across the open Indian Ocean. Out in the deep water, where the monsoon winds could whip the sea into a towering, chaotic frenzy, A rigid hull would easily snap under the immense torsion. However, a flexible hull was only half of the technological equation required to conquer the maritime Silk Road. The true aerodynamic revolution of the medieval Islamic seafaring tradition was the perfection of the lateen sail, a triangular wind catcher that fundamentally altered the physics of oceanic navigation. While European and Chinese vessels of the era often relied on traditional square sails that hung perpendicular to the deck, the Arab lateen was a fore and aft sail affixed to a massive, sloping yardarm. This long, heavy wooden yard was mounted at its middle to the very top of the mast, angling sharply upward and extending far above the ship. The sail's forward corner was secured near the deck, creating a sweeping, aerodynamic profile that dominated the visual horizon. The lateen sail fundamentally altered the physics of maritime navigation, transforming the ship from a passive object blown by the wind into an active machine that manipulated the atmosphere. A traditional square sail acts effectively as a blunt parachute. It catches the wind directly from behind and pushes the vessel forward through sheer kinetic force. Consequently, a square-rigged ship is largely a helpless prisoner of the wind's specific direction, only able to sail comfortably before the prevailing breeze. The lateen sail, however, functions identically to a modern airplane wing, utilizing the fluid dynamics of the air. When the wind sweeps across the curved, taut surface of the triangular canvas, it generates powerful aerodynamic lift. This low-pressure force literally pulls the ship forward, allowing the vessel to sail efficiently across the wind, or even at a sharp angle directly into it. This unprecedented ability to sail, close to the wind, was the mathematical key that unlocked the global ocean for Islamic merchants. By utilizing the lateen sail, a highly skilled Arab crew could point their dhow within 56 degrees of the oncoming wind, a massive improvement over older square rigs. This maneuver, known as tacking, allowed the ship to zigzag its way forward even when the monsoon was blowing directly against its intended course. It provided a massive strategic and economic advantage over competing merchant fleets. While other ships were forced to wait out unfavorable weather in port, the lateen-rigged dhows could continue to make steady headway, manipulating the physics of the atmosphere to overcome massive geographic barriers. Yet, harnessing this aerodynamic power was a brutal, physically exhausting, and highly dangerous endeavor for the crew. The yardarm required to hold the massive triangular sail was incredibly long and heavy, sometimes composed of two massive tree trunks lashed securely together. When the ship needed to change direction during attack, the crew had to perform a highly coordinated, deadly ballet upon the pitching deck. The massive yard, the heavy canvas sail, and a tangled forest of rigging had to be manually hauled from one side of the mast to the other, fighting the raw force of the wind the entire time. It was backbreaking labor that required immense manpower, strict discipline, and an intimate, instinctive understanding of the vessel's shifting center of gravity. The precise origins of the lateen sail remain a subject of intense historical debate among maritime anthropologists. Compelling evidence suggests its early evolution from the luxel in the Red Sea and Persian Gulf, long before its rapid spread throughout the Mediterranean basin. Regardless of its precise geographic birthplace, it was unequivocally the Arab and Persian sailors who weaponized this specific technology for long-distance, transoceanic commerce. Armed with sewn-plank hulls that could miraculously survive the crushing waves, and triangular sails that could cheat the wind, these mariners completely transformed the Strait of Hormuz. They elevated it from a local waterway into the epicenter of a sprawling, globalized economy, fully ready to dominate the sea. The reality of Sindbad, the merchant adventurer. The cultural memory of this unprecedented maritime explosion has been largely preserved through the romanticized, fantastical myths of the 1001 Nights. The legendary figure of Sindbad the sailor, a wealthy, restless merchant who survives giant birds, sea monsters, and magical islands, serves as the popular, enduring avatar for this era of Islamic seafaring. Yet, the fantastical fiction of Sindbad profoundly obscures a historical reality that was far more terrifying, physically grueling, and economically vital to the medieval world. The true merchant adventurers departing from the Strait of Hormuz did not face mythical beasts. They faced the very real, lethal physics of the medieval ocean. The genuine microhistory of these brave sailors is best captured not in fairy tales, but in the gritty, factual accounts of actual working sea captains. The most vital of these surviving documents is the Kitab Ajib al-Hind, the Book of Wonders of India, compiled in the 10th century by Buzurg ibn Shahryar, a seasoned shipmaster from the Persian province of Khuzestan. Buzurg gathered raw, unvarnished testimonies from the mariners and merchants who somehow survived the brutal voyages to the Malabar coast, Southeast Asia, and Tang, China. His compilation serves as a visceral, terrifying logbook of medieval seafaring, detailing the horrific daily risks that accompanied the desperate pursuit of vast fortunes. Catastrophic shipwreck was a constant, haunting probability that shadowed every single voyage departing from the Gulf. The Indian Ocean's monsoon system, while predictable in its broad seasonal shifts, was notoriously volatile and deadly on a daily basis. Buzurg meticulously records a harrowing account of an anonymous merchant who barely survived a disastrous, fleet-destroying storm in 919 CE. A fleet of 3 massive, heavily laden ships, carrying over 1,200 men, had made a miraculously swift 11-day crossing from the Persian Gulf directly to the coast of India. Just as the exhausted crew began to celebrate their imminent, safe landfall, violent, unpredictable winds tore down mercilessly from the towering Indian mountains. The sudden, shrieking gale instantly overwhelmed the massive lateen sails, snapping the thick coir rigging and plunging the entire fleet into a chaotic nightmare of rain, thunder, and crushing waves. The ships, unable to tack away from the rocky coast in time, were completely destroyed, scattering the few survivors into the boiling surf. Such massive losses of life and capital were not anomalies. They were an accepted, calculated cost of doing business on the maritime Silk Road. Even when the weather held perfectly fair, the biological realities of a medieval sea voyage were incredibly grim and often fatal. Months spent isolated on the open water entirely separated crews from fresh provisions, leading directly to horrific, agonizing dietary diseases. While the medical history of scurvy is often erroneously credited to later European explorers like James Cook, medieval Arabic and European texts clearly document the devastation of extreme vitamin C deficiency in the Indian Ocean. The physical toll of charting these transoceanic routes was paid extensively in the blood and rotting flesh of anonymous deckhands. Sailors suffering from advanced scurvy experienced unimaginable physical decay as their bodies literally began to unknit themselves at the cellular level. Their gums rapidly succumbed to black gangrene, their old, healed wounds spontaneously tore open, and their teeth literally fell out of their skulls as they wasted away below decks. Ancient Greek physicians accompanying Alexander the Great's Admiral Nearchus down the Indus River noted these exact symptoms, establishing a continuous, horrifying lineage of maritime suffering that extended straight through the Islamic Golden Age. Simply gargling with a tiny amount of citrus juice could reverse the decay, but on a ship becalmed in the doldrums for weeks, such remedies were impossible luxuries. If a desperate crew somehow survived the crushing storms and the rotting effects of scurvy, they still had to navigate the omnipresent, terrifying threat of maritime piracy. The geographic choke points of the Indian Ocean, from the narrow Strait of Hormuz to the vital Malacca Strait, were prime, lucrative hunting grounds for organized maritime predators. A heavily laden dhow, sitting dangerously low in the water under the massive weight of bulk spices or precious metals, was a highly vulnerable, irresistible target for swift pirate skiffs. The merchant captains had to be as much ruthless military commanders as they were skilled navigators. They constantly scanned the horizon for hostile sails and maintained disciplined, heavily armed crews ready to brutally repel boarders in bloody, hand-to-hand deck combat. Given these immense, life-threatening perils, one must ask what underlying force drove thousands of men to board these stitched-together wooden boats year after year. The answer is found directly in the sheer, staggering scale of the economic profit available to those who survived. A single successful round-trip voyage from the port of Basra to Guangzhou and back could generate vast wealth that completely defied normal comprehension. It could permanently elevate a struggling merchant from the working class directly into the highest echelons of the aristocracy, allowing them to purchase sprawling estates and political influence. The trade network was a massive, transcontinental arbitrage machine, perfectly connecting the raw resources of the Islamic world with the unparalleled manufacturing capacity of Tang Dynasty China. The specific goods exchanged across this maritime highway underscore the incredible sophistication of medieval consumer demand. Arab and Persian merchants aggressively exported raw materials and highly specific luxury goods to the east, seeking to balance the massive trade deficit. The exchange of commodities operated on a highly structured, predictable basis. Exports to China. Merchants shipped enormous quantities of raw ivory from East Africa, fragrant frankincense from Oman, refined rose water, flawless pearls from the Gulf, and highly prized mineral pigments. Imports from China. The returning dhows were heavily ballasted with manufactured goods, primarily highly sought-after silk textiles, bulk spices like cinnamon, clove, and nutmeg from Southeast Asia, and massive quantities of exquisite Chinese ceramics. Financial instruments. To manage this immense wealth, sophisticated Jewish and Muslim merchant bankers in Iraq issued letters of credit and managed state tax revenues to finance further maritime expeditions. The booming trade in ceramics, in particular, perfectly illustrates the profound macrohistorical interconnectedness of the medieval era. The famous blue and white porcelain of China, long considered the ultimate hallmark of East Asian artistry, was actually the direct product of a hybridized, globalized supply chain. The brilliant blue pigment that defined the iconic style was not native to China at all. It was derived from Persian cobalt, a rare, highly valued mineral mined deep in the mountains near Kashan in the Middle East. Enterprising Muslim merchants transported this heavy cobalt across the entire Indian Ocean to the smoky kilns of China. Once the cobalt arrived in cities like Guangzhou or Quanzhou, highly skilled Chinese craftsmen fired it into exquisite porcelain bowls, deliberately adorning them with Islamic-inspired geometric motifs and Arabic calligraphy designed to appeal to foreign buyers. These finished, customized luxury goods were then carefully packed back onto Arab dhows and sailed thousands of miles back to the Abbasid Caliphate. Upon arriving in Basra, they were sold at astronomical, wealth-generating markups to the discerning elites of Baghdad, completing a truly global economic loop. The physical, indisputable proof of this incredible volume of transoceanic trade lies scattered at the bottom of the sea. In 1998, local fishermen diving off the coast of Belitung Island in Indonesia discovered the perfectly preserved wreck of a 9th-century Arab dhow. The ship, built entirely without iron nails and stitched together with hibiscus and coconut coir, was returning from Tang, China, likely bound for the distant Persian Gulf port of Basra. The meticulous archaeological excavation of the Belitung wreck revealed a cargo that staggered modern historians and completely rewrote the timeline of global trade. The small, 18-meter wooden vessel was carrying an unbelievable cargo of between 60,000 and 70,000 individual pieces of Tang Dynasty ceramics. The logistics of this specific cargo highlight the highly advanced, sophisticated commercial practices of the medieval merchant network. To protect their fragile investment from the violent pitching of the sea, the merchants tightly packed the ceramic bowls inside massive, heavy storage jars, nesting up to 150 individual pieces in a single container tightly cushioned by organic wadding. Alongside the ceramics, the doomed ship held solid gold cups, intricately carved silver boxes tailored specifically for the Middle Eastern market, and bulk agricultural goods like raw star anise. The Beilitung wreck is not merely a sunken boat. It is a frozen, tragic snapshot of a highly capitalized, multinational corporate venture. It is the physical manifestation of the historical Sindbad, proving that the myths were grounded in an astonishing economic reality. These merchants operated within a highly organized, state-sanctioned financial system that rivaled modern corporate structures. In both the Abbasid Empire and Tang China, the governments explicitly recognized the vital importance of this maritime trade and sought aggressively to tax, regulate, and protect it. The Tang dynasty established strict maritime customs offices in coastal ports like Guangzhou, attempting to manage the massive influx of foreign wealth while simultaneously deploying naval assets to suppress rampant piracy. Conversely, when political instability or violent rebellion rocked either end of the trade route, the economic shockwaves rippled immediately across the entire Indian Ocean. The devastating sack of Guangzhou by Chinese rebels in 879 CE, or the massively destructive Zanj slave revolts in the port of Basra, caused instant, catastrophic disruptions to global supply chains. The fortunes of vast empires were inextricably lashed to the wooden masts of the merchant dhows. This intricate, globe-spanning web of trade, driven entirely by the brave merchants who dared to translate the monsoon winds into physical momentum, created a world that was intimately connected long before the age of European global dominance. The sailors departing from the Strait of Hormuz did not view the terrifying ocean as an impassable barrier. They viewed it as a seasonal, highly lucrative highway. Through their absolute mastery of sewn-plank geometry, aerodynamic sails, and atmospheric physics, they conquered the vast, lethal distances of the East, stitching together a civilization of unprecedented wealth and cultural exchange. Conclusion. The history of the Strait of Hormuz and the Indian Ocean monsoon is a profound testament to the sheer ingenuity and resilience of the medieval maritime spirit. Long before European caravels breached the waters of the East, a sprawling, highly sophisticated network of international trade already thrived beneath the predictable rhythms of the sky. The Arab and Persian sailors who navigated this dangerous world did not rely on brute, unthinking force. They succeeded through a profound, symbiotic understanding of their physical environment. They built ingenious ships that flexed organically with the crushing waves, wove aerodynamic sails that cheated the opposing winds, and surrendered their very lives to the biannual breathing of the Asian continent. This was a brutal era defined simultaneously by extreme physical danger and unparalleled economic reward. The men who sailed from the bustling ports of Basra and Suraf faced the horrific, bodily realities of scurvy, the constant threat of violent piracy, and the terrifying prospect of sudden shipwrecks, yet they continued to launch their stitched dhows into the dark abyss. Their incredible physical courage was the vital catalyst that transformed local, coastal trading into a transoceanic macroeconomy, permanently linking the raw materials of Africa and Arabia with the massive kilns and looms of Tang China. They carried precious Persian cobalt to Eastern factories and returned with tens of thousands of porcelain bowls, creating a truly globalized supply chain that elevated the standard of living for entire empires. Ultimately, the mastery of the monsoon winds represents one of the greatest technological and economic leaps in the history of human connectivity. The Strait of Hormuz served as the indispensable launchpad for a civilization that Chapter 6, the Golden Kingdom of Ormus. There are specific places on the surface of the Earth where geography does not merely shape human history, but compresses it into a diamond-hard point. The Strait of Hormuz is one of these extraordinary geographic anomalies. Positioned between the jagged, sun-baked mountains of southern Persia and the arid deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, the waters of the Persian Gulf narrow into a suffocatingly tight maritime corridor. To monopolize this specific stretch of water is to hold the economic jugular of two entirely different worlds. For centuries, this narrow gate was the absolute center of global wealth, brokering the immense riches of the Indian Ocean with the insatiable appetites of the Mediterranean and the Near East. To understand the Kingdom of Hormuz during its medieval zenith is to understand a society built entirely on audacity and maritime extortion. It was a kingdom that defied every natural law of human settlement and agricultural survival. Unlike the great agrarian empires of Europe or China, which derived their power from fertile soil and massive peasant populations, Hormuz harvested nothing but the sea and the merchant traffic that was forced to sail upon it. The kingdom imported its food, its water, its timber, and its citizens, transforming a barren, hostile environment into the most lucrative trade hub on the planet. By translating geographic desperation into economic leverage, the rulers of Hormuz engineered a mercantile phenomenon that would eventually serve as the exact blueprint for the globalized, maritime empires of the modern age. The island city became an indispensable node in the macro-historical web of exchange. It was a place where physical survival was completely dependent on the continuous flow of luxury goods. If the winds stopped blowing, or if the merchant fleets diverted their courses, the kingdom would quite literally starve to death within a matter of weeks. This absolute reliance on external trade birthed a society of radical pragmatism. The rulers of Hormuz could not afford the luxury of religious zealotry or ethnic discrimination, because bigotry is inherently bad for business. Instead, they cultivated an environment of extreme tolerance, creating a safe harbor for the capital of the known world. Through a combination of ruthless taxation, brilliant logistical engineering, and unparalleled mercantile diplomacy, the barren rock of Hormuz transformed into the undisputed golden kingdom of the medieval age. The barren hub, the irony of geography. The story of the golden age of Hormuz begins with a desperate flight from total annihilation. For generations, the original city of Hormuz, often referred to in the historical record as Old Hormuz, was situated on the mainland of the Persian coast, near the delta of the Minab River. It was a highly prosperous, well-irrigated coastal city, sustained by subterranean water channels known as qanats, and surrounded by lush date palm groves and vast agricultural fields. The mainland city possessed all the traditional requirements for medieval urban survival: a steady supply of fresh water, arable land, and a defensible coastal position. However, mainland wealth inevitably attracts mainland violence, and the geography of Persia was undergoing a catastrophic geopolitical shift. By the late 13th century, the crumbling stability of the regional powers opened the door to devastating, repeated raids by Chagatai Mongol horsemen and aggressive Turkic tribes. These brutal, highly mobile incursions threatened to completely extinguish the coastal mercantile economy. The Mongol cavalry could easily sweep down from the interior plateau, pillage the coastal warehouses, and retreat before any organized defense could be mounted. Faced with the imminent destruction of his kingdom and the slaughter of his merchant class, the 15th king of Hormuz, Emir Baha al-Din Ayaz, executed one of the most audacious logistical maneuvers in medieval history. Around the year 1300, he decided to completely abandon the fertile mainland city, moving his entire population, their accumulated wealth, and their mercantile operations out into the open sea. Ayaz purchased the island of Gerun from the neighboring rulers of Fars and systematically relocated the kingdom to this isolated rock. The island, situated roughly 6 kilometers from the mainland coast, would eventually drop the name Geran and adopt the name of the exiled capital, becoming New Hormuz. The irony of this geographic relocation is difficult to overstate. As a location for a global capital, Geran was an absolute nightmare of natural hostility. The island was essentially a volcanic salt dome, entirely devoid of fresh water, possessing no arable soil, and completely lacking in natural vegetation. In the summer months, the ambient heat on the island reached lethal extremes, magnified by the blinding reflection of the sun off the crystalline salt mountains. The environmental conditions were so severe that early European friars and travelers routinely described the island as a literal hellscape, fundamentally unfit for human habitation. Yet, the island offered one singular, overriding advantage that outweighed its hellish climate. It was completely safe from the marauding Mongol cavalry. By surrounding his capital with a moat of deep, turbulent seawater, the king traded agricultural security for absolute geographic defensibility. The Mongols were masters of the Eurasian steppe, but they possessed no maritime tradition and could not project their military power across the channel. On the barren rock of Geran, the merchants of Hormuz were finally safe to accumulate wealth without the constant fear of terrestrial invasion. Surviving on this barren hub required an astonishing, daily logistical miracle. Because the island could not sustain human life on its own, every single calorie and every drop of moisture required to keep the population alive had to be imported by boat. The administration funded the construction of massive artificial cisterns and reservoirs within the city walls, designed to catch and store the meager, unpredictable seasonal rainfall. However, rainwater alone was vastly insufficient for a booming, wealthy metropolis. The bulk of the city's drinking water was imported daily from the mainland and the neighboring island of Keshem. Armadas of small, specialized transport boats crossed the strait continuously, crewed by laborers who carried fresh water in large kerbad, massive, watertight leather bottles. These heavy leather sacks were filled at mainland streams, hauled onto the decks of the transport boats, shipped across the channel, and carried on the backs of laborers directly into the city's bustling bazaars. Food followed the exact same precarious, highly vulnerable maritime supply chain. The poorer islanders relied almost exclusively on diets of salted fish caught in the local waters and preserved dates shipped in from the groves of Basra and Oman. Grains, barley, and luxury foods for the ruling classes were imported at great expense from the deep interior of Persia and the agricultural heartlands of India. The kingdom was essentially a massive, artificial life support system, funded entirely by the relentless taxation of passing merchant vessels. To survive the lethal summer heat, the citizens developed brilliant, passive architectural adaptations, most notably the badger. A badger is an ancient, highly effective windcatcher, a tall, adobe brick tower built with vertical vents designed to capture the slightest itinerant breeze and funnel it down into the living spaces. These towers actively drew hot air out of the subterranean water reservoirs, causing evaporative cooling that passively chilled the air before it circulated through the wealthy merchant estates. The skyline of Hormuz was dominated by these towering windcatchers, standing as monuments to human adaptation in a hostile climate. Even with these ingenious cooling towers, the summer climate was so oppressive that a massive seasonal migration became an economic necessity. During the peak summer months, much of the wealthy elite and the upper merchant class abandoned the island entirely, retreating to the shaded, cooler date plantations of the mainland coast. Only the laborers, the military garrison, and those strictly required to maintain the continuous flow of the docks remained behind to endure the scorching winds. The fact that an entire civilization was willing to endure this logistical tightrope, importing leather bottles of water just to survive another day, perfectly illustrates the staggering wealth generated by monopolizing the trade routes of the East. The Venice of the East, the polyglot bazaar. To offset the massive costs of their artificial survival, The kings of Hormuz engineered an economic machine of unparalleled efficiency. Hormuz functioned as the ultimate medieval entrepôt, a massive, highly secure, duty-free warehouse where the goods of the world could be deposited, taxed, traded, and re-embarked. By the early 16th century, historical demographers estimate that this barren salt rock supported a staggering population of nearly 50,000 inhabitants. This demographic explosion was fueled entirely by the kingdom's flexible customs policies, which actively encouraged free trade and fiercely protected the assets of foreign merchants. The defining characteristic of Hormuz was its transformation into a strictly polyglot environment, a dynamic, overlapping society where dozens of languages, faiths, and ethnicities mingled in pursuit of profit. The bazaars were filled with Arab navigators, Persian silk brokers, Indian Banians from Gujarat, Armenian Christian financiers, Jewish merchants, and eventually European explorers. However, this legendary religious and cultural tolerance was not born of any moral enlightenment. It was a cold, hard, economic necessity designed to maximize the flow of international capital. The Hormuzi princes recognized a fundamental law of commerce. Capital is inherently cowardly, and it immediately flees from religious persecution and political instability. Therefore, the administration strictly refused to meddle in the personal beliefs of its inhabitants, allowing complete cultural free will and legal autonomy for minority merchant groups. The state even went so far as to have the ruling Sunni princes actively participate in the sacred ceremonies of different confessions as a highly visible public demonstration of hospitality and respect. If the king of Hormuz wished to attract the wealth of the globe to a barren island with no water, he had to offer an environment of absolute physical and financial security for anyone willing to make the journey. The Jesuit priest Father Gaspar Barzius, observing the city's astonishing diversity, recorded the daily rhythm of this mandated tolerance. He noted with awe that God was celebrated 4 times a week in the city, without conflict or sectarian violence. The Hindus worshipped and conducted their rituals on Monday. The Muslims gathered for communal prayer on Friday. The Jewish community observed the Sabbath on Saturday, and the Christians held their Mass on Sunday. This enforced harmony was the foundational bedrock of the city's economic supremacy. This environment of absolute security allowed the bazaars of Hormuz to broker a staggering array of global commodities. The physical reality of the marketplace was an overwhelming assault on the senses, where the raw, exotic materials of the Far East met the high-paying demands of the West. To organize this glorious chaos, the administration levied precise customs duties on specific goods, funneling endless streams of the dirham, a standard silver coin of the medieval Islamic world, directly into the royal treasury. The flow of commodities through the entrepôt featured distinct economic arteries. Indian black pepper, Indonesian nutmeg, cloves, and Sri Lankan cinnamon arrived on the reliable monsoon winds, destined for European and Leviathan markets. The kingdom aggressively brokered the sale of spherical pearls from the Persian Gulf, alongside raw silk from the Persian interior. Massive Chinese junks delivered fine porcelain and silk, trading them for Middle Eastern aromatics, frankincense, and precious metals. Perhaps the most lucrative trade of all was the mass export of Arabian and Persian warhorses across the sea to the land-based military empires of India. The great empires of the Indian subcontinent, such as the Deccan Sultanates and the Vijayanagara Empire, critically lacked the arid climate and specific pasture land necessary to breed high-quality cavalry horses locally. For these empires, the warhorse was the fundamental technology of military survival. Indian kings were willing to pay exorbitant prices for purebred cavalry animals. Hormuz acted as the central, unavoidable funnel for this vital equine pipeline. Nomadic Bedouins and Persian breeders would drive their herds to the coast, where brokers would purchase them and load them onto specialized ships bound for Indian ports. The profit margins were astronomical. A single high-quality warhorse could sometimes fetch prices between 400 and 2,000 gold ducats. The demand was so fierce that Indian potentates famously paid the Hormuzi merchants in full for horses that perished during the sea crossing, absorbing all the maritime risk themselves. The only requirement for this insurance payout was that the trader had to produce the dead animal's severed tail upon arrival in India. The rulers of Hormuz heavily incentivized this specific trade to ensure their monopoly remained unbroken. They offered massive tax exemptions to merchants. Any ship leaving the island with at least 10 horses aboard was frequently exempted from paying customs duties on all of its other diverse merchandise. Through this brilliant, ruthless manipulation of supply and demand, the barren hub dictated the military balance of power across an entire subcontinent. The Venetian witness, Marco Polo's descent. To truly grasp the overwhelming scale of this maritime wealth, we must ground the macro-history of Hormuz in the tangible dataset of the medieval travelogue. In the late 13th century, just prior to the kingdom's physical relocation to the island of Geran, the famous Venetian merchant Marco Polo arrived at the mainland port of Old Hormuz. Polo visited the city twice, recording his acute observations in his legendary manuscript. Coming from Venice, a city that had essentially invented the concept of the European maritime monopoly, Polo was a man intimately familiar with wealth. Yet, his arrival in Hormuz left him in a state of absolute astonishment. He meticulously catalogued the great harbor, noting that merchants arrived from India with massive ships groaning under the weight of priceless cargo. Precious stones, perfectly round pearls, heavy cloths of silk and spun gold, carved elephant tusks, and endless, fragrant mountains of spices. However, Polo's professional admiration was matched only by his absolute terror at its physical environment. He experienced firsthand the brutal reality of the Persian Gulf climate, discovering rapidly that it was one of the hottest, most hostile places on Earth. He documented the agonizing Samum, a scorching, suffocating thermal wind that occasionally suffocated entire armies caught in the open. According to Polo's journals, the summer heat was so intolerable that the native inhabitants were forced to routinely plunge themselves into cool water up to their necks. They would remain fully submerged for hours in local rivers and artificial pools until the blistering winds finally subsided. While the climate horrified the Venetian, it was the local maritime engineering that filled him with true existential dread. Seeking to secure passage to China, Polo inspected the local merchant fleet. What he saw violated every established rule of European shipwright techniques. The Arabian and Persian ships dominating the harbor were stitched-hull vessels, a specialized nautical construction where the wooden planks of a boat are physically sewn together with rope, rather than being fastened with iron nails. To a Venetian accustomed to heavy, rigid, iron-bolted galleys, these flexible Eastern vessels appeared to be suicidal death traps. Polo recorded his detailed observations: the absence of iron fastenings, the use of coconut coir twine to stitch planks together, and the lack of waterproof pitch, with shipwrights instead using foul-smelling fish oil to seal the seams. Polo bluntly concluded that traveling in such primitive ships was a highly perilous business, noting that they frequently foundered in storms. Terrified by the prospect of trusting his life to a boat tied together with coconut string, Polo ultimately aborted his maritime plans and chose instead to undertake the grueling, multi-year overland journey through the heart of the Asian continent to reach China. Yet in his terror, Polo entirely missed the brilliant logic of the design. The shipwrights of the Persian Gulf did not use coir twine out of ignorance. They used it out of environmental necessity. In highly saline, warm waters, rigid iron nails would rapidly corrode and fracture the wooden planks. Coir twine, remarkably, hardens and swells when exposed to salt water, creating a naturally watertight, corrosion-proof seal. Furthermore, the treacherous coral reefs and shifting sandbars required a hull that could flex and bend upon sudden impact. A rigid, iron-nailed Venetian galley would instantly shatter its keel if it struck a hidden reef. Conversely, a stitched boat could absorb a massive strike, flexing dynamically at the seams without splintering. It was precisely these stitched ships that successfully carried the thousands of heavy war horses and mountains of spices across the violent monsoon winds. These flexible, bizarre vessels were the technological engines of the entrepot, moving wealth on a scale that medieval Europe could scarcely comprehend. Conclusion: the blueprint of empire. The Golden Kingdom of Hormuz eventually collapsed under the weight of changing global paradigms and the arrival of aggressive, heavily armed European maritime powers. In the year 1507, the Portuguese naval commander Afonso de Albuquerque arrived off the coast with a fleet of heavy, cannon-bearing galleys. Recognizing immediately that whoever held the island of Hormuz held the master key to the entire Asian spice trade, the Portuguese battered the island into violent submission, initiating over a century of harsh European occupation. The Portuguese did not attempt to reinvent the trade networks. Instead, they built a massive stone fortress, effectively hijacking the brilliant economic machine that the Arab and Persian princes had spent centuries perfecting. They usurped the customs houses, redirected the flow of the currency, and attempted to monopolize the horse trade to India. Yet, the Portuguese did not invent the concept of the maritime monopoly. They simply inherited it from the visionary masters of Geran. The true legacy of Hormuz lies in its demonstration of how human ingenuity can overcome absolute geographic hostility. By transforming a waterless, blistering salt dome into the wealthiest, most cosmopolitan market in the medieval world, the Kingdom of Hormuz proved that capital and tolerance can conquer any landscape. They established a universal truth of global trade that remains relevant to this day. Whoever controls the physical chokepoint of the map ultimately controls the wealth of the world. Chapter 7: Blood, Pepper, and the Portuguese. The scent of the 16th century Indian Ocean was defined not merely by the exotic fragrances of clove, nutmeg, and cinnamon, but by the sharp, metallic tang of blood and burning powder. For centuries, the maritime networks connecting the Malabar coast to the Mediterranean were a relatively stable, open ecosystem of mercantile exchange. This ancient system was violently upended at the close of the 15th century by an aggressive, heavily armed European intrusion. The arrival of Portuguese vessels in these waters was not an exploratory handshake, but a calculated, heavily armed home invasion. This European incursion was driven by an insatiable hunger for spices, primarily black pepper, which had become the supreme commodity of the late medieval world. Pepper was a crucial preservative, a medicinal staple, and a profound status symbol across the European continent. Yet, the producers of this black gold in India and the eager consumers in Europe were separated by an immense, complex chain of geographical intermediaries. This supply chain was jealously guarded, fiercely monopolized, and aggressively taxed at every conceivable chokepoint. To understand the sheer ferocity of the impending conflict, one must examine the economic dataset that dictated human behavior in this era. The price of pepper did not merely increase as it moved westward. It compounded exponentially, enriching every middleman along the route. The European realization of this immense wealth disparity fueled a geopolitical desperation that would change the world. This desperation birthed a new, ruthless maritime strategy that would irrevocably alter the balance of global power. The Vasco disruption, the global bypass. Before 1498, the global spice trade was tightly strangled by a formidable Venetian Mamluk Ottoman monopoly. The Marikar merchants of Kerala and the Bania merchants of Gujarat controlled the initial acquisition of pepper and textiles on the Indian subcontinent. These goods were transported across the Arabian Sea by Yemeni traders, who unloaded their lucrative cargo at Red Sea ports like Jeddah. From there, the spices moved overland via camel caravans through the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt to the bustling markets of Alexandria. Alexandria served as the ultimate wholesale market for the Republic of Venice, the undisputed commercial superpower of Europe. From the 11th to the 15th centuries, the Italian maritime republics, primarily Venice and Genoa, held a virtually unshakable monopoly on the distribution of Asian spices. The Venetians dictated the final market terms, artificially inflating prices and accumulating unimaginable wealth for their lagoon city. This Mediterranean chokehold drained the treasuries of Western Europe, prompting ambitious, peripheral monarchs to seek an alternative route. The economic mathematics of this monopoly were staggering and fundamentally unsustainable for nations like Portugal. The journey of a single sack of pepper illustrates the massive wealth generated by this geographical bottleneck. Consider the recorded price escalations of pepper during this period, which dictated the economic policies of empires. In the primary markets of Calicut, a unit of pepper could be purchased for a mere 4.64 ducats. By the time that same pepper reached the Mamluk hub of Alexandria, the price had surged to 25 ducats, heavily enriching the Egyptian intermediaries. Venetian merchants purchased this stock and transported it across the Mediterranean, selling it in the markets of Venice for an inflated 56 ducats. When the pepper finally reached a distant, peripheral capital like Lisbon, the price had skyrocketed to a prohibitive 80 ducats. This compounding extortion made the Kingdom of Portugal desperate to find a direct sea route to India. Their explicit goal was to cut out the Islamic and Italian middlemen entirely, retaining the entirety of the profit margin for the Portuguese crown. The turning point arrived in 1498, when Vasco da Gama successfully navigated the treacherous Cape of Good Hope and dropped anchor off the coast of Calicut. This was not merely an act of geographic exploration. It was a deliberate economic assault meant to bypass the traditional arbiters of global wealth. The macro-historical shockwave of da Gama's arrival cannot be overstated in its severity. The European realization that they could sail directly to the Indian Ocean instantly collapsed the conceptual distance between East and West. By entirely circumventing the Mamluk toll booths and the Venetian merchant fleets, Portugal threatened to bankrupt the most powerful economies of the Mediterranean. The Portuguese were no longer forced to pay 80 ducats for pepper. They could buy it at the source for fewer than 5. The established Mediterranean powers reacted with predictable panic, diplomatic scrambling, and outright hostility. The Mamluk Sultan, Kansa al-Ghuri, watched his primary source of public revenue evaporate as Portuguese piracy disrupted the Red Sea flow. In response, the Sultan demanded higher prices from the Venetians for his dwindling spice supplies. He even went so far as to threaten the Venetian Doge that he would halt Christian pilgrimages to Jerusalem if his revenues were not restored. The Venetians, equally terrified by the Portuguese incursions, attempted to salvage their collapsing economy through urgent diplomacy. In 1503, the Venetian ambassador Benedetto Sanudo was dispatched on a crucial embassy to Cairo to renegotiate trade treaties with the Mamluk Sultan. At the same time, commercial conglomerates like the Fugger-Foscari Partnership found themselves holding immense amounts of copper that they could no longer trade profitably for spices. The European financial markets were entirely upended by the sudden shift in global logistics. Realizing that diplomacy could not stop the Portuguese caravels, the Venetians covertly supplied the Mamluks with timber and artillery. Their goal was to help the Egyptians build a fleet capable of defending the old trade routes from the European upstarts. The Portuguese, however, were not interested in fair competition or peaceful coexistence in these newly accessed waters. The early expeditions, including da Gama's second voyage in 1502, established a terrifying precedent of unapologetic maritime violence. Da Gama deliberately intercepted the Mary, an unarmed Muslim pilgrim ship returning from Mecca. He callously locked its 300 passengers below decks and set the vessel ablaze in a calculated act of mass murder. This atrocity was a clear, unambiguous signal to the merchants of the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese intended to monopolize the trade through absolute, unrestrained terror. To enforce this new reality, the Portuguese crown realized that mere coastal raiding was strategically insufficient. To truly control the flow of global commerce, they needed to physically choke the oceans at their narrowest points. The realization that maritime trade was fundamentally dependent on geographical bottlenecks placed an immediate target on the traditional straits of the East. The most critical of these targets was the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow, vital throat of the Persian Gulf. Albuquerque's iron fist, the strategy of chokepoints. The man tasked with transforming this ambitious geopolitical theory into an ironclad reality was Afonso de Albuquerque. Appointed as the governor of the Estado de India, the Portuguese Eastern Empire, a network of fortified coastal nodes, Albuquerque was both a military visionary and an utterly ruthless imperial architect. He understood that the Portuguese could never conquer the vast inland empires of Asia due to their severe lack of domestic manpower. Instead, his grand blueprint relied on leveraging absolute naval superiority to dominate the water itself. Albuquerque recognized that the vast, seemingly open expanse of the Indian Ocean was, in reality, a closed system governed by a few distinct geographical doors. If Portugal could capture and heavily fortify these doors, they could dictate the terms of global trade without needing to hold a single acre of inland territory. He presented King Manuel I with a highly specific, strategic blueprint designed to systematically lock the Indian Ocean. By executing this plan, he intended to simultaneously enrich Portugal and bankrupt the Muslim world. Albuquerque's grand strategy targeted three specific, non-negotiable geographic chokepoints. Malacca, the gateway to the Far East, controlling the flow of goods, particularly porcelain, nutmeg, and silk, from China and the Spice Islands into the Indian Ocean. Aden, the narrow entrance to the Red Sea, which would physically block the flow of spices to Alexandria, starving the Mamluk Sultanate and the Venetian Republic of their wealth. Hormuz, the entrance to the Persian Gulf, choking off the lucrative overland caravan routes that supplied the Middle Eastern heartlands via Beirut and Basra. This audacious strategy relied entirely on a massive, unprecedented disparity in maritime technology. The Portuguese did not sail into the Indian Ocean with diplomatic envoys. They arrived in the Carrack, a massive armed merchant ship designed equally for heavy cargo capacity and brutal oceanic warfare. The Carrack was a technological hybrid, combining the sturdy square rigging of Atlantic cogs with the agile lateen sails of the Mediterranean. This allowed it to navigate treacherous ocean swells while carrying immense, unprecedented weight. More importantly, these towering ships featured high fore and aft castles, effectively serving as floating, mobile fortresses that could dominate smaller vessels. The local vessels of the Indian Ocean, conversely, were designed for a peaceful, predictable trade environment governed by seasonal monsoon winds. The traditional Arab dhow was an advanced, highly efficient wooden ship, but it was fundamentally a merchant vessel, not a machine of war. These dhows were constructed from durable Indian teak, but their hulls were famously stitched together with coir rope rather than being fastened with iron nails. This stitched construction made them flexible and resilient when navigating dangerous coral reefs. However, this exact same flexibility made them utterly defenseless against the kinetic impact of heavy European artillery. The true differentiator between the two maritime cultures was advanced metallurgy and gunpowder. The Portuguese carracks were floating gun platforms, bristling with heavy bronze cannons that had been perfected during decades of relentless European warfare. The Portuguese utilized a devastating combination of heavy, muzzle-loading culverins designed to smash wooden hulls from a distance. They supplemented these with smaller, breech-loading swivel guns mounted on the ship's rails, loaded with pre-prepared gunpowder mugs, designed to slaughter enemy boarding parties. When these ships deployed a broadside, a synchronized blast of cannons fired simultaneously from one side of the vessel. The concussive force could disintegrate a traditional dhow in seconds. The technological disparities between the two forces were absolute, unforgiving, and explicitly favored the Europeans. Hull construction. Portuguese carracks utilized thick, overlapping oak planks fastened with heavy iron nails to absorb artillery fire. Arab dhows utilized thin, stitched teak planks that shattered instantly upon any kinetic impact. Armament. Portuguese vessels carried heavy, cast bronze cannons capable of firing massive iron shot across great distances. Indian Ocean merchant fleets relied primarily on archers, boarding parties, and small, rudimentary firearms. Combat doctrine. The Portuguese fought to sink ships at a distance using sustained artillery barrages. The traditional Indian Ocean tactic relied on closing the distance quickly, grappling, and fighting hand-to-hand on the decks. When Albuquerque arrived at the Strait of Hormuz in September 1507, he brought this technological nightmare directly to the doorstep of the Persian Gulf. Hormuz was an island city of fabulous wealth, serving as the central, indispensable clearinghouse for the region's trade. The city had originally been located on the mainland, but around 1300, it was moved to the island of Gerun to escape the devastating attacks of the Tartars. Despite being situated on a barren, waterless rock, the city thrived purely on customs duties, collecting immense taxes on the spices, silks, and pearls that flowed through its harbor. Albuquerque arrived at this bustling metropolis with a mere 6 ships and fewer than 500 men. He found himself facing a local defense force commanded by the Bengali eunuch Khwaja, boasting tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of armed merchant vessels. To the confident defenders of Hormuz, the small Portuguese fleet must have looked like an insignificant, suicidal nuisance. The ruler of Hormuz, secure in his overwhelming numerical superiority, ordered his massive armada of dhows to surround and crush the intruders. He did not realize that the fundamental rules of naval warfare had permanently changed. Albuquerque did not attempt to board the enemy ships, nor did he engage in traditional hand-to-hand combat. He simply dropped his heavy anchors, opened his gun ports, and unleashed hell upon the crowded harbor. The resulting battle was less a military contest than an industrial slaughter. The heavy Portuguese bronze cannons tore through the densely packed flotilla of Hormuz, turning the stitched dhows into clouds of flying splinters and red mist. Because the local ships had no heavy artillery to return fire, the Portuguese gunners were able to systematically bombard the fleet and the coastal defenses with near impunity. Within hours, the pristine, azure waters of the Persian Gulf were choked with sinking ships, burning wreckage, and the bodies of thousands of defenders. This initial dataset of technological shock proved that numerical superiority was rendered entirely irrelevant by advanced metallurgy and gunpowder. Albuquerque's iron fist had smashed the local naval power, forcing the terrified ruler of Hormuz to immediately capitulate and swear fealty to King Manuel I. The Portuguese had seized the third, vital door of the Indian Ocean. However, taking the island was only the first step. To permanently control the strait, Albuquerque knew he had to physically anchor his presence in stone. The fortress and the terror, the New World Order. The immediate aftermath of the naval bombardment of Hormuz was characterized by a systematic, deliberate campaign of psychological warfare. Albuquerque understood that his tiny garrison could not hold an island of thousands of hostile inhabitants through goodwill or mutual respect. He deliberately cultivated a reputation for terrifying, unpredictable violence to force the local population into total, paralyzed submission. The Portuguese did not view the Muslims of the Persian Gulf as noble adversaries. They viewed them as economic obstacles and religious enemies to be aggressively subjugated. To ensure the surrender held, Albuquerque resorted to grotesque, highly visible physical mutilations. When local sailors, merchants, or soldiers were captured attempting to resist or smuggle goods past the Portuguese blockade, they were subjected to calculated atrocities. Albuquerque ordered the systematic amputation of his captives' right hands, noses, and ears. These mutilated men were then sent back into the city of Hormuz as walking, bleeding billboards of European wrath. This specific tactic of rhinotomy, the surgical cutting off of noses, was a highly deliberate choice of psychological terror. It permanently marked the victims as defeated, stripping them of their dignity and constantly reminding the populace of the horrific consequences of defying the Estado de India. Albuquerque's use of mutilation was not an act of blind, impassioned rage. It was a cold, calculated dataset of deterrence. By inflicting such visible, irreversible physical trauma, he ensured that the mere mention of the Portuguese name would induce panic across the Persian Gulf. With the population thoroughly terrified, Albuquerque demanded immediate, exorbitant tribute and forced the local ruler to sign a humiliating treaty of vassalage. More critically, he forced the local laborers to begin construction on a massive stone fortification on the northern promontory of the island. Initially named the Fort of Our Lady of Victory, the structure was designed to overlook the harbor and the strategic strait, physically projecting European power over the vital shipping lanes. The construction of the fortress was grueling, leading to a bitter, near-fatal mutiny among Albuquerque's own exhausted officers in January 1508. Disgusted by the heavy labor, the lack of supplies, and the brutal heat of the Persian Gulf, several captains abandoned Albuquerque. They sailed back to India, forcing the governor to temporarily abandon the island and retreat to the base at Socotra to resupply. However, the strategic imperative of holding Hormuz was too great to ignore. Albuquerque returned in 1515 with a larger, heavily armed force, permanently retook the island, and aggressively completed the stone citadel. He renamed the completed structure the Fort of Our Lady of the Conception, and it stood as a terrifying marvel of European military engineering. Built from the distinct reddish stone of the island's rocky promontory, the fortress was heavily armed with imported cannons and physically isolated from the surrounding city by a deep defensive moat. The imposing walls of this red stone castle represented a permanent, heavily armed European boot resting squarely on the throat of Middle Eastern commerce. It was designed not merely to defend the Portuguese garrison, but to constantly intimidate the local populace and extort every merchant ship that passed through the strait. The erection of this fortress marks the physical, tangible birth of gunboat diplomacy, the practice of negotiating by pointing guns in the Middle East. Operating from this impregnable base, the Portuguese established a protection racket on a massive, intercontinental scale. They implemented the Cartaz system, a mandatory naval safe-conduct pass that every merchant ship in the Indian Ocean was forced to purchase from the Portuguese authorities. If a ship was caught sailing without a Cartaz, or attempting to bypass the fortress at Hormuz without paying customs, it was immediately attacked. The cargo was aggressively confiscated, and the crew was routinely slaughtered or mutilated. The Fort of Our Lady of the Conception ensured that absolutely no ship could enter or exit the Persian Gulf without paying a severe tax to the Portuguese crown. This system of armed extortion fundamentally destroyed the ancient, free trade networks of the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese did not introduce new products, superior mercantile practices, or efficient logistics to the east. Instead, they introduced state-sponsored piracy, monopolizing the existing trade through the relentless application of superior military violence. The capture of Hormuz sent geopolitical shockwaves all the way to the palaces of Venice and the citadels of Cairo. By successfully occupying the Persian Gulf and subsequently choking the Red Sea, the Portuguese essentially starved the Mamluk Sultanate of its primary revenue stream. The Mamluk economy collapsed, leaving them highly vulnerable to the expanding Ottoman Empire, which ultimately conquered Egypt in 1517. Simultaneously, the Venetian Republic, deprived of its steady, reliable flow of Eastern spices, began a slow, irreversible economic decline. The center of European power began shifting definitively from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic coast. Albuquerque's grand strategy was brutally, undeniably effective. By recognizing that global trade could be controlled by seizing a few isolated geographic chokepoints, he allowed a small, impoverished nation on the edge of Europe to dominate the wealthiest trade network in the world. The massive bronze cannons of the Portuguese carracks had shattered the old world order. The stone walls of the fortress at Hormuz ensured that the new global economy would be dictated, for centuries to come, by whoever possessed the heaviest naval artillery. Albuquerque had successfully weaponized geography, utilizing the narrow straits of the world as instruments of imperial subjugation. The sheer audacity of imposing a European toll booth on the ancient trade routes of Asia remains one of the most staggering logistical achievements in military history. The Portuguese hegemony in the Persian Gulf was not eternally secure, however. The fortress at Hormuz stood as a symbol of European dominance until the shifting tides of geopolitics finally caught up with the Estado de India. The legacy of Albuquerque's brutality eventually unified local resistance. In 1622, the Safavid Shah, Abbas the Great, finally orchestrated the downfall of the Portuguese castle. Recognizing that he lacked the naval power to defeat the Portuguese at sea, Shah Abbas formed a pragmatic, devastating alliance with the rising British East India Company. British ships cooperated with Safavid land forces to besiege the island, overwhelming the aging Portuguese defenses and officially terminating Portuguese colonial rule in Hormuz. This joint Anglo-Persian operation marked the end of an era, but it did not end the paradigm that Albuquerque had established. The British simply replaced the Portuguese, continuing the legacy of gunboat diplomacy and naval supremacy that would define the region well into the 20th century. The architectural remnants of Portuguese power, the crumbling red walls of the fortress, still stand as a testament to the violent birth of globalized trade. The legacy of the Portuguese century in the Indian Ocean is undeniably written in blood and pepper. The violent disruption of 1498 and the subsequent subjugation of the Strait of Hormuz demonstrated that technological superiority could perfectly offset numerical disadvantage. Afonso de Albuquerque and his fleets proved that whoever controlled the maritime chokepoints controlled the world. This brutal, pragmatic doctrine of oceanic domination established a paradigm of European imperialism that would endure for over 400 years, born in the red dust and cannon smoke of Hormuz. Chapter 8, The Shah and the Company. The Safavid Resurgence, the Silk and the Shah. To comprehend the geopolitical earthquake that shattered the Persian Gulf in the early 17th century, one must first examine the precarious state of the Safavid dynasty, the ruling Persian imperial family, at the close of the 16th century. When a teenage Shah Abbas I seized the throne in 1588, he inherited a paralyzed, fragmented nation bleeding from 1,000 self-inflicted wounds. His father's ineffective rule had allowed the Kizilbash, a faction of militant tribal cavalrymen, to completely dominate the royal court and assassinate rival members of the imperial household. While these domestic warlords violently undermined the central authority of the state, foreign empires eagerly exploited the resulting political chaos. The Ottoman Empire in the west and the Uzbek confederations in the east launched devastating territorial incursions, greedily slicing away vast, fertile swaths of Persian territory. Imperial survival demanded a radical, immediate restructuring of the state's military apparatus, a monumental challenge that Shah Abbas met by ruthlessly sidelining the unreliable tribal levies. He initiated a sweeping domestic centralization program by expanding the Gilman system, establishing a loyal core of military slaves imported heavily from Circassian, Georgian, and Armenian populations. These thousands of professional, standing soldiers allowed the Shah to permanently eclipse the political power of the old tribal aristocracy and stabilize his volatile frontiers. However, unlike the traditional cavalrymen who fought primarily for seasonal land grants, these new professional regiments demanded regular wages in cold, hard silver. The teenage monarch was immediately thrust into the complex realm of macroeconomics, realizing that military modernization was fundamentally impossible without a massive, independent stream of state revenue. The fiscal salvation of the battered empire was organically woven into the damp, lush, and highly fertile climates of the northern Gilan and Mazandaran provinces. These Caspian coastal regions produced an astonishing volume of high-quality raw silk, a luxury commodity possessing an almost insatiable demand in the wealthy markets of early modern Europe. Recognizing this immense financial potential, Abbas executed a sweeping, uncompromising domestic policy, officially instituting a royal monopoly, a system of total state control of a product, over the entire Persian silk industry. This was not merely an administrative economic reform. It was the deliberate weaponization of a natural resource to secure the physical survival of an empire. By monopolizing the silk trade, Shah Abbas integrated the empire's most valuable export directly into a heavily centralized, state-controlled financial system. State-sponsored weaving workshops were rapidly established in major urban centers like Isfahan, Shirvan, and Kashan, transforming raw threads into breathtaking physical assets. These workshops produced heavily embroidered velvets and lampas-woven luxury silks, weaving intricate, culturally resonant figural designs of legendary Persian heroes like Rustam or the tragic lovers Khusrau and Shirin. Yet, for all their aesthetic beauty and cultural power, these magnificent textiles functioned primarily as a highly liquid international currency, designed specifically to be exchanged for European bullion. To manage the immense logistical burden of this global export trade, the Shah executed a brilliant, if draconian, demographic maneuver. He forcibly relocated thousands of highly skilled Armenian merchants from the contested Caucasus region directly to New Julfa, a wealthy commercial enclave constructed explicitly for them near his newly established capital of Isfahan. This local textile industry included master dyers, weavers, and embroiderers who produced luxury fabrics under the strict, watchful supervision of imperial administrators. These Armenian merchants possessed an almost monopolistic trading connection with Russia and Anatolia, providing the Shah with an incredibly efficient, pre-existing distribution network for his royal textiles. Despite this brilliant domestic consolidation, the Shah's grand economic strategy was physically choked by the harsh geography of the traditional overland caravan routes. These ancient dirt highways, snaking slowly through commercial hubs like Aleppo and Bursa, required the Armenian merchants to transport their precious silk bales directly through the heart of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans, engaged in a bitter, century-long religious and territorial war with the Safavids, utilized these vital trade routes as a devastating weapon of geopolitical leverage. During frequent periods of border hostility, the Ottoman sultans would simply close their borders, strictly embargoing Persian silk and intentionally starving Shah Abbas of his critical silver revenue. This severe strategic vulnerability was famously highlighted by the humiliating Treaty of Nasa Pasha in 1612, a diplomatic agreement that temporarily halted the exhaustive Ottoman-Safavid border conflicts. Although Shah Abbas successfully forced the Ottomans to return all Caucasian territories gained since 1590, The treaty theoretically obligated the Persians to pay an annual tribute of 200 loads of raw silk. The Shah harbored absolutely no intention of paying this extortionate tribute to Istanbul, treating the diplomatic agreement merely as a temporary pause to rearm his professional infantry. He acutely understood that true economic independence required an oceanic backdoor, a secure maritime export route that completely bypassed the suffocating Ottoman blockade. However, the southern maritime border of the Safavid Empire was completely obstructed by an equally parasitic, heavily armed European power, the Portuguese Empire. Since 1507, when the ruthless naval commander Afonso de Albuquerque first conquered the island of Hormuz, the Portuguese had aggressively dominated the waters of the Persian Gulf. They had effectively transformed the narrow Strait of Hormuz into an impenetrable maritime toll booth, demanding protection money from every Arab, Indian, and Persian merchant vessel attempting to navigate the waters. Shah Abbas harbored an absolute, uncompromising intolerance for this Iberian occupation, treating his desire to reclaim the strait as a matter of both supreme economic necessity and intense imperial pride. The island of Hormuz, a cosmopolitan toll booth. To fully grasp the magnitude of the Shah's ambition to conquer Hormuz, one must examine the unique architectural and cultural reality of this island fortress. Situated strategically at the entrance of the Persian Gulf, Hormuz was an elliptical salt dome featuring immense mineralogical diversity, colorful salt formations, and rugged volcanic rock. The physical construction of the city was dictated by this bizarre, harsh geography, utilizing local materials in incredibly inventive ways. The island's builders frequently utilized a highly unique marine material locally termed fish stone, which was incredibly lightweight and remained buoyant above water like cork. Conversely, the primary timber used for firewood and structural reinforcement was a dense, heavy wood that sank in seawater like lead. This strange, barren rock possessed no natural freshwater springs, forcing the inhabitants to rely entirely on heavily guarded shipments of water from the neighboring mainland and islands. Despite these severe environmental limitations, the Portuguese had cultivated Hormuz into one of the most vibrant, wealthy, and cosmopolitan commercial emporiums in the entire Orient. It served as the absolute center of the strategic warhorse trade, funneling highly prized Arabian and Persian steeds directly into the lucrative markets of Portuguese Goa. The immense wealth flowing through the island's grand bazaars and Catholic monasteries represented a vital, irreplaceable source of royal income for the Portuguese state of India. The demographic composition of Hormuz reflected its status as a global crossroads, hosting a staggering diversity of merchants, exiles, and financial speculators. During the 16th century, the island attracted a massive influx of Jewish refugees fleeing the brutal religious persecutions of Spain and Portugal. By 1549, when the Jesuit missionary Gaspar Barzius arrived on the island, he documented a highly prosperous, well-organized Jewish community consisting of over 200 families. These immigrants, originating from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Europe, functioned as critical commercial nodes, operating as wealthy silk merchants, specialized horse traders, and influential moneylenders. The religious tolerance of the island's commercial sphere was remarkably pragmatic, allowing foreign missionaries to interact directly with local religious leaders. Barzius was even permitted by two local rabbis, Solomon and Joseph, to deliver a Christian sermon directly within the walls of the Hormuz synagogue, though his subsequent efforts to convert the congregation ended in total failure. The Goa Inquisition, established in 1560, repeatedly attempted to halt the flow of Iberian Jews to Hormuz, issuing numerous aggressive but ultimately unsuccessful decrees. This thriving, multi-faith commercial environment stood in stark contrast to the militarized, heavily fortified Portuguese castle that violently enforced the collection of maritime customs. The Portuguese maintained their grip on this lucrative toll booth through the brutal application of naval artillery and the rigid enforcement of the Cartas, a naval protection pass. Any merchant ship caught sailing the Indian Ocean without purchasing this expensive Iberian document was immediately classified as a hostile smuggler and violently sunk or confiscated. The Safavid state, possessing a massive, highly trained land army but virtually no blue-water naval capabilities, was completely powerless to break this maritime blockade. Shah Abbas could confidently march his Ghilman infantry across the Asian continent, but he could not effectively project military power across a few miles of seawater to break the Portuguese monopoly. The corporate mercenaries, the unholy alliance. The geopolitical deadlock suffocating the Persian Gulf was abruptly and violently broken by the arrival of desperate, profit-starved English merchants on the Safavid coast in 1616. These men were forward operating agents of the English East India Company, a joint stock company operating as a business owned by shareholder investors, which had been formally chartered in London in 1600. The corporate directors back in England were actively struggling to locate Asian markets willing to purchase vast quantities of English broadcloth, a heavy woven woolen fabric completely unsuitable for the sweltering, humid climates of India. Persia, however, with its freezing, bitter winters and culturally ingrained appetite for high-status textiles, represented a spectacular, entirely untapped commercial frontier for the struggling corporation. In 1617, the company successfully established 2 inland trading factories, fortified trading posts and warehouses, located in the prominent cities of Shiraz and Isfahan. By utilizing the diplomatic groundwork laid by English adventurers like Robert Shirley, the company miraculously secured a royal decree from Shah Abbas granting them a monopoly over the exportation of Persian silk. However, the harsh logistical reality of the early 17th century spice trade quickly forced these English corporate factors to recognize the absolute, inescapable necessity of violence. To reliably exchange their woolen broadcloth for the Shah's highly prized silk, the company's ships had to physically navigate the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow maritime passage fiercely guarded by Portuguese artillery. The Portuguese military fiercely defended their century-old maritime monopoly, aggressively deploying their galleons, massive multi-decked warships, to intercept, harass, and destroy any interloping Protestant vessels. It became immediately apparent to the English corporate directors and their ground agents that peaceful, unregulated commerce in the Gulf was a logistical impossibility. They recognized that the violent removal of the Iberian presence was a shared, inescapable objective that bound their corporate ledgers directly to the strategic goals of the Persian state. This mutual, burning hatred of the Portuguese blockade birthed a scandalously pragmatic, purely transactional military alliance between the boardrooms of London and the palaces of Isfahan. In an era deeply defined by vicious, uncompromising religious wars, the strategic marriage of a Protestant corporate enterprise and a Shia Islamic monarchy profoundly shocked the diplomatic sensibilities of Catholic Europe. Yet, neither the desperate corporate directors nor the embattled Persian Shah possessed the luxury of theological purity when their respective financial survival was directly at stake. They quickly recognized their perfectly complementary military capabilities. The Shah possessed overwhelming numbers of battle-hardened infantry, while the company possessed devastatingly effective naval artillery. Acting as corporate mercenaries, the English began the complex, high-stakes process of negotiating a formal military pact to tear down the seemingly impregnable walls of Hormuz. The Portuguese, acutely aware of this looming Anglo-Persian threat, did not sit idly by while their enemies conspired to dismantle their empire. In 1618, the Portuguese crown dispatched the aggressive and highly capable commander Rui Frere de Andrade from Lisbon directly to Hormuz. His royal mandate was explicitly violent: He was ordered to trace and destroy any foreign European ships attempting to establish trade connections with Persia and to relentlessly patrol the straits. To secure the island's vulnerable freshwater supply, Rui Freire immediately initiated the construction of a new, heavily fortified Portuguese outpost on the neighboring island of Keshem, directly provoking the Safavid regional governors. This aggressive fortification of Keshem proved highly controversial even among the Portuguese leadership, drawing severe criticism from figures like Dom Frei Cristóvão de Lisboa, the Archbishop of Goa. The Archbishop explicitly warned that building a fortress on Keshem was entirely unnecessary and would ultimately prove more harmful than beneficial by intentionally accelerating a war with the Safavids. Fernão de Albuquerque, the governor of India, later echoed this bitter sentiment, castigating the young Rui Freire for his arrogance and warning him that his reckless confidence would spell disaster for the Estado de India. Despite these internal warnings, the Portuguese firmly entrenched themselves, setting the stage for a massive, bloody confrontation in the Gulf. The anatomy of an Anglo-Persian treaty. By late December 1621, English commercial agents, led by Edward Monnox, and Safavid regional commanders had finalized a ruthlessly detailed, highly transactional contract for the upcoming military campaign. This remarkable agreement systematically stripped away all traditional diplomatic pleasantries, legally treating the conquest of a heavily fortified sovereign city as a joint, profit-driven business venture. The treaty explicitly detailed the allocation of extreme physical risks and massive financial rewards, leaving absolutely no ambiguity regarding the responsibilities of either party. The military objectives, the financial subsidies, and the permanent division of imperial spoils were meticulously outlined in a series of highly specific, legally binding terms. To ensure complete transparency and prevent post-battle betrayals, the Anglo-Persian alliance operated strictly under the following negotiated parameters. Division of the spoils. All physical plunder extracted from the ruined city, the captured castle, and the sunken ships of Hormuz was to be meticulously inventoried and divided strictly equally between the English and Persian forces. Shared customs tolls. Any future customs duties collected from foreign merchants navigating the strait were to be split evenly between the company and the Safavid state in perpetuity. Operational logistics. The Safavid administration contractually agreed to subsidize exactly half the massive cost of the gunpowder, lead shot, and victuals consumed by the English fleet during the siege operations. Distribution of captives. The Allies agreed that captured Christian soldiers would be surrendered to the English, while Muslim prisoners of war would fall entirely under Persian jurisdiction, except for specific high-ranking Portuguese captains. Perpetual free trade. In exchange for providing their naval artillery, the English company was granted eternal, customs-free trading rights at the new mainland port of Bandar Abbas. Furthermore, the treaty contained a highly ambitious, if ultimately unrealistic, clause regarding the potential expansion of the war into the Indian Ocean. It stipulated that if the English subsequently planned to assault any Portuguese place or castle in India, the Safavids would supply the men and assistance necessary to secure victory. This specific clause reads as a thinly veiled attempt by Shah Abbas to permanently draw the heavily armed English fleet into the broader Ottoman-Safavid conflicts as a long-term naval ally. The English merchants, desperately eager to secure their Persian silk monopoly, accepted these demanding terms, formally sealing an alliance that fundamentally redefined the parameters of early modern diplomacy. This agreement, eventually codified into Safavid law as a royal farman, a royal decree, provided the company with a direct, legally binding link to the highest authority in Persia. It was a level of profound political connection and state-backed security that the company had entirely failed to procure in the highly centralized courts of Mughal India or Qing China during the same period. For Shah Abbas, the treaty represented a brilliant, highly cost-effective outsourcing of naval warfare, allowing him to rent a world-class European fleet for the mere price of future trade concessions. With the legal and financial frameworks firmly established, the English corporate mercenaries and the Safavid imperial infantry actively prepared to unleash absolute havoc upon the island of Hormuz. The fall of the fortress, 1622, and the mainland shift. The Anglo-Persian coalition launched its combined offensive in the early, cooler months of 1622, immediately exposing the logistical vulnerabilities of the aging Portuguese maritime network. Before directly assaulting the primary fortress at Hormuz, the English fleet sailed 15 miles away to target the smaller, newly constructed Portuguese redoubt on the island of Keshem. The Safavid army had already been independently besieging the Keshem fort from the landward side, but their infantry assaults had proven entirely ineffective against the Portuguese stone walls without heavy artillery support. On February 5, 1622, the English warships arrived and initiated a punishing, relentless naval bombardment that quickly shattered the defenders' resolve. The English successfully forced the garrison at Keshem to capitulate with relative ease, securing a crucial staging ground and vital freshwater supplies for the impending main assault. Despite the swift victory, the English suffered minor but highly notable casualties, including the death of the famous Arctic explorer and master navigator William Baffin, who was killed by a Portuguese sharpshooter during the operations. With their operational flank firmly secured and the aggressive Rui Frere temporarily neutralized, the combined armada turned its terrifying attention southward. On February 10, the English fleet transported and successfully landed an initial wave of 3,000 Safavid infantry troops about 2 miles from the main town of Hormuz. The subsequent siege of Hormuz was an absolute masterclass in coordinated, asymmetrical military operations, flawlessly combining European naval supremacy with relentless, grinding Asian siege tactics. The Allies rigorously divided the theater of war, intentionally pitting their specific tactical strengths against the massive, century-old stone bastions of the Portuguese castle. Corporate naval bombardment. The English East India Company supplied a heavily armed squadron consisting of 5 massive warships: the London 800T, the Dolphin 500T, the Jonas 700T, the Whale 700T, and the Star 300T, along with 4 smaller pinnaces, light, maneuverable sailing vessels. This fleet effectively blockaded the harbor, violently sank the defending Portuguese fleet, and provided a continuous, devastating artillery barrage from the water. Imperial ground assault. A massive Persian army, commanded by the brilliant General Imam Quli Khan, executed the amphibious landing, immediately captured the outer commercial town, and violently engaged the castle's landward walls. For 10 grueling weeks, the sheer physical brutality of the siege tested the endurance, morale, and logistical supply chains of both the attackers and the desperate defenders. The Safavid ground forces, entirely abandoning standard European siegecraft, systematically undermined the outer Portuguese bastions by digging deep, complex trench networks directly beneath the walls. They relied heavily on massive explosive mines to violently shatter the ancient stonework, before launching bloody, chaotic hand-to-hand infantry assaults straight into the smoking breaches. Simultaneously, the English corporate gunners relentlessly pounded the seaward defenses from the decks of their warships, methodically dismantling the Portuguese artillery positions and utterly preventing any possibility of maritime reinforcement. Outmaneuvered, starving, and rapidly succumbing to disease, the exhausted Portuguese garrison, commanded by Simão de Melo, finally realized that their position was entirely hopeless. Fearing that the Safavid infantry would seek harsh, bloody reprisals if they stormed the keep, the Portuguese desperately reached out directly to the English captains to negotiate terms of protection. The Anglo-Persian coalition officially accepted the capitulation, and the Portuguese formally surrendered the ruined fortress on April 22, 1622, permanently ending over a century of Iberian dominance in the Gulf. The captured Portuguese soldiers were eventually forced to retreat in humiliation to their secondary naval base at Muscat, severely diminishing their regional prestige. The fall of the fortress was marked by moments of incredible individual audacity, most notably the legendary, almost farcical escape of the Portuguese commander Rui Frere de Andrade. Captured by the English during the earlier skirmishes, Rui Frere was being held prisoner aboard an English vessel anchored near Surat. On Easter Sunday, he managed to secretly procure a powerful, locally sourced herb from a loyal servant and used it to completely inebriate the celebrating English crew. Taking advantage of their drunken ineptitude, he brazenly stole a small boat, fled to the coast, purchased a galleot in Biscayne, and sailed directly for Muscat to organize a counterattack. Despite Rui Frere's dramatic escape, the immediate geographical aftermath of the Allied victory permanently and irreversibly altered the geopolitical center of gravity in the Persian Gulf. Shah Abbas, demonstrating a brilliant, almost ruthless strategic foresight, had absolutely zero intention of allowing the island of Hormuz to remain a functional military or commercial prize. He clearly understood that any offshore island, no matter how well fortified, could easily be seized by a future naval power, perhaps even his current, heavily armed English allies. To permanently eliminate this glaring maritime vulnerability, the Shah issued a draconian decree ordering his provincial governors to completely and systematically dismantle the once glorious island city of Hormuz. The Persian laborers executed this architectural execution with staggering efficiency, violently tearing down the grand bazaars, the Catholic monasteries, and the imposing, multi-story stone houses. They laboriously loaded the raw, scavenged masonry, the buoyant fish stones, and the heavy timber onto small wooden boats, shipping the very bones of the city across the narrow strait to the Persian mainland. As the English traveler Sir Thomas Herbert vividly observed when he visited the ruins just 5 years later in 1627, the Shah had literally pulled down the houses, intentionally leaving not one stone upon another. This deliberate physical erasure intentionally starved the island of its commercial infrastructure, transforming a cosmopolitan global emporium into a desolate, abandoned ruin. In its place, Shah Abbas shifted the entirety of the region's lucrative global trade to a previously insignificant, dusty mainland fishing village, historically known as Gumbrun. He grandly renamed the expanding settlement Bandar Abbas in his own honor, immediately investing massive state resources to transform it into the premier maritime gateway of his empire. By violently forcing all European and Asian merchant traffic to dock exclusively at this easily controlled mainland port, the Shah ensured his administrators could effortlessly police the customs houses. This deliberate geographical shift absolutely guaranteed that the royal monopoly on silk would be physically enforced by the terrifying, immediate presence of the Safavid land army. The Farman and the friction of partnership. The new commercial reality at Bandar Abbas was strictly governed by the Farman issued in 1622, which theoretically granted the English company sweeping, unprecedented privileges. The English were formally granted half of all customs and tolls collected at the port, a massive financial windfall that promised to enrich the corporate shareholders immensely. Furthermore, the Safavid administration decreed that these lucrative customs were to be physically received only in the presence of English agents, ensuring transparent accounting. The company was also granted the critical right to trade silk throughout the entirety of Persia, completely free of Radari internal transit duties, severely undercutting their competitors. However, the practical application of this corporate imperial partnership was fraught with continuous friction, mutual suspicion, and the Shah's aggressive manipulation of the market. The Persians acutely appreciated the immense usefulness of the English company in managing Gulf trade, alternately utilizing them as a reliable courier service, a heavily armed police force, and a surrogate distributor. Yet the Shah never hesitated to financially exploit his allies, frequently utilizing his absolute power to corner the market on secondary goods and intentionally inflate prices. In one notable instance, the Shah personally monopolized the entire supply of hing, pungent asafoetida resin, aggressively driving the market price up to an exorbitant 50 shahis a mond. When the English merchants predictably refused to purchase the heavily inflated product, the Shah simply bypassed basic market economics through pure imperial coercion. He explicitly ordered his officials to violently force the company's local broker to purchase 500 mons of the overpriced hing, effectively extorting the English to relieve his own surplus inventory. This aggressive, strong-arm tactic vividly demonstrates that while the farmen legally protected the company's physical property, they remained entirely at the mercy of the Shah's economic whims. The ledgers recording these forced purchases serve as a tangible, earthbound dataset, revealing the harsh, frequently abusive reality of conducting business alongside an absolute monarch. The security of the English position at Bandar Abbas was further complicated by the rapid arrival of the Dutch East India Company, the VOC, shortly after the fall of Hormuz. The Dutch, possessing a massive, highly capitalized fleet, completely refused to pay the English their treaty-mandated share of the customs duties, sparking a bitter, century-long corporate rivalry. In 1623, the Dutch cleverly outmaneuvered the English diplomats, concluding their own highly lucrative agreement for the trade in silk directly with Shah Abbas. Between 1623 and 1630, the VOC earned an enormous, unprecedented profit from the trade in Persian commodities, rapidly transforming their Bandar Abbas factory into their most profitable outpost outside of Batavia. The global echoes, extortion in London. The violent reverberations of the 1622 siege echoed far beyond the sun-baked, mud-brick walls of Bandar Abbas, rapidly triggering intense diplomatic and political crises in the capitals of Europe. Because the Kingdom of England and the Iberian Union were not officially at war during the assault, outraged Spanish diplomats bitterly accused the East India Company of state-sponsored piracy. The capture of Hormuz severely disrupted the fragile Anglo-Iberian truce, forcing King James I of England to navigate a highly volatile, deeply embarrassing international scandal. Yet, rather than defending his merchants or punishing them for unauthorized warfare, the king characteristically utilized the international outrage to aggressively enrich his own royal treasury. King James I mercilessly extorted the vulnerable company directors, utilizing the threat of Spanish retaliation to demand a massive, unauthorized payout from their newly acquired Persian spoils. He famously complained to the corporate board, demanding, "Did I deliver you from the complaint of the Spaniards, and do you return me nothing?" Facing the terrifying prospect of royal prosecution and the loss of their charter, the company was forced to hand over a staggering £10,000 sterling directly to the king. The Duke of Buckingham, sensing the immense legal vulnerability of the corporate merchants, similarly leveraged his vast political influence to extract an identical bribe of £10,000 sterling for himself. These massive, unprecedented corporate payouts vividly highlight the deeply intertwined, frequently corrupt relationship between early modern European statecraft and private, heavily armed capital. The East India Company was forced to meticulously record these extortionate royal bribes in their ledgers as standard operating expenses, the inevitable overhead costs of conducting monopolistic trade. While the capture of Hormuz theoretically opened up Persian trade, the English attempts to exchange heavy broadcloth for silk never became massively profitable due to the sheer lack of Persian interest in English goods. The true financial victory of 1622 belonged almost entirely to Shah Abbas, who successfully utilized English capital and English blood to permanently secure his own borders. The pivot to Basra and the Asian trade revolution. Following their humiliating eviction from Hormuz, the surviving Portuguese forces desperately attempted to reassert their maritime dominance by pivoting their operations toward the northern reaches of the Gulf. Operating primarily out of their remaining stronghold in Muscat, the Portuguese sought to forge new, highly pragmatic alliances with local Arab powers who feared Safavid expansionism. They found a willing partner in Afrasiab, the powerful, semi-independent Pasha of Basra, who actively sought European naval support to prevent his vital port city from falling to the Persian infantry. The Portuguese rapidly integrated themselves into the defense of Basra, establishing fortified factories and deploying their surviving galleons to patrol the volatile northern waters. This new alliance was heavily championed by the resilient Rui Frere de Andrade, who fiercely advised his superiors to maintain excellent relations with Afrasiab and his son, Ali Pasha. In a highly detailed 1627 letter, Rui Frere explicitly noted that Ali Pasha was completely funding the Portuguese armadas operating in the straits out of his own treasury. This brilliant arrangement allowed the Portuguese king to project military power and severely damage Safavid shipping, without spending a single coin from his own royal revenues. This complex web of localized alliances vividly demonstrates how European empires frequently survived in Asia not through overwhelming force, but by expertly manipulating existing regional fractures. Despite these desperate, localized countermaneuvers by the Portuguese, the destruction of Hormuz and the subsequent rise of Bandar Abbas represented a profound, irreversible structural revolution in global commerce. As historical economists like Niels Steenskaard have meticulously demonstrated, the violent eviction of the Portuguese marked the definitive death knell of the traditional Asian peddler-merchant networks. The old, fragmented world of small-scale caravan trading, highly vulnerable to local extortion and Ottoman blockades, was rapidly and violently eclipsed by the immense logistical power of European corporate shipping. The Dutch and English joint stock companies, operating as massive redistributive enterprises, fundamentally rewired the economic architecture of the East, replacing erratic peddling with highly structured, predictable corporate capitalism. Shah Abbas I proved himself to be an absolute master of this new, deeply interconnected global reality, brilliantly weaponizing European corporate greed to achieve complete Safavid imperial security. By expertly negotiating the unholy, scandalous alliance with the English, he permanently eradicated a century-old maritime parasite and secured a highly profitable, secure outlet for his monopolized silk. The Strait of Hormuz ceased to be a heavily taxed Iberian lake, rapidly transforming into a bustling, fiercely contested corridor of aggressive Protestant corporate capitalism. In the end, the violent, pragmatic marriage of the Shah and the company stands as a monumental testament to the supreme, enduring power of economic necessity over ideological division. Chapter 9: The Pearl Coast and the Pirate Coast. Geography is rarely a passive backdrop to human history. Rather, it is a relentless, defining force that dictates the parameters of civilization. In the Persian Gulf, this geographical determinism manifested as a landscape of stark, unforgiving dualities. The terrestrial environment of the Arabian Peninsula offered little more than sun-baked rock and arid desert, an environment hostile to large-scale agricultural exploitation. Yet this barren coastline stood in sharp contrast to the teeming, violent, and highly lucrative world beneath the waves of the Strait of Hormuz. For centuries prior to the subterranean discovery of petroleum, the absolute economic engine of the Arab Gulf states was not found in the shifting sands, but in the murky, perilous depths of the ocean. This was the domain of the natural pearl, a biological anomaly that dictated the fortunes of distant empires, regional tribal confederations, and destitute coastal villagers alike. The indigenous pearling industry of the Gulf was never a localized side business or a supplementary income for impoverished fishermen. Instead, it was a massive, highly integrated macroeconomic system that connected the illiterate sailors of the coast directly to the high society jewelers of London, Paris, and Bombay. To understand the macrohistorical interconnectedness of this era, one must abandon the modern perception of the Gulf as a quiet, isolated backwater awaiting the arrival of the 20th century oil industry. The historical reality is that the Gulf was the pulsing heart of a global luxury trade, a sovereign economic zone fiercely protected by indigenous naval forces. The wealth harvested from the ocean floor financed the rise of powerful tribal fleets, dictating regional geopolitics and ultimately triggering a brutal collision with the British Empire. This chapter will dissect the bedrock economy of the pearl trade and the staggering human cost required to fuel it. Furthermore, it will critically re-examine the violent imperial encounters that followed, reframing the so-called piracy of the Gulf Arabs as a deliberate, indigenous naval defense of their sovereign waters against an encroaching foreign monopoly. The ocean's tier, the bedrock economy. The extraction of pearls from the Persian Gulf is an anthropological practice with roots extending deep into human antiquity. Historical and archaeological records indicate that pearl diving had been actively practiced in the waters surrounding Bahrain for over 4 millennia. Ancient Assyrian cuneiform inscriptions from as early as 200 BCE make explicit references to parcels of fish eyes from Dilmun, utilizing the ancient name for the Bahraini archipelago. By the 1st century CE, the Roman chronicler Pliny the Elder described the island of Tylos, the classical nomenclature for Bahrain, as being famous across the known world for its vast numbers of radiant pearls. The geographical structure of the Gulf, characterized by shallow, warm, and nutrient-rich coastal shelves, provided the optimal biological environment for the Pinctada radiata, the primary pearl-producing oyster of the region. The global demand for these rare luxury goods ensured that the coastal waters near the Strait of Hormuz functioned as the primary gathering place for the finest gem-quality pearls on Earth. This demand was not a passing historical anomaly. It was a sustained economic reality that defined the region's material culture for centuries. The pearl was, in essence, the foundational currency of the Gulf, dictating trade relations, tribal alliances, and urban development along the coastline. The scale of this extraction industry reached staggering, almost industrial proportions by the 19th century, transforming the region into an oceanic powerhouse. During the peak summer months, the waters off the coast hosted a massive seasonal migration known historically as the Great Dive. The Gulf was suddenly blanketed by a bustling, floating city of wooden vessels, all dedicated to harvesting the ocean's hidden wealth. In 1838, British naval officers conducting surveys in the region reported that the Persian Gulf pearling fleet comprised over 4,300 boats, with 3,500 of them based in Bahrain alone. This massive armada was manned by an astonishing 30,000 sailors, divers, and tenders, representing a total mobilization of the coastal male population. This floating metropolis operated under a rigid, almost military hierarchy that maximized resource extraction while minimizing operational costs. The hierarchy of this floating economy was strictly stratified, dictating the social order and economic fate of the entire coastal population. The specific roles aboard these vessels were sharply defined by custom and absolute necessity, breaking down as follows. The Nakuda, a ship's captain, served as the absolute ruler of the vessel, responsible for financing the voyage, navigating the treacherous coastal shoals, and selling the final harvest to regional pearl merchants. The Gawas, a free diver, functioned as the biological engine of the industry, tasked with plunging into the depths to retrieve the oysters, thereby bearing the entirety of the physical risk. The Sabe, a dive tender and rope puller, remained on the scorching deck, responsible for monitoring the diver's lifeline and hauling him to the surface before his lungs collapsed. The Tabab, an apprentice boy, performed menial tasks, opening the rotting oyster shells and learning the brutal mechanics of a trade that would inevitably consume his adult life. The economic structure of this industry was inherently exploitative, relying on a complex system of debt bondage that tightly linked the laborers to the global luxury market. The Nacuda frequently lacked the independent capital required to provision a ship for the months-long diving season. Consequently, they were forced to borrow heavily from wealthy Banyan merchants, expatriate Indian financiers based primarily in Bombay, at exorbitant interest rates that sometimes reached 36%. These crippling debts were then passed down the hierarchy to the divers, who required financial advances simply to feed their families during the long winter months when the seas were too rough for diving. Because the divers were legally and culturally bound to their captains until their debts were cleared, the system functioned as an inescapable mechanism for suffocating the indigenous workforce under a mountain of compound interest. This economic reality meant that the fate of a barefoot, illiterate diver in Ras Al Khaimah was inextricably linked to the shifting fashion trends of the European aristocracy. If the demand for pearls in Paris faltered, the price dropped in Bombay, the Nacuda defaulted on his loans, and the Gawas faced absolute starvation. Natural pearls were considered the ultimate symbol of wealth and power, often valued at 4 times the price of a diamond of equivalent weight, ensuring the stakes remained phenomenally high. A single, perfectly spherical Gulf pearl could command a price equivalent to a Rembrandt painting, driving an insatiable, ravenous demand among the royal houses of Europe. This global demand brought elite European jewelers directly from their pristine metropolitan boutiques to the sun-baked, chaotic shores of the Gulf. In 1912, Jacques Cartier traveled from his London base to Bahrain with a singular, ambitious mission: to investigate the pearl market and secure a direct supply line for his Parisian and British showrooms. Cartier recognized that to dominate the global luxury market, his firm needed direct access to the pearl sheiks, bypassing the traditional Indian middlemen who controlled the Bombay auctions. Cartier's meticulous travel diaries reveal the immense difficulty of penetrating this closed, highly regulated indigenous market. The French jeweler found himself negotiating through layers of translators, attempting to secure the finest natural pearls in a landscape completely alien to his European sensibilities. The pearls harvested by the battered Gulf divers during this era eventually adorned the necks of figures like Queen Marie Antoinette, whose personal collection of natural pearls would later shatter modern auction records at Sotheby's. Thus, the brutal, earthbound reality of the Persian Gulf directly financed and sustained the glittering, ethereal heights of global imperial luxury. The anatomy of a dive, the human cost. To fully grasp the macroeconomic engine of the Strait of Hormuz, one must firmly ground the abstract figures of global trade in the harrowing microhistory of the Gawas. The production of luxury is rarely sterile, and in the Persian Gulf, the creation of immense wealth required the systematic destruction of the human body. The physical mechanics of a dive were grueling, terrifying, and physically devastating, relying entirely on human endurance in a profoundly hostile environment. Operating entirely without the aid of modern breathing apparatus, the diver descended to depths ranging from 20 to 40 feet, armed only with a simple nose clip fashioned from sheep bone or tortoiseshell. The daily routine aboard a pearling vessel was an exercise in extreme physical deprivation and psychological endurance. The divers worked relentlessly from sunrise to sunset, utilizing the narrow window of optimal tidal conditions to maximize their harvest before the light failed. To accelerate his descent and conserve precious oxygen, the diver stood on a heavy stone weight attached to a primary rope, which the Sabe would rapidly release into the water. Plunging into the dark, murky depths, the diver had approximately 1 minute to scour the seabed, hastily scraping rough oyster shells into a woven basket hung around his neck. When his lungs began to burn, and the physiological urge to breathe became unbearable, the diver would sharply tug a secondary rope attached to his waist. This was the critical signal for the tender on the deck above to violently haul him back to the blinding light of the surface. This punishing cycle was repeated relentlessly throughout the sweltering day, with divers making an exhausting 12 to 15 trips to the seabed per hour. The physiological toll of this rapid pressure fluctuation was catastrophic, systematically breaking down the diver's body over the course of a single season. Modern anthropological and medical studies of indigenous divers operating in similar environments reveal the devastating consequences of repeated, unmonitored rapid ascents. The divers frequently suffered from severe decompression sickness, historically known in industrial contexts as caisson disease or the bends. This agonizing condition occurs when nitrogen gas, compressed into the bloodstream at depth, expands rapidly into microscopic bubbles within the joints and tissues upon a sudden ascent to the surface. The physical degradation of the diver's body must therefore be treated as a brutal economic dataset, a necessary fuel required to sustain the machinery of global capitalism. Clinical examinations of active deep-water breath-hold divers reveal a horrifying statistical reality regarding their physical well-being. According to medical surveys, over half of these laborers suffer from recurring, non-disabling decompression illness throughout their careers. Furthermore, nearly 24% of these divers exhibit signs of permanent spinal injury, including clonus, raised muscle tone, and heightened reflexes resulting from neurological damage. An additional 30% suffer from chronic, debilitating joint damage, characterized by agonizing pain, restricted movement, and crepitus, a horrifying grating sound within the joints caused by nitrogen-induced bone necrosis. Beyond the insidious, invisible threat of nitrogen bubbles, the divers faced acute, immediate trauma beneath the waves. The rapid descent and unequal pressure frequently resulted in blown eardrums, leaving many divers permanently deaf and bleeding from the ears and nose upon surfacing. The warm, nutrient-rich waters of the Gulf were also teeming with apex predators drawn to the commotion of the fleet. Shark attacks were a constant, terrifying reality, with divers frequently emerging from the depths missing limbs or simply never emerging at all. The Nakhudu accounted for these violent deaths not as human tragedies, but as inevitable operational losses on the expedition's ledger. The sensory reality of the purling dhow was entirely removed from the pristine, perfumed showrooms of London and Paris. The wooden decks of the ships were perpetually slick with seawater, human sweat, and the rotting viscera of millions of oysters prying open in the relentless Gulf sun. The men suffered chronically from scurvy, severe skin lesions, and rampant bacterial infections caused by scraping against razor-sharp coral reefs. By treating the mutilated bodies of the Gawas as an expendable resource, the British, Indian, and Arab financiers ensured that the profit margins on a string of pearls remained astronomical. The pain of the diver was the invisible, suffocating tax levied by the sea, paid in full so that the elite of the world could drape themselves in the ocean's tears. The ships of the trade, masters of the shallows. The massive wealth generated by the pearl banks necessitated a sophisticated means of protecting, transporting, and fighting for that wealth. The indigenous maritime architecture of the Persian Gulf evolved specifically to navigate the treacherous, reef-strewn shallows and to project power across the Strait of Hormuz. The generic European term dhow fails to capture the highly specialized nature of the Gulf fleets. The Arab shipwrights constructed a variety of specialized vessels that served as the physical tools of the pearling trade and the formidable weapons of tribal resistance. The Bagla, a massive deep-sea trading ship, was the undisputed heavyweight of the Gulf fleets, utilized primarily for long-distance commerce across the Indian Ocean. Derived from the Arabic word for mule, the Bagla was a heavily constructed, two-masted vessel boasting a curved prow, a high, ornately carved stern, and a cargo capacity of up to 400 tons. Manned by crews of 30 to 40 sailors, these massive ships carried the wealth of the Gulf eastward to Sind and the Bay of Bengal, and southwestward to the Swahili coast of Africa. While highly capable of carrying heavy cannons, their deep drafts made them vulnerable in the tight confines of the coastal shallows. Conversely, the true instrument of localized naval dominance was the battle, a fast, shallow-draft warship. Designed specifically for speed, maneuverability, and stealth, the battle featured a pointed stern and two masts rigged with lateen sails that allowed it to sail dangerously close to the wind. These vessels were perfectly adapted to the geography of the pirate coast, capable of skimming over hidden coral reefs where larger, heavier European warships would inevitably run aground. The battle allowed indigenous forces to dictate the terms of engagement, hiding within the archipelagos of small islands before darting out to ambush heavily laden merchantmen traversing the strait. The deployment of these vessels reflects a deep, intuitive mastery of asymmetric warfare. The local navigators possessed an intimate knowledge of the shifting sandbanks, the unpredictable tidal currents, and the labyrinthine inlets of the coastline. This geographic fluency transformed the shallow waters from a navigational hazard into a formidable defensive weapon. By utilizing the battle in coordinated swarming tactics, local commanders could overwhelm larger, technologically superior adversaries through surprise and overwhelming localized numbers. This naval architecture and tactical doctrine formed the bedrock of the region's resistance against impending imperial encroachment. The Qawasim resistance, the pirate label. As the pearling economy funneled immense wealth through the Persian Gulf, the control of the Strait of Hormuz became an urgent geopolitical imperative for regional and global powers. The southern approach to the strait was fiercely dominated by the Qawasim, a powerful Arab tribal confederation, based primarily in the fortified coastal strongholds of Ras Al Khaimah and Sharjah. Rising to prominence following the decline of the Omani Yarubid dynasty in the early 18th century, the Qawasim rapidly established themselves as the undisputed maritime masters of the lower Gulf. Their sovereignty was not merely land-based. It extended fluidly over the coastal waters, the lucrative pearl banks, and the crucial shipping lanes that connected India to the Middle East. The Qawasim derived their regional authority from their imposing, localized naval force, leveraging their fleets of baglas and battles to project power across the water. They actively policed their territorial waters, blockading rival ports, and exacting customary tolls from passing merchant ships utilizing the strait. This indigenous system of maritime taxation was the absolute lifeblood of their coastal economy, transforming barren, uncultivable shorelines into thriving hubs of political and military power. To the Qawasim leadership, the collection of these tariffs was the legitimate exercise of statecraft and territorial defense. However, the late 18th century witnessed the aggressive, unrelenting encroachment of a foreign corporate empire, the British East India Company. As the company violently consolidated its grip over the Indian subcontinent, its powerful board of directors in Bombay increasingly viewed the Persian Gulf as a vital strategic and commercial artery that had to be secured at all costs. The presence of a powerful, independent Arab naval confederation actively levying taxes on British shipping was deemed an intolerable threat to the company's profit margins and imperial prestige. The resulting conflict was not merely a clash of wooden ships, but a fundamental collision of two entirely incompatible economic and legal models. The ideological friction between the two powers was deeply rooted in fundamentally opposing definitions of maritime rights and international law. These differences can be categorized precisely by their conflicting worldviews. The British East India Company's definition of free trade centered on their assumed, inherent right to navigate the global ocean unimpeded and untaxed, viewing any local attempt to impose tariffs or control shipping lanes as an illegal and inherently hostile act. The Kawasim Confederation's definition of sovereignty centered on their ancestral right to police their coastal waters, blockading hostile incursions, and harvesting taxes from the maritime trade that traversed their sovereign geographic chokepoints. Unable to simply outcompete the savvy Arab merchants, the East India Company initiated a deliberate, highly orchestrated propaganda campaign to criminalize the Kawasim leadership. As exhaustively analyzed by historians like Sultan bin Mohammed al-Qasimi and Simon Leighton, the British began to systematically apply the explosive label of piracy to the Kawasim's customary taxation and defensive naval actions. This was a calculated, cynical rhetorical strategy designed to completely delegitimize the indigenous confederation in the eyes of international law and the British Parliament. By branding the Kawasim as hostes humani generis, the common enemies of all mankind, the British manufactured a convenient casus belli to justify military intervention. The myth of Arab piracy successfully transformed a sovereign dispute over customs duties and territorial waters into a grand moral crusade. The British colonial records from Bombay capriciously attributed almost every shipwreck, missing cargo, and naval skirmish in the northern Indian Ocean directly to the Josmi pirates. In reality, the Arabic vocabulary of the era had no direct linguistic equivalent for the European legal concept of piracy. The local tribes viewed their actions as garret, legitimate raids, and customary warfare aimed at resisting an aggressive, monopolistic foreign empire. The deliberate weaponization of the pirate label allowed the British to mask their raw imperial ambition behind the noble guise of protecting civilization, setting the stage for decades of horrific maritime violence. The anatomy of imperial violence. Driven by the acute anxieties of empire and the insatiable desire to monopolize the wealth of the East, the British military apparatus mobilized to systematically crush the Kawasim. The first major escalation of this conflict occurred with the devastating Persian Gulf campaign of 1809. The expeditionary force, led by Captain John Wainwright aboard the Royal Navy frigate HMS Chiffon, sailed from Bombay with a singular, destructive objective: to break the naval backbone of Ras al-Khaimah. The British forces utilized their overwhelming advantage in heavy naval artillery to ruthlessly bombard the coastal fortresses, bringing the industrialized slaughter of European warfare directly to the shores of the Gulf. The 1809 campaign was intensely brutal and highly destructive, but it ultimately proved to be a strategic failure for the British commanders. Wainwright's forces successfully destroyed over 80 local vessels, including 50 ships burned directly at anchor in the harbor of Ras al-Khaimah, and incinerated the town's primary defensive structures. However, the British troops failed to consolidate their gains, retreating to the safety of their ships rather than occupying the hostile, sun-scorched, and heavily defended terrain. The Kawasim, utilizing their deep knowledge of the coastal shallows and leveraging the immense wealth generated by the pearl trade, rapidly rebuilt their shattered fleet. By 1811, the Kawasim battles were once again enforcing indigenous sovereignty across the Strait of Hormuz. They engaged British merchantmen with renewed ferocity, proving that temporary naval bombardment was insufficient to break a society whose entire existence was tied to the sea. Realizing that half measures were inadequate to protect their vast economic interests, The British East India Company returned a decade later with overwhelming, uncompromising force. The subsequent Persian Gulf Campaign of 1819, commanded by Major General William Grant Kerr, was explicitly designed not merely to punish the Qawasim, but to permanently eradicate their physical capacity to project naval power. In December 1819, a massive joint force of British warships and allied Omani vessels descended upon Ras Al Khaimah, blockading the port and trapping the tribal fleet against the shoreline. Following a fierce and bloody siege, the town finally fell to the invaders. The British garrison subsequently blew up the remaining fortifications, leveled the local infrastructure, and systematically hunted down and destroyed every seaworthy Arab vessel along the coast, effectively castrating the region's maritime capabilities. The destruction was absolute, extending beyond military targets to encompass the very economic lifelines of the coastal population. With their fleets reduced to ashes and their coastal defenses obliterated, the Arab sheiks were subjected to the absolute dictation of British maritime law. In January 1820, the British military commanders forced the submission of the regional leaders through the signing of the General Maritime Treaty. This document, officially titled the General Treaty for the Cessation of Plunder and Piracy by Land and Sea, formally codified the British definition of legitimate maritime behavior, strictly outlawing the traditional practices of the Gulf Arabs. It stripped the local rulers of their right to maintain armed navies, effectively suffocating their ability to tax foreign shipping, defend their territorial waters, or resist corporate monopolies. The linguistic and legal ramifications of this treaty permanently altered the identity and trajectory of the region. By legally defining the coastal Arabs as rehabilitated pirates requiring constant supervision, the British successfully established a protectorate system that granted the East India Company undisputed hegemony over the Gulf's trade routes. The territory, which aggressive British cartographers had previously labeled the Pirate Coast, was eventually rebranded as the Trucial Coast, following subsequent treaties finalized in 1853. This rebranding was the ultimate, enduring victory of imperial semantics. The British had violently pacified a sovereign people, monopolized their trade routes, and then graciously named the resulting subjugation a truce. The legacy of the Strait. The interconnected narratives of the pearl diver and the labeled pirate expose the brutal, underlying mechanisms of macro-historical change in the Persian Gulf. Long before the first oil derricks pierced the desert floor to extract black gold, the Strait of Hormuz functioned as the vital, beating crucible of global capitalism. The staggering wealth of the region was inextricably tied to the sea, forged in the suffocating depths by the disposable bodies of the Gawas. The physical degradation and shortened lifespans of these illiterate laborers directly financed a localized economic boom, allowing Arab tribal confederations to build fleets capable of challenging the greatest maritime empire in the history of the world. The systematic destruction of the Qawasim naval resistance highlights the extreme lengths to which corporate empires will go to enforce their specific, self-serving definitions of commerce and legality. By blockading the Gulf, bombarding coastal cities, and exploiting the potent rhetoric of piracy, the British East India Company successfully neutralized a highly competent indigenous economic rival. The violent pacification of the coast ensured that the wealth of the pearl banks flowed unimpeded into the global market, enriching the Banyan financiers of Bombay and the luxury auction houses of Europe. Meanwhile, the local Arab populations, stripped of their naval power and trapped in a cycle of debt, were reduced to mere cogs in an imperial extraction machine. In the final analysis, the history of the Pearl Coast and the Pirate Coast stands as a profound testament to the enduring power of maritime geography. The Strait of Hormuz remained a relentless, unforgiving chokepoint that forced diverse civilizations to collide, negotiate, and ultimately destroy one another for the rite of passage. The legacy of the 1820 treaty laid the rigid geopolitical foundations for the modern states of the United Arab Emirates, permanently defining their borders, their hierarchical relationships with Western powers, and their deeply rooted maritime identities. The ghosts of the shattered battles and the crushed bones of the deepwater divers remain embedded in the bedrock of the Gulf, serving as silent witnesses to an era when the ocean's tears dictated the fate of the world. Chapter 10. The British Lake and Pax Britannica. The defense of the jewel, the imperial motive. To understand the sudden, violent descent of the British Empire upon the Persian Gulf in the early 19th century, one must first discard the modern illusion of economic greed. The British did not sail into the searing, humid waters of the Strait of Hormuz in pursuit of intrinsic regional wealth. At the dawn of the 1800s, the Arabian coast offered very little to the industrializing European mind. The local economy was largely limited to the harvesting of dried dates and the dangerous, highly localized extraction of pearls. Instead, the British arrived driven by a paranoid, deeply calculated grand strategy to secure the maritime flanks of British India. India was the undisputed jewel of the imperial crown, an engine of staggering wealth, agricultural output, and infinite manpower. To protect this prized possession, the East India Company and the British Crown adopted a geopolitical mindset that viewed any adjacent body of water as a potential vector for foreign invasion. The Persian Gulf, a shimmering expanse of shallow water and strategic choke points, was perceived not as a destination, but merely as a vulnerable western flank. It was a frontier of water and sand that had to be controlled, pacified, and sealed, not for what it contained, but for the subcontinent it protected. This defensive necessity gave birth to the strategic concept of the British Lake. It was an overarching military doctrine designed to preemptively exclude rival European powers from gaining any foothold near the Indian subcontinent. The British watched with deep anxiety as the expanding Russian Empire pushed southward into Turkestan and Persia, and as a resurgent France sought coaling stations in the Gulf of Oman. To enforce their doctrine of exclusion, the British relied heavily on the Bombay Marine, the East India Company's naval arm. The Bombay Marine was a hybrid fleet of heavily armed merchantmen and agile cruisers that acted as the sharp edge of imperial ambition. Its deployment to the Strait of Hormuz serves as a vivid dataset of imperial overreach and defensive necessity. The British began projecting power thousands of miles from the Thames, subjugating coastal populations to guarantee the absolute safety of shipping lanes between Bombay and Basra. As the historian J.G. Lorimer would later assert, the British viewed their presence as a civilizing necessity to end what they called a carnival of maritime lawlessness. Yet this perspective willfully ignored the complex, pre-existing political dynamics of the region. In the eyes of the British officialdom, local Arab maritime toll levying and traditional coastal defense were indiscriminately branded as piracy. This label provided a convenient, universally understood justification for aggressive gunboat diplomacy, negotiating by threatening naval bombardment from heavily armed ships anchored just offshore. By framing their intervention as an unselfish crusade against pirates, the British masked their strategic paranoia beneath a veneer of moral imperative. The roots of this paranoia stretched back to the late 17th century, long before the 1800s. In the 1680s, European and American pirates, including the infamous Henry Avery and Captain William Kidd, had assaulted Mughal shipping in the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. When Avery seized a ship belonging to the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, the East India Company officials in Surat were arrested in retaliation. The crisis taught the company a vital lesson. Their commercial survival in India was inextricably linked to maritime security in the broader Middle East. Decades later, in 1903, Lord George Nathaniel Curzon would stand aboard the naval ship Argonaut off the Arab coast and explicitly articulate this ingrained imperial mindset. Traveling with a fleet of 7 coal-fueled ships, Curzon had arrived to project power just as German engineers were proposing a Berlin to Baghdad railway. Surveying the waters that his predecessors had violently pacified, Curzon famously declared to the assembled Arab leaders, "We were here before any other power in modern times. We found strife, and we have created order." Curzon's statement was a masterpiece of imperial rhetoric, perfectly encapsulating the motive of the crown. The British had manufactured a lasting order to soothe their own strategic anxieties. The power that designedly fosters its own weakness, Curzon once wrote, ultimately perishes of the atrophy thus engendered. Therefore, weakness in the Persian Gulf was simply unacceptable. The Gulf had to become a British lake, a fortified moat guarding the approaches to the Raj, enforced by the cannon and the sail. The rise of the Qawasim and the pirate coast. The primary obstacle to this vision of a placid British lake was the Qawasim Confederation. The Al-Qawasim were a powerful Arab dynasty and Sunni tribal alliance situated in the southeastern Gulf region, specifically centered around the coastal cities of Sharjah and Ras Al Khaimah. Founded in 1722 by Sheikh Rama bin Matar al-Qasimi, the dynasty boasted Hashemite origins and maintained deep historical ties to the Huwala tribes that migrated between the Arabian Peninsula and Persia. By the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the Qawasim had emerged as a formidable naval force. They actively sought to end the rising tide of European colonial infiltration that threatened their traditional trade and commercial routes. Their maritime power extended far beyond Ras Al Khaimah on the southern shore. They also controlled key ports on the northern Persian shore, including Kishim, Bandar Abbas, and Linjay. The Qawasim effectively controlled the geopolitical chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz. The British Empire, operating through the East India Company, quickly identified the Qawasim as their primary regional adversaries. To the British, the Qawasim were not a legitimate regional power defending their waters. They were a disruptive pirate menace, threatening the lucrative Indian shipping lanes. The British branded the southern shore of the Persian Gulf the Pirate Coast, a moniker that served to delegitimize the Arab maritime presence. Tensions were further exacerbated by religious and political alignments. During the 18th century, the Qawasim embraced the doctrines of the Muwahhidun, commonly known as the Wahhabi movement, led by Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab. This religious alignment led to a close, militant allegiance with the Emirate of Diriyah in the heart of the Arabian Peninsula. The British believed that Wahhabi leaders, such as Hussein bin Ali, actively compelled Qawasim chiefs to plunder all foreign trade ships without exception. In 1809, a spike in naval attacks prompted the British to launch their first major punitive campaign against the Qawasim. This expedition resulted in the sacking of Ras Al Khaimah and a fragile peace treaty signed by the Al-Qasimi leader. However, this imposed peace was incredibly short-lived. By 1815, the diplomatic arrangement broke down entirely, inaugurating a period that British chroniclers described with dramatic horror. According to the British narrative, the Qawasim indulged in a new, unprecedented wave of maritime violence. In 1815, a British Indian vessel was captured near Muscat, and the majority of its crew was murdered. On January 6, 1816, the Qawasim captured the Diriyah Dowlat off the coast of Dwarka, resulting in the murder of 17 Indian crew members. Later that same year, 3 British-flagged Indian merchant vessels from Surat were taken in the Red Sea, their crews similarly slaughtered. When the British formally investigated the Surat incident, the Qawasim issued a flat, provocative denial of involvement. They pointedly informed the British authorities that they did not recognize idolatrous Hindus as legitimate British subjects. To the administrators in Bombay, this defiant stance was intolerable. It challenged the very core of British sovereignty and exposed the vulnerabilities of their commercial shipping networks. Modern historians present a compelling counter-narrative to this era of supposed rampant piracy. Critics, notably the current ruler of Sharjah, Sultan bin Mohammed al-Qasimi, argue in The Myth of Arab Piracy in the Gulf that these allegations were deliberately exaggerated. They contend that the East India Company manufactured a casus belli to systematically eliminate Arab trade competition. The true goal, they argue, was to stop untaxed, independent trade routes between the Arab states and India that directly competed with the British Empire's monopolies. Regardless of whether the Qawasim were state-sponsored pirates or legitimate mercantile competitors defending their sovereign waters, the British response was inevitable. A small British squadron previously deployed to deter the Qawasim had proven highly ineffective, firing from too long a range to cause damage. This failure only increased the temerity of the Arab sailors, leading to further raids, including one alarmingly close, just 70 miles north of Bombay. The East India Company realized that a permanent, overwhelming display of force was required. The 1819 expedition, fire and subjugation. By the autumn of 1819, the patience of the East India Company had entirely evaporated. The administration in Bombay orchestrated a massive punitive expedition, a grand projection of imperial violence designed to break the Qawasim once and for all. General Sir William Cary Grant was selected to command the sprawling military assault. Cary Grant was a hardened veteran of global warfare, bringing a wealth of tactical experience to the shallow waters of the Gulf. Cary Grant's military pedigree was impeccable. He had fought in the Flanders campaigns of the 1790s, where his daring cavalry charges earned him a rare large gold medal from the Emperor of Austria. He had subsequently served in Italy, Germany, and Egypt, witnessing the massive bloodshed of the Napoleonic era. Most recently, he had served in India and Java, suppressing local rebellions and capturing fortresses. He understood the brutal mathematics of colonial subjugation intimately. The naval force assembled for the Persian Gulf campaign was staggering in its firepower. Led by Captain Collier aboard the massive HMS Liverpool, the fleet heavily relied on the vessels of the Bombay Marine. These included the 16-gun Teignmouth under Captain Hall, the 16-gun Benares, the 14-gun Aurora, the 14-gun Nautilus, the 12-gun Ariel, and the 12-gun Vestal. Supporting this armada was a vast fleet of merchant transport vessels hired to carry troops, artillery, and ordnance stores across the Arabian Sea. The transport fleet included heavy timber ships like the Bombay Castle, the Karen, the Conde de Rio Pardo, and the 594-ton Ernad. Aboard these transports were thousands of soldiers, including 1,424 Indian sepoys, destined for the beaches of the pirate coast. The expeditionary force departed Bombay in early November 1819, navigating the late-season monsoon winds. The fleet gathered ominously off the coast of Ras Al Khaimah on November 25 and 26. The Qawasim defenders, reportedly numbering around 3,000 troops, prepared to face the imperial onslaught. On the 2nd and 3rd of December, British and Indian troops made their amphibious landing south of the town, establishing fortified positions and dragging heavy cannons through the sand. The bombardment of Ras Al Khaimah commenced in earnest on December 6. The town was subjected to a terrifying crossfire. Landed batteries of 12-pound guns and heavy mortars rained explosives upon the mud brick fortifications from the dunes, while the naval squadron poured broadsides from the sea. The overwhelming technological superiority of the British forces was immediately apparent. On December 7, the British escalated the bombardment. 2 massive 24-pound cannons were offloaded from the Liverpool and added to the land batteries, shattering the remaining Qawasim defenses. The Arab stronghold could not withstand the concussive force of European industrial warfare. The rout of Ras al-Khaimah was absolute and devastatingly brief. The casualty figures lay bare the asymmetry of the conflict. The British forces suffered a mere 5 casualties, comprising killed and wounded. In stark contrast, the Qawasim defenders suffered catastrophic losses, with reports estimating between 400 and 1,000 men killed or maimed in the defense of their city. The political leader of the Qawasim, Hassan bin Rama al-Qasimi, was deposed by the advancing British. Following the fall of the city, the British Expeditionary Force systematically blew up the remaining structures of Ras al-Khaimah. They established a garrison of 800 sepoys and heavy artillery in the ruins to prevent any immediate resurgence of Arab resistance. However, the campaign was not yet complete. Cary Grant was determined to eradicate the Qawasim maritime infrastructure entirely. The fleet moved methodically down the coast. They captured and destroyed Dihaya Fort, where they suffered light casualties of 1 officer and 3 men killed. They visited Jazirat al-Hamra, finding it entirely deserted by its terrified inhabitants. The Bombay Marine then systematically destroyed the fortifications and burned the larger sailing vessels in the ports of al-Qawain, Ajman, Fasht, Sharjah, Abu Hail, and Dubai. The destruction was not confined to the Arabian shoreline. The British tracked down and burned 10 Qawasim vessels that had attempted to take shelter in Bahrain. Across the Gulf, the town of Lenje, held by a Persian branch of the Qawasim sheiks, was attacked by the Bombay Marines and burned completely to the ground. The Royal Navy suffered 0 casualties during these sweeping, destructive actions. The maritime capability of the Qawasim Confederation had been reduced to ash and splinters. The Trucial system, the imposed peace. In the smoldering aftermath of the 1819 campaign, the British sought to cement their military victory with binding legal architecture. The goal was not to claim physical territory or establish formal colonies on the inhospitable Arab coast. Instead, the British sought to completely dictate the geopolitical behavior of the coastal inhabitants, thereby securing the maritime flank of India forever. In January 1820, Major General Cary Grant summoned the defeated sheiks to sign a comprehensive legal document. This document, officially titled the General Treaty for the Cessation of Plunder and Piracy by Land and Sea, became the foundation of British hegemony in the region. It was initially signed by the rulers of Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Ajman, al-Qawain, and the deposed sheikh of Ras al-Khaimah. The treaty severely restricted the sovereignty of the Arab rulers through specific, non-negotiable mandates. The strict terms forced upon the Arab rulers in the 1820 treaty included an absolute prohibition of piracy and plunder by land and sea, defining piracy as any attack not part of an acknowledged war. A mandate requiring all usable Arab ships to be formally registered with British military forces. A requirement for all friendly Arabs to fly a newly designed, distinctive red and white flag to identify themselves to British naval patrols. A strict prohibition against the enslaving of people, from the coasts of Africa or elsewhere, and the carrying of slaves on their vessels. A provision allowing the pacificated Arabs free access to trade with British ports, with a promise of British naval protection if attacked. This 1820 treaty initiated a profound geopolitical freeze. Prior to the arrival of the British, the region's politics were defined by a fluid cycle of tribal raiding, maritime warfare, and constantly shifting alliances. By acting as the ultimate maritime arbitrator, the British halted this traditional rhythm. The Arab rulers were forced to surrender their right to wage war at sea, fundamentally altering the nature of their sovereignty. A key figure in navigating this new reality was Sheikh Sultan bin Sakr al-Qasimi. Sultan had a tumultuous history. He reigned over Ras al-Khaimah from 1803 to 1809 before being deposed by the Saudi emir. Following the British destruction of his rivals in 1819, the British restored Sultan bin Sakr to power as the ruler of Sharjah and Ras Al Khaimah. He became a crucial signatory to the 1820 treaty and spent the next several decades maneuvering within the strict confines of British maritime law. Sultan bin Sakr frequently tested the boundaries of the British Lake. In the 1820s and 1830s, he engaged in extensive land warfare and coastal blockades against his rivals in Abu Dhabi. However, the British strictly enforced the maritime provisions of their treaties, preventing these conflicts from spilling out into the open waters of the Gulf. The British resident at Bushire, an official who took his orders directly from the governor of Bombay, closely monitored the sheiks to ensure compliance. The system established in 1820 was further refined in 1835. Lieutenant Samuel Hennell, the acting British resident, convened a meeting with Sheikh Sultan bin Sakr and the rulers of Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Ajman at the British Naval Depot on Kesham Island. Hennell proposed an experimental maritime truce restricted only to the 6-month pearling season, a vital period for the local economy. The sheiks, exhausted by constant warfare, enthusiastically agreed to the temporary ban on maritime hostilities. This seasonal truce proved highly lucrative and popular, leading to a series of renewals. Ultimately, these temporary agreements culminated in a permanent diplomatic milestone, the Perpetual Maritime Truce of May 4, 1853. Signed by the leading chiefs of the coast, this agreement mandated a perfect maritime truce, forevermore. The treaty legally bound the rulers to avoid all hostilities at sea and to escalate any intertribal disputes directly to the British resident for arbitration. Through the stroke of a pen, the British transformed the dreaded pirate coast into the Trucial States. The Trucial States, a string of British-protected Arab sheikdoms, were completely autonomous in their internal desert affairs, but entirely subservient to British policy at sea. By freezing the political boundaries of the Arab coast and preventing maritime expansion, the British inadvertently created the strict territorial divisions that would eventually serve as the direct political precursors to the modern United Arab Emirates. The imposed peace was absolute, and the British Lake was secured. The copper thread, the telegraph revolution. By the middle of the 19th century, the waters of the British Lake had been thoroughly pacified by the guns of the Bombay Marine. Yet, the sprawling administrative machinery of the British Empire remained dangerously slow. Communication between London and the government in India relied entirely on the physical movement of paper across oceans. Even with the development of fast steamships, a message from Britain to Karachi, the most westerly port of the subcontinent, required 3 to 4 months at sea. The catastrophic Indian Rebellion of 1857 laid bare the critical vulnerabilities of an empire entirely reliant on steamships and sail. During the Bloody Mutiny, weeks passed before the shocking news reached London, and months passed before vital military reinforcements could be authorized and deployed. The East India Company's government was nearly toppled by the sheer lag of information. To tighten their grip on the jewel in the crown, the British realized they required instantaneous, secure communication. The technological solution was the submarine cable, a heavy copper wire insulated with rubber and sheathed in iron, designed to rest securely in the silt of the ocean floor. Early attempts to link the empire were fraught with disaster. A submarine route through the Red Sea failed entirely, and early transatlantic cables snapped under the immense pressure of the deep ocean. However, the strategic imperative to connect India drove rapid technological innovation. In 1862, the Indo-European Telegraph Department was founded in Bombay specifically to bridge the communication gap. The bold plan was to lay a massive submarine cable under the Persian Gulf, connecting the existing Ottoman overland telegraph terminus at Fa to the Indian network at Karachi. This would bypass the need for ships entirely, routing electrical pulses through the pacified waters of the Strait of Hormuz. The construction of the cable itself was a marvel of Victorian engineering, relying on materials sourced from across the global empire. The physical layers of insulation and armoring used in the 1864 telegraph cable included a central conductor made of a 7-strand copper wire, 4 distinct layers of gutta percha, a revolutionary natural plastic extracted from Malayan trees that remained flexible and impervious to saltwater, thick coatings of Chatterton's compound, a sticky mixture of gutta percha and Stockholm tar, a thick wrapping of jute yarn to cushion the delicate core, a heavy outer armoring of 10 iron wires, each individually wrapped in tarred manila yarn to prevent severe rust. The discovery of gutta percha was the critical catalyst that made the entire endeavor possible. Introduced to the Royal Asiatic Society in 1843 by a Portuguese engineer and a surgeon from the East India Company, gutta percha was a natural latex that lacked the elasticity of rubber, but hardened perfectly at room temperature. The scientist Michael Faraday discovered that, unlike rubber, gutta percha did not deteriorate when exposed to water for long periods. This made it the absolute ideal insulator for encasing live electrical wires beneath the ocean. Manufacturing the massive Persian Gulf cable was entrusted to Henley's Works in North Woolwich, under the engineering supervision of Messrs. Bright and Clark. The cables stretched an astonishing 1,250 nautical miles in length and weighed roughly a ton per mile. To transport and lay this massive, heavy lifeline through the Strait of Hormuz required a staggering logistical undertaking. The expedition required an armada of hired ships, including the Marion Moore, the Kirkham, the Tweed, the Assay, and the Cospatrick. Supporting them was a specially outfitted government steamer named the Amber Witch. Formerly known as the Charente, this 441-ton screw steamer was meticulously fitted with 3 watertight tanks to receive the coiled wire, heavy brakes, and a complete steam-powered machine for picking up and repairing broken cable. The physical act of laying the cable was an agonizing logistical nightmare. While colonial prints in London romanticized the endeavor, depicting stoic British engineers in pith helmets bravely hauling lines to shore, the brutal reality on the ground was far different. At the cable landing site in Fa, Iraq, there were absolutely no British personnel involved in the physical hauling of the cable. Instead, approximately 350 recruited Arab and Persian men were forced to physically drag the heavy, iron-sheathed cable through the treacherous, muddy shallows while enduring heavy thunderstorms. The subaltern workers attached to the expedition endured horrific conditions to build the empire's infrastructure. South Asian lascars aboard the cable ships worked in extreme environments, stoking coal boilers and operating heavy steam winches to continuously pay out the wire. The repetitive, agonizing labor exacted a severe physical toll. For example, Amin Mohideen, a leader of the lascars aboard the cable ship Patrick Stewart, suffered a debilitating inguinal hernia from the constant strain of hauling the wet, heavy equipment over his 20-year career. The environment of the Persian Gulf actively fought against the British intrusion. The summer heat was oppressive and deadly, frequently soaring past 120 degrees Fahrenheit. This brutal temperature turned the iron decks of the cable ships into searing griddles, testing the endurance of the Indian and European crews alike. Maintaining the continuous electrical connection across such a vast distance required the construction of repeater stations to boost the degrading signal. To secure the line through the vital chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz, the British established a repeater station on a tiny, barren rock in the Musandam Peninsula's Elphinstone Inlet. Measuring only 160 meters long and 90 meters wide, this desolate outpost was soon colloquially known as Telegraph Island. Telegraph Island became a psychological prison for the telegraph operators stationed there. Surrounded by towering, heat-reflecting fjord walls of folded rock strata and facing the hostility of local tribes, the operators lived in a state of constant, suffocating misery. The isolation, combined with the blistering, inescapable heat, drove many men to the brink of insanity. The psychological torment was so severe that the desperate journey back to civilization in India birthed the phrase, "going round the bend," a direct reference to navigating the curving geography of the Strait of Hormuz to escape the island. The transformation of the strait. Despite the staggering human and logistical costs, the copper thread was successfully activated in 1864. The geopolitical impact of the Indo-European telegraph line was instantaneous and profound. The ancient, wind-driven rhythm of the traditional pearling dhows sailing above the waves was suddenly, jarringly contrasted by the electrifying technological marvel resting on the seabed below. With the throw of a switch, a message could travel from London to Bombay in minutes rather than months. The Persian Gulf, long relegated to the status of a strategic military buffer zone, was instantly transformed into a vital global information chokepoint. The British Empire had effectively wired its nervous system directly through the shallow waters of the Strait of Hormuz, forever altering the region's relationship with the wider world. The telegraph network was not a static achievement. It required constant, dangerous maintenance. The submarine cables were continuously degrading in the harsh saltwater environment, beset by marine borers and the shifting tides. Much of this ongoing maintenance work was conducted aboard the IETD cable ship, the Patrick Stewart, which endlessly patrolled the Gulf. On land, the department relied on a racialized hierarchy of labor to secure the lines. In the turbulent frontier territories like Makran, the British paid subsidies to local Baluchi chiefs to patrol the wires, a system fraught with unreliability and absenteeism. Yet the line held. Between 1865 and 1875, a continuous telegraphic network was established from San Francisco to Melbourne, passing directly through the Persian Gulf. This incredible network functioned as a 19th-century internet, an infrastructure of imperial dominance that stitched the globe together. The British had achieved their ultimate goal. They not only controlled the physical waters of the Gulf, but also the invisible flow of information running beneath it. The architecture of imperial permanence was now complete. The violent pacification of the pirate coast in 1819 had laid the political groundwork, freezing the Arab sheikdoms into the trucial states. The deployment of the Bombay Marine had ensured that no foreign power could threaten the maritime flanks of India. Finally, the laying of the submarine cable had bound the region directly to the administrative heart of London. The legacy of this era in the Persian Gulf is dual in nature. On the surface, it is a story of imposed political stagnation, where ancient tribal rivalries and maritime traditions were locked in diplomatic amber by the treaties of the Pax Britannica. But beneath the waves, it is a story of radical technological acceleration, where a heavy copper thread sparked the dawn of modern global telecommunications. Together, the cannons of the gunboats and the current of the telegraph wire forged a geopolitical reality in the Strait of Hormuz that continues to dictate the flow of global power to this very day. Chapter 11. The Smell of Black Gold. The Deep Time Dataset, Geology of the Zagros. History is rarely forged in the fleeting corridors of political power. It is overwhelmingly dictated by the subterranean architecture of the Earth. For hundreds of millions of years, a massive, shallow body of water known as the Tethys Sea blanketed the region we now recognize as the Middle East. This ancient, sun-warmed sea functioned as a colossal biological trap, continuously laying down incredibly thick blankets of microscopic organic sediment across the ocean floor. As the tectonic plates of Arabia and Eurasia violently collided, they pushed up the jagged, snow-clad spine of the Zagros Mountains, fundamentally altering the region's geological destiny. Beneath the crushing pressure of this tectonic upheaval, the trapped organic sediments were slowly cooked into volatile liquid hydrocarbons. These vast reserves of petroleum migrated upward through the crust until they were trapped within highly porous, subterranean vaults of Asymmetric limestone. Crucially, these limestone reservoirs were perfectly sealed from above by massive, impermeable layers of infracambrian Hormuz salt, preventing the liquid from escaping into the atmosphere. This specific geological dataset provided a perfect combination of organic source rock, porous reservoir, and an impenetrable salt seal. The Earth had created a subterranean pressure cooker of unimaginable potential. For millennia, this power remained locked in absolute darkness, occasionally betraying its presence through minor surface seeps. Indigenous populations in the region had long utilized these natural seeps for practical purposes, such as illumination, medicinal salves, and waterproofing their traditional rivercraft. The ancient city of Susa even featured rudimentary, hand-dug wells designed to harvest this thick, foul-smelling surface sludge. However, the true scale of the subterranean ocean of energy remained a complete mystery to the people walking above it. In the late 19th century, the scientific gaze of Europe finally fell upon these ancient surface leaks. French scientists, most notably the archaeologist and geologist Jacques de Morgan, meticulously mapped these seeps during the 1890s. De Morgan published detailed geological surveys in the French journal Annales des Mines in 1892, hinting heavily at the colossal wealth hidden beneath the Persian soil. These early scientific mappings served as the initial, tantalizing clues that would soon draw the ravenous attention of European industrial capitalists. The ancient Tethys Sea was about to aggressively dictate the geopolitical survival of the 20th century. The Qajar Desperation and the Paris Expo. At the dawn of the 20th century, the physical reality of the Persian Empire stood in stark contrast to the hidden wealth lying beneath its surface. Under the rule of the Qajar dynasty, Persia was an impoverished, financially starved, and dangerously isolated state. It was barely distinguishable as a modern economic entity on the global stage, lacking basic infrastructure, railroads, and industrial capacity. Approximately 1/5 of the Persian population resided in small, dilapidated market towns, while a quarter eked out a pastoral existence as nomadic tribes wandering the harsh landscape. The central government in Tehran was utterly desperate for immediate cash infusions to sustain its ailing bureaucracy and fund the lavish European tour of the ruling monarchs. This profound fiscal desperation converged directly with Western industrial ambition at the 1900 Paris Exposition. Anton Katabchi Khan, a high-ranking Persian military officer and diplomat, met with British envoy Sir Henry Drummond Wolfe and French business agent Edouard Cot. Wandering amidst the technological marvels of the World Fair, they actively discussed the highly lucrative possibility of birthing a modern oil industry in the barren stretches of Western Persia. Wolfe possessed extensive political connections and immediately recognized the need for a massive injection of private capital to fund such a speculative venture. He subsequently introduced the Persian delegates to William Knox Darcy, a wealthy English speculator based in London. Darcy had already amassed a monumental fortune by ruthlessly extracting gold from the Mount Morgan mine in Australia, and he was aggressively seeking new, high-stakes global ventures. The prospect of monopolizing a completely untapped petroleum frontier deeply appealed to his capitalist sensibilities. The Darcy Concession, a sovereign land lease. On May 28, 1901, the Shah of Iran officially signed a document that would permanently alter the destiny of the Middle East. He granted Darcy a concession, which operates as a sovereign land lease where a nation trades its territorial rights for corporate investment. This legally binding agreement surrendered the nation's geological birthright in exchange for immediate, albeit relatively paltry, financial relief. The scale of this monumental gamble was entirely unprecedented in the history of global industry. The Darcy concession covered a staggering 1.2 million square kilometers of Persian territory, effectively handing over the mineral rights to 3/4 of the entire country. This represented an operational area larger than France and Germany combined, stretching from the Persian Gulf deep into the mountainous interior. The British syndicate was granted total impunity to reshape the physical landscape in pursuit of petroleum. The specific, highly exploitative terms of the 1901 Darcy concession dictated the long-term economic subjugation of the region. A 60-year exclusive privilege to proactively prospect, extract, refine, and export petroleum, natural gas, asphalt, and mineral waxes across the leased territory. The deliberate, highly strategic exclusion of the 5 northernmost Persian provinces to avoid provoking the hostile, neighboring Russian Empire, which viewed northern Persia as its traditional sphere of influence. An immediate, desperately needed cash payment of exactly 20,000 British pounds directly to the Persian government to alleviate its crushing debt. An additional 20,000 pounds distributed directly to the Shah and his courtiers in the form of company shares. A permanent royalty rate guaranteeing the Persian government a mere 16% of the annual net profits of any operating companies formed under the lease. Reynolds and the Zagros Crucible. William Knox Darcy, the primary architect of this geopolitical monopoly, never once set foot in the scorching deserts of Persia. He delegated the brutal physical reality of the extraction effort to George Bernard Reynolds, a fiercely determined engineer and geologist with a legendary tolerance for physical hardship. Reynolds was tasked with leading a grueling, years-long expedition into the formidable terrain of the Zagros Mountains. This was not a refined, cleanly managed corporate endeavor. It was a desperate, bleeding struggle against an unforgiving landscape. Reynolds assembled a highly diverse, multi-ethnic crew to aggressively conquer the earth. His core technical staff included a dozen specialized drillers, machinists, and blacksmiths recruited from the oil fields of Canada, Austria, and Poland. This specialized team of European expatriates was supported by a massive logistical train of Indian laborers and Iranian servants, who managed the vital pack animals and established the remote drilling camps. Together, they were forced to drag incredibly heavy, primitive steam-powered drilling rigs across a landscape that violently alternated between scorchingly hot desert plains and freezing, snow-clad mountain passes. The physical mechanics of early exploration were agonizingly slow, highly dangerous, and constantly prone to catastrophic mechanical failure. Workers battled constant, debilitating outbreaks of dysentery and malaria while enduring extreme temperature fluctuations that warped their equipment. The primitive steel drilling bits frequently shattered against the hard subterranean rock, requiring weeks of downtime to retrieve the broken metal from the deep shafts. Reynolds operated in a state of perpetual crisis, fighting both the geology of the earth and the limits of human physical endurance. Tribal politics and the Amail Guards. Furthermore, the British syndicate operated in a remote, volatile region where the central Persian government in Tehran held virtually no functional authority. Reynolds was forced to independently negotiate with powerful local tribal leaders to secure physical protection, access to water, and basic manual labor. He forged tentative, highly complex alliances with the Bakhtiari Khans in the mountains and Sheikh Khazal of Muhammed on the coastal plains. The oil search was effectively militarized from its inception, relying entirely on these local tribal accommodations rather than any sovereign law. The Bakhtiari tribesmen, who practiced an ancient seasonal migration pattern between summer highlands and winter lowlands, viewed the foreign oilmen with deep, justified suspicion. The nomads frequently accused the British syndicate of illegally seizing their vital pastoral lands and polluting their scarce water sources for drilling operations. To prevent sabotage and protect his fragile equipment, Reynolds was forced to heavily arm his camps. He hired private regiments of guards drawn directly from the local Amail class, representing the absolute lowest socioeconomic rank of the surrounding tribes. For 6 agonizing years, Reynolds drilled blindly into the sun-blasted rock, suffering continuous disappointments and mounting financial crises. By 1905, Darcy's vast personal fortune was nearly exhausted by the staggering logistical costs of the Persian expedition. To avoid total bankruptcy, Darcy was forced to surrender operational control to the Burma Oil Company, creating the first exploration company to inject fresh capital into the dying venture. Yet, even with this new funding, the drills repeatedly came up dry, pushing the investors to the absolute brink of despair. The 1908 eruption at Masjid-i-Sulayman. By the spring of 1908, the wealthy investors sitting in their comfortable London boardrooms had lost all faith in the geological gamble. Terrified by the spiraling costs and lack of results, the directors drafted a final, definitive telegram ordering Reynolds to cease all drilling operations immediately. He was instructed to abandon the heavy equipment to the desert, dismiss his workforce, and return home in defeat. Reynolds, possessing a stubbornness forged by years of physical suffering, famously ignored the frantic telegrams from London. He chose to gamble his entire career and reputation on a final, desperate drilling site located in the rocky foothills of the Zagros, an area known locally as Masjid-i-Sulayman. The exhausted crew pushed their primitive steam rig to its absolute limits, grinding blindly through the hard rock of the Persian crust in suffocating heat. The mechanical delays were agonizing, and morale was completely shattered. Yet, Reynolds refused to halt the rhythmic pounding of the drill bit. Before dawn on May 26, 1908, the physical reality of the Middle East was permanently ruptured. The drill bit finally pierced the massive, impermeable caprock, violently equalizing the immense pressure of the Asymmetric limestone reservoir. A towering geyser of noxious, unrefined crude erupted from the earth, shooting a staggering 50 feet above the wooden derrick. The thick, dark fluid cascaded heavily over the machinery and the cheering crew, completely filling the desert air with the overpowering, undeniable smell of sulfur. This towering geyser served as a world-shattering dataset. It provided the ultimate, earthbound proof that the Middle East possessed colossal hydrocarbon reserves entirely capable of fueling the modern industrial age. The financial panic in London instantly evaporated, replaced by a ravenous, imperial rush to monopolize the monumental strike. In April 1909, the triumphant British investors formally incorporated the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, aggressively capitalizing the new entity with £2 million sterling. This corporate behemoth was explicitly designed with a single, ruthless objective: to comprehensively extract, refine, and control Persian wealth. The ancient rhythm, a sea of pearls. The discovery at Masjid-i-Sulayman initiated a violent, irreversible acceleration of history in the region. To understand the profound shock of this transition, one must examine the pre-existing economic identity of the Persian Gulf. Long before the arrival of the steel drilling rigs and corporate conglomerates, the coastal emirates relied almost exclusively on a completely different harvest. Their survival was dictated by the extraction of natural pearls from the shallow, warm oyster beds that blanketed the floor of the Gulf. This was an ancient, highly organic economy that operated in strict accordance with the natural seasons and the sheer physical endurance of the human body. Unlike the relentless, year-round industrial pumping of oil, pearling was a cyclical, deeply cultural rhythm that bound the coastal communities together. The economic and social centerpiece of this maritime society was the Guz al-Kabir, literally translating from Arabic to the Big Dive. This intensive, 4-month harvesting season ran continuously from June 1st to September 30th, dictating the lives of nearly every family on the coast. During the summer months, the Gulf waters were exceptionally calm and clear, providing ideal, albeit blisteringly hot, conditions for the divers. Entire coastal villages would effectively empty out as massive fleets of wooden dhows departed the beaches. They were sent off by their families and local religious leaders in solemn, highly emotional Hurat ceremonies, praying for a safe return from the perilous waters. The pearling industry was a complex, rigid social construct, heavily stratified and built upon a deeply entrenched system of hereditary financial debt. The floating hierarchy of the dhow. Aboard the wooden vessels, which could carry upwards of 30 men, every individual served a highly specialized, rigidly defined role that dictated their social standing. The power dynamics of the pearling dhow directly mirrored the broader economic hierarchy of the entire coastal society. This floating microcosm was broken down into distinct, uncompromising ranks. The Nukhad operated as the supreme authority on the vessel. As the boat owner and principal manager, he held absolute financial control and ruthlessly distributed the seasonal profits based on complex, heavily skewed debt ledgers. The Sardal served as the fleet captain and master navigator. Relying entirely on ancient celestial knowledge, he navigated by the stars and memorized the exact, hidden locations of the most lucrative oyster beds. The Gawasin were the divers themselves, the foundational laborers of the entire economy. They bore the immense, agonizing physical trauma of the industry, plunging to the seabed day after grueling day. The Siyub acted as the vital deck assistants and lifeline managers. They possessed immense upper body strength, responsible for violently hauling the exhausted, oxygen-starved divers back to the surface before they drowned. The physical reality of the Gawasin was an exercise in extreme, almost unimaginable human deprivation. A single diver would plunge into the sea up to 200 times a single day, holding his breath for 2 to 3 agonizing minutes per dive. They scoured the jagged seabed for oysters entirely with bare hands, suffering continuously from ruptured eardrums, severe skin lacerations, and the ever-present threat of predatory sharks. It was a highly dangerous, intensely labor-intensive existence that frequently resulted in permanent physical disability, blindness, or sudden death. To endure this agonizing, repetitive labor, the crews relied heavily on a specialized, deeply hypnotic musical tradition known as Fijiri. Every wise captain hired a dedicated singer, known as a naham, whose sole responsibility was to vocalize haunting, rhythmic chants throughout the day. These hypnotic songs perfectly mirrored the physical exertion of the crew, synchronizing the pulling of the heavy ropes and providing crucial psychological motivation to the exhausted divers. When the grueling 4-month season finally ended, families ashore would festoon their houses with bright bayrak flags, preparing sweet treats to welcome the emaciated survivors home. The collapse in the cargo shift. This ancient, beautifully cyclical rhythm was violently interrupted by converging global macroeconomic forces in the early 20th century. The first fatal blow to the Gulf's indigenous economy arrived not from the oilmen, but from scientists in Japan during the 1920s. The successful commercialization of Japanese cultured pearling fundamentally undermined the rarity, mystique, and market value of natural Gulf pearls. By 1924, when cheap cultured pearls were discovered mixed into natural batches in the markets of Dubai, the global trust was shattered, triggering a catastrophic economic shock. The financial collapse of the pearling hierarchy was swift, brutal, and absolute. In Bahrain alone, pearling revenues plummeted drastically from over 5 million rupees in 1916 to barely 2 million by 1924. The subsequent global economic depression of 1929 further crushed export values, completely eliminating the luxury market in Europe and America. This forced the previously wealthy Nukhad captains and powerful merchant financiers into widespread, humiliating bankruptcy. This economic devastation was severely compounded during the Second World War, when German U-boats sank crucial regional entrepot ships, destroying vital supply chains and drowning entire trading crews. Local Gulf historians refer to this agonizing, socially destructive transition period as the Sanawat Alcott, translating bleakly to the drought years. However, the agonizing death of the pearl industry perfectly coincided with the explosive, ravenous rise of the newly formed Anglo-Persian Oil Company. The massive, ever-expanding industrial infrastructure of the British oil syndicate required an endless, highly expendable supply of human labor. Men who had previously risked their lives diving into the crushing depths of the Gulf now flocked toward the mainland, seeking stable, reliable wages in the long shadow of the steel derricks. This mass migration triggered a profound, entirely irreversible shift in the social identity of the Middle East. The regional workforce rapidly transitioned from the traditional status of a male, general peasant or tribal labor bound by hereditary debt and seasonal harvests, into Kargar, the highly disciplined, wage-earning industrial worker. The ancient, seasonal autonomy of the pearl diver was entirely replaced by the relentless, year-round, clock-driven demands of advanced industrial capitalism. The haunting voices of the Naham singers fell permanently silent, their rhythmic chants replaced by the deafening, mechanical roar of the oil refineries. Forging the steel artery, pipelaying mechanics. Before the newly discovered oil could be successfully monetized on the global market, it had to be physically moved. The Anglo-Persian Oil Company faced an immediate, colossal logistical nightmare, transporting the highly volatile crude from the isolated, mountainous wellheads of Masjid-i-Sulayman down to the navigable coastal shipping lanes. To solve this geographic puzzle, the company's engineers designed a continuous 130-mile steel artery stretching from the Zagros foothills down to the muddy shores of the Persian Gulf. Construction on this unprecedented pipeline began in January 1910, demanding an immense, grueling mobilization of human muscle. The company aggressively recruited a massive, highly segregated workforce to conquer the brutal geography of Khuzestan. By the end of 1910, the pipeline project employed nearly 1,000 workers, structured in a rigid, deeply colonial racial hierarchy. At the absolute top were a handful of European engineers who directed the overarching logistical operations from shaded tents. Below them were several dozen skilled Indian migrants, operating as specialized clerks, medics, and mechanical artisans. However, the overwhelming majority of the back-breaking, lethal manual labor was performed by local Iranian peasants and Bakhtiyari tribesmen. The physical mechanics of early pipelaying were astonishingly primitive and entirely dependent on the application of sheer, agonizing brute force. There was no heavy, mechanized diesel equipment available to clear the rugged route. The terrain was conquered entirely by hand tools. Specialized bush gangs, consisting of 50 to 75 laborers, advanced slowly across the unforgiving landscape. They chopped through heavy brush with machetes, shattered massive boulders with pickaxes, and manually leveled the uneven desert floor in searing temperatures. They were directly followed by stringing gangs, who utilized teams of stubborn mules and human leverage to drag the massive steel pipe joints into position. Slapping collars and stabbing pipe. Joining the heavy steel pipes was a tremendously slow, highly dangerous, and notoriously leak-prone endeavor. Because modern oxyacetylene welding was still in its experimental infancy and unavailable in the Persian desert, the engineers relied entirely on traditional mechanical connections. The heavy steel pipes, roughly 20 feet long and weighing up to 600 pounds each, had to be physically wrestled into perfect horizontal alignment by teams of exhausted men. The ends of these massive joints were heavily threaded, requiring laborers to manually twist them together using large threaded collars and iron couplings. Workers utilized enormous, incredibly heavy wrenches to tighten these connections by hand. This was an exhausting, highly dangerous technique known casually within the industry as slapping collars and stabbing pipe. This bone-crushing labor frequently resulted in severe blunt force injuries, crushed limbs, and heat stroke. Furthermore, these primitive threaded joints were notoriously vulnerable to the extreme environmental conditions of the Persian desert. As the desert floor rapidly expanded in the scorching daytime heat and violently contracted during the freezing nights, the mechanical couplings frequently shifted. This caused the pipeline to spring highly toxic, high-pressure leaks, spraying raw crude oil across the pristine landscape. The mudflats of Abadan, building the citadel. Despite the immense physical challenges and the constant mechanical failures, the continuous steel pipeline was successfully completed in 1911. It immediately began transporting an astonishing 400,000 tons of raw crude oil annually down from the mountains to the coast. The final terminus of this massive pipeline was Abadan, a previously obscure island located at the highly strategic confluence of the Karun River and the Shat al-Arab waterway. Prior to the sudden arrival of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, Abadan had been a flat, salty mudflat scattered with impoverished peasant hamlets and dying date palm groves. The British syndicate officially purchased 5 square miles of this low-lying land from Sheikh Khazal, the local Arab ruler. They immediately began constructing what would quickly become the largest, most technologically advanced oil refinery on planet Earth. However, the physical environment of Abadan was highly hostile to concentrated human habitation. The island sat precisely at sea level, and the subsoil water table was only 2 feet beneath the crust, rendering natural drainage entirely impossible. During seasonal high tides, the island frequently flooded, creating massive, stagnant pools of brackish water. These stagnant pools bred rampant waterborne pathogens and supported massive, aggressive populations of disease-carrying rats. To ensure the uninterrupted flow of oil and the survival of their technical staff, the company was forced to construct a massive, highly disciplined corporate infrastructure. The sudden influx of labor resulted in 2 heavily segregated, highly unequal settlements. The company town featured manicured lawns, clean water, and sturdy housing for the European management and skilled Indian workers. In stark contrast, Abadan town evolved into a sprawling, chaotic, deeply unsanitary shantytown for the thousands of unskilled Iranian migrants. The company deployed rigid, highly invasive public health interventions, exercising severe sanitary surveillance over the native laborers. They instituted mandatory quarantines and chemical disinfections to prevent crippling cholera epidemics from halting the refinery's precious operations. In 1912, the massive Abadan refinery officially came online, instantly transforming the quiet mudflat into a smoke-belching industrial citadel. Massive, heat-radiating distillation plants began boiling the toxic crude, engaging in crude fractioning to separate the thick liquid into usable, highly combustible petroleum products. By 1913, the first major cargoes of refined oil were being pumped directly into the hulls of waiting ocean tankers, successfully diverting the wealth of the Persian Empire out into the global market. The Royal Navy and the coal dust limit. While the engineers in Khuzestan battled the physical earth to extract oil, the geopolitical architects in London were battling to secure the very survival of the British Empire. The foundation of British global hegemony rested entirely upon the absolute, unquestioned supremacy of the Royal Navy. The crown jewels of this formidable fleet were the dreadnoughts, a revolutionary class of massive, heavily armored battleships powered by immense steam turbines. The launch of HMS Dreadnought in 1906 had triggered a terrifying, spiraling naval arms race with the fiercely ambitious German Empire. However, the entire operational reality of the Royal Navy was anchored to a single, highly restrictive domestic resource: Welsh steam coal. Britain possessed the finest, most energy-dense coal reserves in the world, safely locked beneath the hills of its own sovereign territory. This provided the Admiralty with absolute, unquestionable energy security, free from the threats of foreign embargoes. Yet, this strategic comfort came with severe, potentially fatal tactical limitations on the high seas. Coal was an incredibly labor-intensive, physically demanding, and highly inefficient fuel source. A coal-burning dreadnought was permanently bound by the agonizing, dirty logistics of constant refueling. Coaling ship was a horrific, deeply despised ordeal that required the physical exertion of the entire crew, coating the pristine warships and the men in highly abrasive, choking black dust. This brutal process physically exhausted the sailors and rendered the warship totally unfit for combat operations for days at a time. Furthermore, the tactical mobility of a coal-fired fleet was severely restricted. Refueling a massive dreadnought at sea in rough waters was virtually impossible, meaning that at any given moment, up to a quarter of the entire British fleet was trapped in harbor, completely useless to the war effort. Deep within the steel hulls, massive armies of stokers were required to manually shovel tons of coal into the roaring, hellish furnaces. As warships grew exponentially larger, jumping from 15,000 to 70,000 horsepower, the sheer volume of coal required began to critically deplete the Navy's available manpower. The British fleet was fast reaching the absolute limits of solid fuel technology. The Agadir crisis and the Fisher Commission. The urgency to overcome these severe operational limitations reached a terrifying boiling point in the summer of 1911. The Agadir crisis suddenly erupted when Kaiser Wilhelm deliberately sent the heavily armed German gunboat Panther steaming into a Moroccan port. This highly aggressive maneuver was designed to directly challenge British and French geopolitical influence in North Africa, and it ignited a severe, very real war scare across the European continent. It also profoundly transformed the geopolitical worldview of a young, highly ambitious politician named Winston Churchill. Prior to the incident at Agadir, Churchill had been a staunch domestic economist. He had actively resisted the massive military expenditures required by the naval arms race, arguing that funds should be diverted to domestic social programs. Following the crisis, however, his entire philosophy pivoted. He became absolutely convinced that German hegemony was an inevitable, existential threat, and that a cataclysmic global war was only a matter of time. In October 1911, Churchill was officially appointed as the First Lord of the Admiralty, assuming total, uncompromising control over the future of the Royal Navy. He immediately set out to guarantee British naval supremacy by any means necessary. Churchill desperately required a decisive, overwhelming tactical advantage to ensure his fleet could crush the German armada. He found his radical solution in the fervent, highly data-driven advice of Admiral Jack Fisher. Fisher, a visionary former First Sea Lord, proudly admitted to being an obsessive oil maniac since 1886. He recognized clearly that transitioning the fleet from solid coal to liquid petroleum would completely revolutionize the geometry of naval warfare. In 1912, operating at Churchill's specific behest, Fisher chaired a royal commission on oil, which officially recommended the complete, irrevocable conversion of the British fleet to oil power. The Churchill pivot for speed. Armed with Fisher's exhaustive data, Churchill initiated one of the most consequential, high-risk military gambles in modern history. He decisively decreed that the next generation of British superdreadnoughts, known as the Queen Elizabeth class, would operate as a fast division powered exclusively by liquid oil. There would be no fallback coal bunkers included in their hull designs. The ships would rely entirely on the flow of petroleum. As Churchill famously noted in his memoirs, once this monumental decision was made for the premier battleships, the rest of the fleet naturally followed. The camel once swallowed, the gnats went down easily enough. The physical mechanics of oil fuel provided a staggering, indisputable array of combat advantages over traditional Welsh coal. Churchill based his monumental decision on a specific, undeniable dataset regarding operational capabilities. Double thermal efficiency. Oil possessed roughly twice the thermal content of coal by weight, meaning ships could travel vastly greater distances across the globe without requiring constant refueling stops. The speed advantage. Liquid fuel allowed the Queen Elizabeth class to reach an unprecedented 25 knots. This massive speed advantage would allow the British to easily outmaneuver the German battle line and execute the devastating cross the T maneuver in open combat. Stealth and visibility. Oil burned significantly cleaner than coal, producing virtually no dark funnel smoke. This prevented the fleet from betraying its position over the horizon and provided clear, uninterrupted sightlines for the vital gunnery crews. Massive labor reduction. Liquid fuel could be transferred effortlessly via mechanical pumps and pipes directly into the boilers. This completely eliminated the grueling, soul-crushing task of coal trimming, reducing the required stokehold personnel by a massive 50%. Logistical flexibility. Crucially, oil could be easily transferred through heavy hoses, making rapid refueling at sea highly feasible and finally freeing the fleet from its crippling dependency on static, vulnerable harbors. The fatal geopolitical tie to Hormuz. The tactical benefits of oil were absolute and undeniable, but the underlying geopolitical risks were absolutely terrifying. By abandoning the safety of Welsh coal, Churchill was deliberately tying the very survival of the British Empire to a highly insecure supply line stretching halfway across the globe. To commit the Navy irrevocably to foreign oil was, in Churchill's own dramatic words, to take arms against a sea of troubles. If the British ever lost access to this distant fuel source, their magnificent, steel-clad dreadnoughts would become paralyzed, useless coffins floating in the North Sea. To mitigate this looming existential threat, Churchill executed a masterstroke of geopolitical monopolization. On July 17, 1913, he delivered a highly impassioned, data-driven speech directly to the House of Commons. He argued fiercely that the government must secure an independent, proprietary supply of liquid fuel, totally free from the market manipulation of foreign oil trusts. He successfully convinced Parliament to approve a massive £2 million state investment to purchase a 51% controlling stake in the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. This 1913 parliamentary vote effectively nationalized the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. It transformed a private, struggling commercial enterprise into a critical, heavily militarized arm of the British state. The British government placed its own powerful directors on the corporate board and secured a secret, 20-year contract that guaranteed an endless supply of cheap Persian oil for the Admiralty. Mastery itself, Churchill proudly declared to his peers, was the prize of the venture. This transaction, however, forged a fatal, permanent tie between the survival of the Western world and the volatile stability of the Middle East. The strategic defense of the British Isles was no longer guaranteed by the safe, domestic coal mines of Wales. It was now inextricably, fatally linked to the threaded steel pipelines of Khuzestan and the smoke-belching refineries of the Abadan mudflats. Consequently, the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow, 21-mile-wide waterway separating the Persian Gulf from the open ocean, instantly transformed from a quiet pearling ground into the most critical maritime chokepoint on Earth. Every single drop of oil extracted by Reynolds' primitive rigs, pumped through the grueling pipelines, and refined at Abadan, had to navigate this narrow geographic bottleneck to reach the dreadnoughts of the Royal Navy. If the strait were ever closed by a hostile power, the engine of the British Empire would suffocate and die. By treating the geological data of the Zagros Mountains as a strategic military asset, Winston Churchill and the British Admiralty inadvertently birthed the modern petrostate paradigm. A petrostate, a sovereign nation whose entire wealth and political structure rely almost exclusively upon the export of oil, is inherently vulnerable to the foreign powers that purchase its lifeblood. The British Empire, now utterly dependent on Persian oil to outrun the Germans, was forced to heavily police its assets. They actively subverted local tribal autonomy, bribed regional leaders, and became deeply entangled in Middle Eastern governance to ensure the oil never stopped flowing. The modern world was thus forged not in the pristine, quiet boardrooms of London, but in the blistering mudflats of Abadan and the rocky, unforgiving foothills of Masjid-i-Sulayman. The smell of unrefined sulfur erupting from the Persian earth signaled the irrevocable death of the coal era, securing British mastery of the seas while shackling global security to the perilous waters of the Strait of Hormuz forever. Chapter 12. The Crucible of the Cold War. The Geography of Destiny. To understand the modern world, one must first consult the map, for human history is inextricably bound to the physical constraints of the Earth. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow geological trench that connects the warm, sheltered waters of the Persian Gulf to the vast, unpredictable expanses of the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. It is an uncompromising host to human ambition, spanning a mere 21 miles across at its absolute narrowest point. Flanked by the rugged, barren coastlines of Oman to the south and Iran to the north, this maritime corridor has historically functioned as the central nervous system of global empire. The physical geography of this space illustrates precisely why it has become the ultimate geopolitical choke point. The waters of the strait reach depths of over 300 feet, a geological fortune that allows it to accommodate the massive drafts of the world's largest commercial vessels. Above the surface, however, the environment is notoriously hostile, characterized by suffocating humidity, blinding summer haze, and pervasive sandstorms that sweep down from the desert interior. The channel is dotted with small, strategically vital islands, Keshem, Larak, Hormuz, and the Greater and Lesser Tum, that sit like silent sentinels over the transit lanes. These islands are mostly barren and sparsely populated, yet their location near the primary shipping channels grants them immeasurable military value. In the eyes of maritime navigators, it is a treacherous passage, but in the eyes of world leaders, it is a narrow valve that regulates the heartbeat of global industry. During the explosive middle decades of the 20th century, this waterway evolved from a regional trade route into the absolute fulcrum of human survival. The Earth inevitably dictates human behavior, and the geological destiny of the Middle East ensured that whoever controlled the flow of maritime traffic through the strait effectively controlled the industrial capacity of the modern world. In the span of a single, chaotic decade, from the outbreak of the Second World War to the dawn of the Cold War, the strait served as both a lifeline for besieged democracies and the bloody stage for imperial overreach. The continuous funneling of ships through this corridor represents a physical dataset of global survival, meticulously recorded in the cargo manifests and covert intelligence cables of the era. To read the history of this waterway is to read the macrohistorical interconnectedness of the modern age. The events that unfolded along its shores were not isolated political disputes, but tectonic shifts that redefine the boundaries of sovereignty, capitalism, and empire. We must treat the heavy, earthbound realities of logistics and espionage as the primary forces that shape the post-war order. By examining the brutal logistics of wartime supply, the fiery awakening of Iranian nationalism, and the dark microhistory of a Western-backed coup, we can uncover the origins of the geopolitical fractures that define the region today. The Persian Corridor, the backdoor to survival. By the late summer of 1941, the geopolitical reality of the Second World War had grown exceedingly grim for the Allied powers. The mechanized forces of Nazi Germany had shattered the Eastern Front, plunging deep into Soviet territory and threatening to collapse the very foundation of the anti-Axis resistance. American and British military leadership recognized a fundamental, terrifying truth. Without the prolonged, grinding involvement of the massive Soviet army, any Western invasion of fortress Europe would be rendered practically impossible. The survival of the Soviet Union required immediate, monumental logistical support, yet the traditional maritime routes were effectively sealed off. The northern sea lanes across the Arctic to Murmansk and Archangel were paralyzed by lethal Luftwaffe bombings and relentless U-boat predation, while the Pacific route to Vladivostok was highly vulnerable to Japanese interference. The geographic solution to this existential crisis lay in the rapid, militarized expansion of the Persian corridor, a massive Allied supply chain. This ambitious overland and maritime route was designed to utilize the Persian Gulf as a secure, southern entryway into the Soviet Union. The logistics required a globe-spanning undertaking, originating in the booming industrial heartlands of the United States and Canada. Merchant ships heavily laden with war materiel sailed grueling, multi-month voyages down the Atlantic, navigating around the treacherous Cape of Good Hope, and finally turning north to enter the Persian Gulf. Once these vessels safely navigated the narrow chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz, they anchored at previously underdeveloped Iranian and Iraqi ports to offload their cargo. The Allies used the Gulf and the Strait as the vital, secure backdoor to funnel millions of tons of materiel to the Soviet Union to repel the Nazi invasion. Transforming this remote geographical chokepoint into the primary artery of global resistance required an engineering effort of unprecedented scale. The initial infrastructure in Iran was woefully inadequate. Ports lacked heavy cranes, and the single-track Iranian state railway possessed a clearance capacity of merely 6,000 tons per month. The British, already stretched thin by their campaigns in North Africa, quickly realized they lacked the resources to simultaneously defend the Middle East and drastically scale up this vital supply route. The logistical dataset of global survival. In late 1942, the United States Army was granted primary control over the movement of munitions and supplies through the Iranian corridor. They established the Persian Gulf Service Command, a specialized military organization tasked with physically rebuilding the infrastructure of a sovereign nation to serve the wartime needs of foreign powers. Thousands of American troops, including specialized port battalions, railway engineers, and military police, poured into the region to dredge harbors, lay new train tracks, and construct massive truck assembly plants. The continuous, grueling convoy traffic through the strait must be viewed as a physical dataset of global survival, revealing the staggering mechanical weight required to sustain a world war. The explicit data of this logistical triumph highlights the monumental scale of the operation. Total United States Lend-Lease aid, provided to the Soviet Union, amounted to an astonishing 17,500,000 long tons of cargo. Of this massive total, approximately 7,900,000 long tons, representing 45% of all aid, were routed explicitly through the Iranian chokepoint. Prior to American intervention, the Iranian state railway could only move a fraction of the necessary goods. By 1943, clearance capacity was engineered to reach an astounding 180,000 tons per month. The cargo included nearly 400,000 American-built vehicles, alongside vital shipments of aviation fuel, combat aircraft, electric cable, and millions of cans of preserved food. The physical reality of this dataset materialized in the sudden, violent industrialization of the Iranian coastline. Khorramshahr and Bandar Shapur, initially possessing only single berths capable of handling large vessels, were rapidly transformed into sprawling, mechanized logistics hubs. The island of Abadan, site of a massive British-owned oil refinery, was heavily utilized for the offloading of incredibly heavy equipment and the rapid assembly of cased warplanes. Here, amidst the sweltering coastal heat, Allied soldiers and locally hired laborers unloaded endless streams of crated Studebaker US-6 trucks, working around the clock to meet the relentless demands of the Soviet military protocols. The physical toll of the Zagros. The journey from the maritime Chokepoint to the Soviet border was an exercise in extreme physical endurance that severely punished both man and machine. The overland routes pushed north from the coastal ports, forcing truck convoys and heavily laden trains to traverse the unforgiving topography of the Zagros Mountains. The climate vacillated violently along the route, shifting from the suffocating 130-degree humidity of the Persian Gulf to the freezing, snow-choked mountain passes that routinely reached elevations of over 9,000 feet. Drivers battled blinding dust, storms in the southern deserts, only to face lethal, icy switchbacks as they approached the northern frontiers. The sheer noise and physical disruption of this operation forever altered the ancient landscapes of Iran. Long trains hauled by modern American diesel-electric locomotives dragged massive loads of artillery and tanks through hand-carved mountain tunnels, vibrating the very bedrock of the nation. In the open deserts, vast marshalling yards were established where crated trucks were rapidly assembled in the field, tested, and immediately driven northward in massive, unbroken convoys. Soviet officers waited at the northern borders to accept delivery of these vehicles, hastily painting red stars onto the olive-drab doors before rushing them directly to the Eastern Front. Ultimately, the logistical miracle of the Persian Corridor successfully secured the Soviet resistance. The unending stream of Studebaker trucks and armored vehicles that funneled through the Strait of Hormuz provided the Red Army with the crucial mobility and firepower necessary to break the German siege at Stalingrad. Yet the very infrastructure built to save the world from fascism inadvertently catalyzed a geopolitical crisis within the host nation. By transforming the Persian Gulf into a modern, highly efficient industrial artery, the Allied powers unintentionally sowed the seeds of a fierce, indigenous nationalism that would soon challenge Western hegemony. The nationalist awakening, Mossadegh's defiance. As the immediate existential threat of the Second World War receded, the global order fractured, giving way to a profound post-war ideological shift within the borders of Iran. The Iranian population, having endured years of foreign military occupation and the heavy, disruptive footprint of Allied logistics, experienced a surging, irrepressible nationalist awakening. They looked upon their vast, underground petroleum reserves not as a cheap commodity to be endlessly harvested by foreign empires, but as the sovereign lifeblood of their own nation. The epicenter of this brewing ideological storm was the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, a monolithic corporate entity that perfectly embodied the persistent, suffocating grip of British imperialism. The AIOC, the British oil monopoly, had been established in 1909 following the historic discovery of massive oil fields in the arid expanse of Masjid Solomon. It operated under the infamous Darcy Concession, a deeply inequitable legal framework that granted Great Britain the exclusive, long-term rights to prospect, extract, and export Iranian petroleum. In 1914, recognizing the strategic necessity of oil for its naval fleet, the British government quietly purchased a controlling 51% stake in the company. This maneuver effectively transformed a private corporate enterprise into a direct, heavily armed extension of the British state, operating with total impunity within Iran's borders. For decades, the AIOC extracted astronomical wealth from the Iranian soil, funneling the profits directly into the British treasury, while returning only a humiliating fraction to the host nation. The tangible economic dataset of the era lays bare the staggering scale of this colonial extraction. The financial disparity was so extreme that it became a unifying rallying cry for Iranian politicians across the ideological spectrum. In 1947, the AIOC paid a robust £14.8 million in taxes directly to the British government to support post-war recovery. In that exact same year, the company paid the Iranian government a mere £308,000 in lieu of taxation. Between 1930 and 1950, as global demand surged, the AIOC's annual pre-tax profits exploded from roughly £6.5 million to nearly £85 million. Despite generating 75 to 80% of the AIOC's total global profits from Iranian wells, the British refused to entertain a 50-50 profit-sharing agreement similar to those established in Venezuela and Saudi Arabia. The anomaly of Abadan. The physical manifestation of this vast economic disparity was the sprawling, highly segregated oil town of Abadan. Located on a small island at the very top of the Persian Gulf, the Abadan refinery was the largest petroleum processing facility in the world, representing the crown jewel of British overseas industry. It was a sprawling, dystopian complex where millions of tons of crude oil were forced through a labyrinthine network of cast-iron pipes, catalytic cracking units, and towering distillation columns. The environment was famously hostile. Foreign journalists described the landscape as a featureless, tan expanse where the heat routinely soared above 130 degrees Fahrenheit, causing the asphalt streets to literally melt like tar beneath the workers' boots. Within this sweltering industrial fortress, the social stratification between the British overlords and the Iranian subjects was absolute, rigidly enforced, and highly visible. British managers and technicians lived in carefully manicured, air-conditioned compounds, complete with swimming pools, cinemas, and imported domestic staff. Conversely, the Iranian laborers who physically manipulated the steel valves, endured the toxic fumes, and sustained the grueling manual labor were relegated to impoverished, disease-ridden slums lacking basic sanitation. To the growing Iranian nationalist movement, the refinery at Abadan was not simply an economic asset. It was a daily, visceral humiliation that demanded correction. The geopolitical earthquake of 1951. This simmering societal resentment ultimately found its champion in Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, an aristocratic, European-educated politician who possessed an unwavering, almost zealous commitment to Iranian sovereignty. Mossadegh was a brilliant orator who understood that true political independence was impossible without total economic independence. In the spring of 1951, riding a massive, unprecedented wave of popular support, Mossadegh led the Iranian parliament in passing a monumental legislative decree. They voted unanimously to officially execute the nationalization, a government seizing private assets, of the entire Anglo-Iranian oil company, effectively stripping the fading British Empire of its most lucrative overseas possession. This bold legislative strike was a geopolitical earthquake that violently shook the foundations of the post-war global order. By nationalizing the massive oil fields of the South and the sprawling refinery infrastructure of Abadan, Mossadegh was attempting to violently wrest control of his nation's geological destiny away from a foreign power. Furthermore, this act inherently asserted Iranian control over the ensuing chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz, challenging the traditional maritime supremacy of the West. The Iranian government made it explicitly clear that they regarded the legal seizure of the company's assets as a non-negotiable, permanent reality. The British establishment, clinging desperately to the outdated norms of imperial power politics, was entirely unable to comprehend the genuine strength of this popular opposition. London viewed the act of nationalization not as the legitimate policy of a sovereign nation, but as an act of outright theft and geopolitical sabotage. British politicians publicly argued that the very economic welfare of the Stirling area rested on their continued, orderly extraction of Middle Eastern oil. Privately, they immediately began formulating strategies for subverting the Mossadegh government and returning the highly profitable petroleum apparatus to British control. Embargoing the Chokepoint. The British response to Mossadegh's defiance was swift, financially severe, and specifically designed to induce total economic strangulation. Unwilling to launch a direct, unilateral military invasion of Iran without explicit American support, London instead weaponized the very maritime chokepoint they had long controlled. The Royal Navy was aggressively deployed to the region to enforce a strict, heavily armed maritime blockade, effectively embargoing the flow of Iranian oil to the outside world. By threatening crippling legal action in international courts and physically seizing any independent tanker that dared to transport the stolen crude, the British systematically severed Iran's connection to the global economic market. The economic impacts of this heavy-handed, retaliatory blockade were immediate, profound, and absolutely catastrophic for the fledgling nationalist government in Tehran. The physical data set of the British embargo reveals the devastating efficiency of maritime control and the vulnerability of a nation entirely dependent on a single export. The statistics paint a grim picture of deliberate economic destruction. Prior to the nationalization crisis, oil revenues accounted for more than 50% of Iran's foreign exchange income and 1/3 of the total government budget. In 1950, while still under firm British control, Iranian oil production stood at a highly profitable 648,000 barrels per day. By the height of the British naval blockade in 1952 and 1953, average production had plummeted catastrophically to just 28,000 barrels per day. This artificial, militarized restriction effectively wiped out approximately 96% of Iran's oil output, completely paralyzing the sovereign state's financial apparatus. Without the continuous, lucrative flow of oil out through the Strait of Hormuz, the domestic Iranian economy began to fail spectacularly. Inflation skyrocketed, pushing the cost of basic goods beyond the reach of the working class, while unemployment surged dramatically among the massive labor force previously stationed at Abadan. The national government rapidly approached the brink of total bankruptcy, severely limiting Mossadegh's ability to govern or implement his promised social reforms. Yet, despite the crushing, suffocating weight of the blockade, the Prime Minister resolutely refused to capitulate to British demands, setting the stage for a covert, international escalation that would forever alter the trajectory of the Middle East. Operation Ajax, the original sin. For over a year, the administration of United States President Harry S. Truman actively resisted desperate British pleas to intervene aggressively in the Iranian crisis. Truman, harboring an inherent, distinctly American distaste for European colonialism, initially attempted to act as an honest broker, seeking a diplomatic compromise that would respect Iranian sovereignty while restarting the critical flow of oil to Western Europe. However, the geopolitical calculus in Washington shifted dramatically in early 1953 with the inauguration of President Dwight D. Eisenhower. As the Cold War rapidly intensified, the new Republican administration viewed the globe through a strictly binary, fiercely anti-communist lens, fundamentally altering American foreign policy toward the Middle East. The collapse narrative and Cold War paranoia. The American intelligence community, heavily influenced by British prompting, began to circulate a deeply pessimistic, highly alarming assessment of the Iranian situation. Historians now refer to this strategic framing as the collapse narrative. American policymakers convinced themselves that Mossadegh's government, hopelessly suffocated by the British embargo, was structurally incapable of managing an oil-less economy over the long term. This prevailing narrative warned that an inevitable, total economic collapse would create a dangerous power vacuum in Tehran, inexorably leading to a violent takeover by the Tudeh Party, Iran's highly organized communist faction. The acute fear of Soviet Russia gaining direct control of the vast Iranian oil reserves, and by extension, the strategic maritime chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz, drove Washington to abandon diplomacy. Eisenhower formally authorized the utilization of radical, clandestine action to solve the crisis. The operation was conceived and meticulously planned at the absolute highest levels of the British and American governments, heavily directed by CIA Director Allen Dulles and Secretary of State John Foster Dulles. The CIA officially codenamed the plot TP Ajax, while Britain's Secret Intelligence Service, MI6, referred to it in their cables as Operation Boot. Operation Ajax, a secret overthrow of a state, was explicitly designed to violently depose the democratically elected Prime Minister Mossadegh and consolidate absolute, unquestioned power in the hands of the young, pro-Western monarch, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. It was a desperate, remarkably heavy-handed maneuver executed to secure the flow of oil through the strait at all costs, regardless of the severe collateral damage inflicted upon Iranian democracy. By authorizing the coup, the United States crossed a psychological Rubicon, transitioning from a relatively benign external power into a direct, interventionist architect of Middle Eastern affairs. The mechanics of subverting a nation. To successfully engineer the collapse of a sovereign government, the joint intelligence agencies deployed a highly sophisticated, meticulously crafted campaign of targeted bribery, psychological warfare, and orchestrated street violence. The operation was managed directly on the ground by Kermit Kim Roosevelt Jr., a senior CIA officer and the grandson of Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt arrived quietly in Tehran in July 1953, traveling under the alias James Lockwood, carrying a briefcase heavily laden with massive amounts of clandestine American currency. He was heavily supported by Donald N. Wilbur, an archaeologist, and the CIA's lead operational planner, who authored the infamous internal history of the coup, a stark, chilling ledger detailing the precise mechanics of subverting a nation. The British Intelligence Service, having been entirely expelled from the country by Mossadegh in late 1952, handed their extensive, highly developed covert network over to the CIA. Central to this subterranean network were the Rashidian brothers, wealthy and highly connected Iranian merchants who acted as crucial conduits for distributing foreign cash. The Rashidians were utilized to systematically bribe members of the Iranian Majlis, purchase the loyalty of sympathetic newspaper editors, and secure the vocal support of highly influential religious clerics. To prove to the deeply hesitant Shah that the Rashidians spoke with the full, official authority of the British government, MI6 arranged a highly specific coded signal. On a predetermined night, the BBC's Persian language service deliberately altered its traditional sign-off, broadcasting the exact phrase, "It is now exactly midnight." With the Shah finally convinced of Western backing, the CIA utilized its hired Iranian assets to artificially whip up public hysteria against the Prime Minister. They flooded the capital with black propaganda, entirely false leaflets and fabricated newspaper reports designed to paint the aristocratic Mossadegh as a corrupt, anti-Islamic communist sympathizer who was secretly betraying the nation. Concurrently, the agency systematically bribed key military commanders and high-ranking police officials, carefully aligning the physical, lethal instruments of state violence against the sitting government. The microhistory of August 1953. The physical execution of the coup officially commenced late on the night of August 15, 1953, but the meticulous intelligence plans almost immediately disintegrated into total chaos. The official pretext for the overthrow relied heavily on a secret royal decree, firman signed by the Shah, which legally dismissed Mossadegh and appointed a tractable pro-Western military officer, General Fazlollah Zahedi, in his place. However, Mossadegh had been secretly warned of the impending plot by a network of loyal military officers. He swiftly moved to arrest the coup's initial military messengers and immediately rallied his passionate supporters to the streets of Tehran. The Shah, utterly terrified of the massive public backlash, fled the country in a blind panic, flying first to Baghdad and then onward to Rome, while General Zahedi was forced into humiliating hiding within a CIA safehouse. Despite receiving desperate cables from Washington suggesting that the operation had failed and should be abandoned, Roosevelt boldly refused to accept defeat. On August 19, he unilaterally activated the second, far more violent phase of the operation. The CIA unleashed its final, most devastating weapon: massive rented mobs composed of paid agitators, local street thugs, and muscular performers hired from traditional Iranian exercise clubs, zuakane. These heavily financed crowds flooded the poorer southern districts of Tehran early in the morning, marching aggressively northward while deliberately smashing storefronts, chanting pro-Shah slogans, and violently clashing with Mossadegh's unarmed supporters. The ensuing, highly artificial chaos provided the necessary tactical cover for the heavily bribed factions of the Iranian military to mobilize their armor. By mid-afternoon, the streets of the capital echoed with continuous, heavy gunfire as rogue military units, and the rented mobs converged on the city's central squares. Several American-supplied Sherman tanks, seized by rebel commanders loyal to Zahedi, surrounded Mossadegh's private, fortified residence. They peppered the structure with relentless heavy machine gun fire and artillery shells until the building was completely reduced to smoking ruins. Surrounded, vastly outgunned, and wishing to prevent further massive bloodshed, the Prime Minister was ultimately forced to surrender to the very military forces that were constitutionally sworn to protect him. By nightfall, the legitimate, democratically elected government had been completely overthrown, and the air crackled with manufactured, triumphant shouts of "Long live the Shah," the legacy of a heavy-handed maneuver. In the immediate, chaotic aftermath of the coup, the Shah triumphantly returned from his brief exile to consolidate an absolute, heavily militarized, pro-Western dictatorship. The Iranian parliament was forcefully sidelined, all genuine political opposition was brutally suppressed, and the CIA actively assisted in the establishment of SAVAK, the Shah's notoriously ruthless, omnipresent secret police force. The crippling British naval blockade was immediately lifted, and the vital, lucrative flow of petroleum through the Strait of Hormuz was rapidly restored to Western markets. However, the AIOC did not return to its former position of absolute monopoly. Instead, a new international oil consortium was established in 1954, granting major American oil companies an equal, highly profitable share of the vast Iranian wealth. For the geopolitical architects operating in Washington and London, Operation Ajax was initially hailed as a masterful, flawless Cold War victory. They believed they had successfully subverted a dangerous sovereign state, neutralized the perceived existential communist threat, and permanently secured the industrial lifeline of the free world. Yet, the covert cables and stark operational histories from 1953 serve as a dark, undeniable dataset that tracks the deliberate destruction of a fragile, hopeful democracy. By choosing to prioritize the uninterrupted flow of cheap oil over a nation's fundamental right of self-determination, the Western powers committed a profound, irreversible geopolitical transgression. Modern historians and regional political analysts correctly frame the 1953 coup as the geopolitical, original sin of Western involvement in the Middle East. It was a deeply traumatic, highly violent intervention that permanently shattered the Iranian public's trust in foreign powers, particularly cementing a deep-seated, institutional hatred for the United States. The heavy-handed, cynical manipulation of their political destiny planted the deep, bitter seeds of anti-Western resentment that would silently incubate beneath the surface of Iranian society for a quarter-century. When those seeds finally, violently bore fruit in the explosive Islamic Revolution of 1979, the resulting geopolitical shockwave would once again transform the Strait of Hormuz from a secured, predictable maritime corridor into the most dangerous, highly militarized chokepoint on the face of the earth. Chapter 13. The Era of the Leviathans. Strictly speaking, oceans do not really exist as boundless, trackless voids awaiting human exploration. They are constructs of the human mind, figments of the cartographer's imagination, and landlubbers' ways of dividing up maritime space according to the lay of the terrestrial land. To the maritime historian, the sea is never an open expanse, but rather a tightly networked superhighway dictated by prevailing winds, ocean currents, and deeply unforgiving geographical bottlenecks. Throughout the long history of human ambition, our technological adaptation to life on the water has been the primary driving force in shaping our civilizations. We have consistently sought to crush nature into an image of our approving, scaling our technologies to conquer the friction of distance and time. For centuries, the physical dimensions of the Earth strictly constrained the size of the vessels that traversed its surface. Ships were carefully engineered to accommodate the natural depths of established harbors, the navigable width of inland rivers, and the treacherous, shallow reefs of coastal waters. The mid-20th century, however, marked a profound and violent rupture in this ancient, balanced relationship between mankind and the sea. Driven by the voracious energy demands of industrial capitalism, naval architecture underwent a radical, unprecedented mutation. Humans began engineering ships so incomprehensibly massive that they transcended traditional maritime limitations, only to become prisoners of the planet's fundamental geology. This chapter chronicles that dramatic evolutionary leap into the era of the Leviathans. It is the definitive history of how geopolitical warfare in the Mediterranean forced a desperate, capitalistic reimagining of global supply chains, giving birth to vessels larger than modern skyscrapers. It explores how these new machines inadvertently elevated a single, narrow waterway, the Strait of Hormuz, into a geographical monopoly that held the global economy hostage. Finally, it delves into the microhistory of the ships themselves and the intense psychological pressure borne by the men forced to navigate these terrifying, sluggish behemoths through the jagged, drowned mountain ranges of the Persian Gulf. The Suez Catalyst, the birth of the behemoth. To understand the sudden birth of the supertanker, one must first examine the profound fragility of the maritime chokepoints that preceded it. The Suez Canal, an artificial sea-level waterway connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea, officially opened to global traffic in November 1869. For nearly a century, this 193-kilometer trench dictated the parameters of global trade and set the absolute limits of naval architecture. By offering a direct route between the North Atlantic and the Northern Indian Ocean, the canal allowed vessels to circumvent the arduous, perilous journey around the African continent. This shortcut reduced the maritime distance from the Arabian Sea to London by approximately 8,900 kilometers, permanently revolutionizing the speed of global commerce. The existence of the Suez Canal created a technological plateau for shipbuilders across the globe. For decades, the maximum dimensions of cargo ships and oil tankers were strictly governed by the physical limitations of the canal itself, establishing an engineering standard that came to be universally known as Suezmax. There was little economic incentive to build a ship larger than the canal could accommodate, as the massive cost of diverting around Africa would completely negate the financial benefits of carrying a heavier payload. This delicate economic equilibrium, however, relied entirely on the ongoing political stability of the Middle East. That stability shattered violently in the autumn of 1956, fundamentally altering the trajectory of maritime engineering forever. In late 1956, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser abruptly nationalized the Suez Canal, wresting control of the vital waterway from British and French corporate interests. This bold assertion of national sovereignty provoked a swift military invasion by Britain, France, and Israel, triggering the geopolitical earthquake known to history as the Suez Crisis. During the ensuing conflict, the canal was physically blocked and forced to close to all maritime traffic from October 1956 until March 1957. Although this initial closure lasted only 5 months, the shockwaves it sent through global energy markets were profound, terrifying, and immediate. Hundreds of vessels were suddenly trapped or forced to drastically reroute, exposing the extreme vulnerability of Europe's post-war energy supply chain to regional conflicts. The brief 1956 closure acted as a psychological catalyst for the shipping industry, completely altering the traditional calculus of risk and reward. Shippers realized that relying entirely on a single, volatile canal was an unacceptable hazard to the continuous flow of global capital. Urgent discussions about economies of scale, alternative pipeline networks, and the viability of new African oil sources suddenly dominated corporate boardrooms from London to Tokyo. The tendency to increase the carrying capacity of tankers was immediately observed following this brief crisis, as shipowners aggressively sought to maximize the profitability of every single voyage. This early escalation, however, was merely a minor prelude to a much larger disruption that would fundamentally reshape the oceans. A decade later, a second, far more devastating geopolitical conflict would force the maritime industry to abandon the Suezmax standard entirely. The world was about to learn the true, catastrophic cost of a broken global supply chain. On June 5, 1967, the Six-Day War erupted with a preemptive aerial assault by Israeli forces on Egyptian airfields, plunging the region into chaos. The very next day, the Egyptian government retaliated by closing the Suez Canal, intentionally scuttling ships and laying dangerous naval mines to completely block the waterway. A convoy of 14 merchant ships, forever remembered in maritime lore as the Yellow Fleet due to the blowing desert sand that coated their decks, was hopelessly trapped in the Great Bitter Lake. This time, the blockade was not resolved in a matter of months, and the vital canal would remain completely impassable for 8 agonizing years. The crews trapped aboard the Yellow Fleet had a terrifyingly clear view of the escalating regional conflicts over the next decade. The canal served as one of the primary front lines during the subsequent Yom Kippur War in 1973, where the merchant ship African Glen was tragically sunk in the crossfire. The trapped sailors watched Israeli tanks crossing into Egypt at Diversoir, highlighting the extreme danger of routing global commerce through active war zones. Meanwhile, the global economy was left to grapple with the sudden severing of its most important logistical artery. The economic ramifications of this prolonged closure were staggering, threatening to cripple the industrial economies of Western Europe. Italy and France were directly and severely affected, as 60% and 39% of their oil, respectively, had previously arrived via the canal. Global shippers were suddenly forced to opt for the only available alternative, the ancient, perilous Cape route, passing the treacherous Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa. This historic route had been pioneered in 1498 by Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, but had been largely abandoned by commercial shipping since 1869. For a commercial ship traveling from the oil ports of the Persian Gulf to Western Europe, this massive detour added approximately 4,800 to 6,000 miles to the already lengthy voyage. The journey was extended by a minimum of 16 days, resulting in massive, unsustainable spikes in fuel consumption, maritime insurance premiums, and extended crew costs. It is estimated that rerouted ships traveling these vast distances produced roughly 40% more carbon dioxide emissions per voyage, highlighting a severe climate impact alongside the soaring economic costs. The Norwegian Shipping News Tanker Index, a primary global metric for charter freight rates, tripled between May and August of 1967 alone, reflecting the sheer panic in the market. The brutal mathematics of fuel and distance dictated that the old methods of transportation were simply no longer viable in a world without the Suez Canal. The capitalist machine demanded a desperate, radical adaptation to successfully circumvent this geographic hurdle and maintain the flow of energy. If a ship had to endure the colossal fuel expenses of the Cape route, it fundamentally had to carry an exponentially larger payload just to turn a marginal profit. This harsh economic reality gave birth to the VLCC, or Very Large Crude Carrier, which can be best understood as a massive floating oil pipeline engineered to transport hundreds of thousands of tons of unrefined petroleum across open oceans. The VLCC was not merely an incremental improvement in shipbuilding. It was a quantum leap in physical scale, driven by absolute, unyielding necessity. Naval architects in Japan and Europe began designing vast vessels that blatantly ignored the dimensional constraints of the Suez Canal, forging an entirely new paradigm in marine engineering. They prioritized one single metric above all others, focusing entirely on expanding deadweight tonnage. Deadweight tonnage is the absolute maximum carrying capacity of a ship, representing the combined weight of the cargo, fuel, fresh water, ballast, provisions, and crew that a vessel can safely hold. Prior to the 1967 closure, a typical large tanker carried roughly 50,000 to 75,000 deadweight tons, carefully calibrated to slide through the Egyptian desert without running aground. Within just a few years of the Suez blockade, shipyards were churning out Leviathans capable of carrying 200,000 to over 300,000 deadweight tons, dwarfing anything that had previously sailed the seas. These new vessels could transport upwards of 2 million barrels of crude oil in a single, uninterrupted voyage, allowing major oil companies to achieve unprecedented economies of scale. The immense volume of these ships effectively neutralized the financial penalty of sailing around the African continent, making the Cape route profitable once more. By the time the Suez Canal was finally cleared of explosives, dredged, and reopened to the world in 1975, the global shipping fleet had been permanently and irreversibly transformed. The maritime industry had hopelessly addicted itself to the massive profit margins provided by these gargantuan vessels, and the paradigm of maritime transport had shifted from agility to sheer volume. Even with the Suez shortcut fully available once again, many commercial companies chose to continue routing their VLCCs around the Cape of Good Hope, simply because their new ships were far too large to ever fit through the canal. The era of the behemoths had officially arrived, fundamentally restructuring the global oil market and the physical architecture of the sea. However, by rapidly engineering ships of such unprecedented scale, humanity had inadvertently laid a massive geographical trap for itself. The world's oceans had not miraculously grown any deeper, and the ruthless pursuit of infinite scale was about to collide violently with the uncompromising reality of the Earth's geology. The Leviathans had mastered the deep waters of the open ocean, but they were about to discover their ultimate vulnerability in the narrow, rocky straits of the Middle East. The draft and the depth, the geographical monopoly. The rapid invention of the supertanker solved the immediate economic crisis caused by the Suez closure, but it created a lasting, insidious geopolitical vulnerability. By scaling commercial ships to such immense proportions, naval architects fundamentally altered how these specific vessels interacted with the Earth's surface. The new VLCCs and their even larger successors, the ULCCs or ultra-large crude carriers, were so massive that they could no longer navigate traditional, centuries-old maritime chokepoints. As the carrying capacity of the global fleet exponentially expanded, the navigable world effectively shrank. The primary physical constraint governing these new Leviathans was their vertical draft, the precise underwater depth of a hull measured from the waterline down to the lowest point of the keel. Archimedes' principle of buoyancy dictates that a floating object must physically displace a volume of water equal to its own weight. To displace 300,000 tons of seawater, a ship must push a staggering amount of steel deep beneath the ocean's surface, creating an immense, invisible footprint below the waves. A fully laden supertanker typically operates with a draft of 20 to 25 meters, or roughly 65 to 82 feet deep. This extreme draft requirement rendered many of the world's most historically vital waterways completely impassable to the new titans of the sea. The English Channel, the Panama Canal, and even the modernized Suez Canal were simply too shallow or too narrow to accommodate fully loaded ULCCs safely without catastrophic grounding. This geographical reality became intensely problematic when evaluating the origin point of the highly sought-after cargo these ships were specifically built to carry. The vast majority of the world's accessible, cheap crude oil was locked deep beneath the sands of the Middle East, requiring extraction and maritime export directly from the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf is a highly enclosed, shallow marginal sea, connected to the open ocean by only one viable maritime exit, the Strait of Hormuz. Because overland pipelines out of the region are limited in capacity and politically fraught, approximately 88% of all petroleum departing the Persian Gulf must physically transit through this single, narrow waterway. The invention of the supertanker inadvertently elevated the Strait of Hormuz from a historically significant regional bottleneck into the most critical, highly contested geographical monopoly on the planet. It became the only chokepoint deep and wide enough to allow the steel Leviathans to deliver their vital lifeblood to the global economy. To fully understand why the Strait of Hormuz holds this absolute monopoly over global energy, one must analyze its bathymetry, the detailed topography of the sea floor, as a rigid physical dataset that strictly dictates human behavior. The strait is not merely a flat, featureless expanse of water. It is a drowned, jagged mountain range shaped by millions of years of violent tectonic forces. At its narrowest geographic point, the waterway spans approximately 21 miles between the Musandam Peninsula of Oman to the south and the arid coast of Iran to the north. However, the truly navigable space for a fully loaded supertanker is vastly smaller than the geographical distance between these two shores. The bathymetry of the strait features a steep, highly asymmetrical gradient that drastically limits the safe passage of deep-draft vessels. The water is deepest near the Omani Musandam Peninsula and tapers rapidly as it moves north toward the shallow, hazardous Iranian coastline. South of the Omani island of Didymir, there is a designated inshore traffic zone where depths plunge to over 650 feet, which served as the main shipping channel prior to 1979. However, to strictly regulate the movement of modern supertankers and prevent catastrophic collisions, the United Nations International Maritime Organization established a highly restricted traffic separation scheme further north. This traffic separation scheme acts as an invisible, mandatory highway painted directly onto the surface of the sea, dictating the exact path every Leviathan must take. It consists of two specifically designated shipping lanes, one exclusively for inbound traffic and one exclusively for outbound traffic, each measuring exactly 2 miles wide. These narrow lanes are separated by a strict 2-mile-wide buffer zone to prevent head-on collisions between massive vessels that require miles of ocean just to stop. The rigid, unyielding confines of this scheme provide virtually no room for error, forcing colossal oil tankers, commercial freighters, and military warships to navigate in unnervingly close proximity to one another. Outside of these designated deepwater lanes, the topography of the sea floor becomes a deadly, immediate hazard to any ship carrying a massive payload. Areas of the strait where the absolute water depth is less than 25 meters are formally designated on official nautical charts as strictly unsafe for tankers. Because a fully laden supertanker pushes 20 to 25 meters of solid steel below the surface, venturing into these shallower zones would result in the ship's keel tearing open violently against the solid bedrock. This bathymetric reality creates an invisible, unyielding canyon wall beneath the waves, funneling the entire global energy supply through a geological needle's eye. The collision of this unforgiving, ancient geology with modern geopolitics gifted the bordering nations an unparalleled, highly leveraged strategic weapon. The maritime shipping lanes lie predominantly within Omani territorial waters, but they are intrinsically linked to the military and political influence of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran maintains strict, unwavering control over 7 of the 8 major islands scattered throughout the strait, effectively surrounding the narrow transit lanes with sovereign territory. Most crucially, the Iranian military has maintained a heavily fortified presence on the strategically located islands of Abu Musa, Greater Tunb, and Lesser Tunb since the 1970s. This de facto military control over the physical environment surrounding the deepwater channels allows a single nation to exert immense psychological and strategic pressure on global energy markets. The constant threat of naval mines, asymmetric swarm boat attacks, or simple navigational denial is magnified exponentially by the sheer physical constraints of the supertankers navigating the strait. A vessel carrying 2 million barrels of highly flammable crude oil, severely restricted to a 2-mile lane and physically incapable of altering its course, is the ultimate hostage to geography. In this way, the technological triumph of the VLCC became a permanent, terrifying geographical trap for the industrialized world. The massive vessels engineered to brilliantly circumvent the blockade of the Suez Canal succeeded in mastering the open ocean, only to find themselves utterly subordinate to the specific bathymetry of the Persian Gulf. By scaling human ambition far beyond the natural dimensions of the Earth, the global economy inextricably tethered its own survival to the precise underwater topography of the Strait of Hormuz. We traded one vulnerable chokepoint for another, cementing a geopolitical flashpoint that would completely dominate the 21st century. The Seawise Giant, a microhistory of scale. To fully comprehend the terrifying reality of this macroeconomic shift, the abstract data of global supply chains must be firmly grounded in the physical existence of a single, unprecedented ship. The ultimate, most extreme manifestation of this era of maritime engineering was a staggering vessel known as the Seawise Giant. Its tumultuous, decades-long life cycle serves as a perfect microhistory of the late 20th century, encapsulating the absolute hubris of scale and the brutal physical realities of navigating the Strait of Hormuz. By studying this single, doomed vessel, we can understand the terrifying parameters of the world we have engineered. The genesis of the Seawise Giant was heavily marked by the same turbulent economics that defined the desperate post-Suez scramble for shipping capacity. The ship was originally ordered in 1974 from Sumitomo Heavy Industries in Yokosuka, Kanagawa, Japan, by an ambitious Greek businessman seeking to capitalize on the booming crude market. However, pushing the boundaries of physics on such a massive scale comes with severe, often unpredictable mechanical consequences. During its initial sea trials, the colossal hull, then known simply by its shipyard identifier, 1016, exhibited violently severe vibration problems while attempting to reverse its massive steam engines. The original buyer understandably balked at these frightening engineering failures, refused to take delivery of the flawed prototype, and abandoned the gargantuan vessel in the Japanese shipyard. The unfinished hull eventually caught the sharp attention of Tung Keoyoung, the visionary founder of Orient Overseas Container Line, who saw a unique opportunity to push the limits of naval architecture even further into the realm of the absurd. Tung purchased the vessel and ordered the shipyard to execute a radical, unprecedented refitting process known in the maritime industry as jumboisation. Engineers quite literally sliced the massive ship in half, floating the sections apart to expertly insert newly fabricated steel midsections, expanding its volume and length to unimaginable extremes. When the heavy welding finally cooled and the ship was relaunched into the water in 1981, it was rechristened the Seawise Giant, a clever pun on its ambitious owner's initials. See why the physical specifications of the completed Leviathan defied human comprehension, requiring frequent comparisons to terrestrial monuments to be truly understood by the general public. To grasp the sheer scale of this maritime engineering achievement, one must examine the specific, record-breaking data that defined its existence compared to standard vessels of the era. The overall length of the vessel was an astonishing 1,504.1 feet, or 458.45 meters, making it significantly longer than the towering height of the Empire State Building or the Petronas Towers. Its extreme beam, or width, measured 225.07 feet, or 68.6 meters, wider than a multi-lane interstate highway. Its deadweight tonnage, the absolute maximum carrying capacity of the ship, was rated at a record-breaking 564,763 tons, a figure that has never been surpassed. When fully loaded with heavy cargo, the ship displaced roughly 657,019 tons of water, making it the heaviest self-propelled moving object in human history. Its cavernous cargo holds featured 46 separate tanks, capable of transporting a staggering 4.1 million barrels of crude oil in a single, uninterrupted voyage. Its extreme vertical draft, the underwater depth of the hull, reached 80.74 feet, or 24.611 meters, when fully laden, forever barring it from traversing the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal. To merely steer this immense mass, the ship required a solid steel rudder weighing 230 tons, paired with a massive propeller weighing 50 tons. To operate a machine of this magnitude was to engage in a constant, terrifying battle with momentum, friction, and inertia. Propelled by a 50,000-horsepower Sumitomo Stahl-Laval AP steam turbine and two massive Mitsubishi V2M8 boilers, the Seawise Giant could achieve a top speed of 16.5 knots in calm weather, moving a mountain of steel across the ocean's surface. However, the sluggish physics of a 500,000-ton vessel dictated that altering its physical state required monumental effort and agonizing amounts of time. If the captain ordered a full crash stop from maximum speed, the ship would continue to glide forward for an astonishing 5.5 miles, or 9 kilometers, before finally coming to rest. Navigating the vessel through tight corridors was an equally harrowing endeavor, fraught with constant, looming danger. The ship's turning circle, even in perfectly clear weather with calm seas, spanned 2 miles or 3 kilometers in diameter, representing an incredibly wide, unforgiving arc. These massive physical constraints transformed standard maritime navigation into a high-stakes calculation of advanced physics and unforgiving geography. To bring the Seawise Giant into the Persian Gulf meant maneuvering a machine that took miles to react through one of the most hostile, constrained environments on the planet. This intense, inherent vulnerability was violently exposed during the bloody Iran-Iraq War, a conflict that inevitably spilled into the sea and became widely known as the Tanker War. The combatants quickly realized that sinking the massive ships carrying their enemies' oil was a highly effective, devastating strategy to cripple their respective economies. The Seawise Giant, given its unprecedented size and massive payload of Iranian crude oil, became the ultimate, highly visible target for Iraqi forces operating in the Gulf. On May 14, 1988, while the ship was anchored in the shallow waters off Larak Island, Iran, it was targeted by a deadly squadron of the Iraqi Air Force. The vessel was struck directly by two 1,000-kilogram bombs, igniting massive fires that immediately raged out of control across its vast steel deck. The largest ship ever built by human hands sank into the shallow coastal waters, burning furiously as its millions of barrels of oil fed an apocalyptic inferno. The Seawise giant was officially declared a constructive total loss, seemingly marking the fiery, tragic end of the ultimate Leviathan. Yet, the economic gravity of the era was so absolute, and the global demand for tonnage so high, that not even a sunken, burned-out hull could be permanently abandoned. Following the end of the devastating war, a Norwegian investment firm purchased the blackened wreck, refloated it against all astronomical odds, and towed it to Singapore for massive structural repairs by the Keppel Corporation. Resurrected with 3,700 tons of newly forged steel, the ship triumphantly returned to the Strait of Hormuz, rechristened first as the Happy Giant and later as the Jar Viking under the ownership of Georgian Jar. It spent another decade dutifully hauling the lifeblood of industrial capitalism out of the Persian Gulf, its massive hull silently skimming just meters above the hazardous bathymetry of the ocean floor. Eventually retired to serve as a stationary floating storage unit in Qatar named the Nok Nevis, the ship was finally beached and systematically scrapped at the Alang shipbreaking yards in India in 2010, leaving behind only its 36-ton anchor, which now rests in the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. The psychology of the pilot, human limits in a mechanical A. The sheer physical scale of the Seawise giant, and the ULCCs that naturally followed in its wake, transferred an incredible, often unbearable burden onto the human beings tasked with controlling them. The abstract economic requirement for massive, continuous oil shipments ultimately rested entirely on the shoulders of harbor pilots, the highly specialized maritime navigators responsible for safely guiding these behemoths through the Strait of Hormuz. A maritime pilot operates as an elite local expert, boarding a vessel temporarily to precisely maneuver it safely through congested, hazardous, or heavily regulated local waterways. They must possess not only extreme physical agility to board moving ships, but a profound, instinctual understanding of the local bathymetry and complex hydrodynamics. Bringing a ship longer than a skyscraper through the Strait of Hormuz actively pushes human cognitive limits to the absolute breaking point. The pilot of an ultra-large crude carrier operates under the constant, suffocating awareness that their vessel requires over 5 miles to stop, yet they are strictly confined to a designated shipping lane that is only 2 miles wide. Every minor adjustment to the helm takes agonizing minutes to register in the ship's movement, requiring the pilot to anticipate hazards, tidal currents, and the unpredictable movements of other ships miles in advance. Clinical studies of maritime pilots performing high-fidelity ship-handling simulations reveal significant, highly quantifiable physiological stress responses during these complex maneuvers. The scientific data paints a stark, alarming picture of the hidden human cost of global logistics and maritime engineering. When tasked with navigating large vessels through restricted waters, pilots consistently exhibit elevated heart rates, increased pupil dilation, and dramatic spikes in salivary cortisol levels, which are all highly indicative of severe acute stress. Measurements of brain activity using electroencephalograms consistently show heightened power spectral densities on beta bands, correlating directly to an extreme mental workload and intense focus. This acute psychological pressure is an invisible but vital component of the global supply chain, borne quietly by the few individuals capable of threading these massive, floating needles. This intense psychological pressure is heavily compounded by the physically demanding nature of the job, which frequently involves a grueling 24-hour standby rotation system that destroys natural circadian rhythms. Pilots are routinely subjected to violently interrupted sleep, long operational times at a stretch, and the constant physical danger of transferring onto moving Leviathans via small pilot boats in rough, churning seas. Comprehensive reviews of maritime pilot health indicate a severe prevalence of cardiometabolic risk factors, as the highly sedentary nature of standing on a bridge is combined with repeated, daily spikes of extreme psychological stress. The environmental conditions of the Persian Gulf only severely amplify the sheer terror of this monumental navigational task. The Strait of Hormuz is famously hostile to optical navigation, frequently stripping pilots of their most basic, instinctual sensory inputs. Permanent offshore winds blow heavily off the arid Iranian coast, frequently blanketing the narrow waterway in dense dust storms, thick morning fog, and blinding, humid haze. A pilot navigating a modern Leviathan often has to rely entirely on radar and electronic instrumentation, guiding a blind, half-million-ton missile through a narrow corridor bordered by jagged underwater reefs and highly militarized zones. Furthermore, the geopolitical tension permanently native to the strait adds a suffocating layer of existential dread to every single transit. As witnessed in the recurring maritime crises of the modern era, the waterway is heavily monitored by hostile military vessels, unpredictable fast-attack craft, and constant drone surveillance. Pilots must maintain their intense, unbroken focus on the intricate bathymetry and the slow-motion physics of their vessel while navigating through active military zones and frequently enduring severe GPS and electronic jamming. The psychological toll of operating a highly explosive, inherently unmaneuverable target through an active geopolitical flashpoint remains an underappreciated marvel of human endurance. Modern crises and the Shadow Fleet. The terrifying vulnerabilities established during the era of the Leviathans have not faded with time. Rather, they have been continually exacerbated by the evolving nature of modern warfare. The constraints of the Strait of Hormuz were put to the ultimate test during the extreme geopolitical escalations of early 2026. Following joint military strikes in the region, ship operators immediately suspended commercial crossings amid soaring maritime insurance costs, paralyzing the flow of energy. The geographic chokehold functioned exactly as feared, weaponizing the deepwater channels against the global economy. The statistics from this modern crisis illustrate the sheer volume of capital that remains entirely dependent on navigating this 21-mile-wide needle's eye. Prior to the escalation, approximately 21 million barrels of oil were transported through the strait daily by a fleet of massive tankers. As hostilities surged, maritime traffic essentially evaporated overnight. By early March 2026, the volume had plummeted by an astonishing 86%, with only 3 heavily insured tankers attempting the crossing, carrying a mere 2.8 million barrels. The physical manifestation of this supply chain failure was visible from satellite imagery, which revealed a staggering 706 non-Iranian tankers queued anxiously on either side of the chokepoint. These massive vessels, including hundreds of crude oil tankers and petroleum product carriers, were forced to loiter helplessly in the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, awaiting diplomatic resolution or risking complete destruction. The backlog extended shipping times, destroyed carefully calibrated logistical schedules, and sent a massive shockwave of inflation through the global markets, proving that the scale of the ships cannot overcome the geography of the Earth. In response to these intense pressures, a highly dangerous subculture of maritime navigation emerged, known colloquially as the Shadow Fleet. Lured by the prospect of massive, immediate profits, a handful of daring shipowners chose to brave the heavily mined and patrolled waters of the Strait of Hormuz during the conflict. To evade military detection and circumvent strict international sanctions, these vessels frequently engage in the highly illegal practice of switching off their automatic identification system transponders, effectively going completely dark on global tracking networks. Operating a massive ULCC in the dark, without broadcasting positional data to surrounding ships, is an act of sheer navigational madness. The strait is already heavily congested, and the presence of silent, unlit behemoths moving at slow speeds drastically increases the mathematical probability of a catastrophic collision in the narrow traffic separation scheme. Furthermore, to minimize their exposure to shore-based missiles, some of these shadow vessels have been observed accelerating to unsafe speeds of up to 17 knots while exiting the chokepoint, pushing the massive, sluggish hulls far beyond their safe operational parameters. The psychological strain on the crews trapped aboard these vessels is immense and unrelenting. Seafarers found themselves essentially held hostage on the water, sitting atop millions of barrels of highly explosive crude oil while watching military ordnance detonate in the skies above the loading terminals. Without functional GPS, stripped of external communications, and acutely aware that their vessels required miles of open water to execute an emergency stop, the crews were entirely powerless to react to incoming threats. They became the collateral damage of a system that prioritized extreme economic efficiency over human safety and geographical reality. The legacy of the Leviathans. We have engineered a modern world where the continuous, uninterrupted flow of global energy relies entirely on these few individuals successfully threading the eye of the Strait of Hormuz. The era of the Leviathans represents an undeniable triumph of human engineering, a testament to our remarkable ability to rapidly scale machines to meet the insatiable, growing demands of global capitalism. We successfully circumvented the geopolitical traps of the Suez Canal by building floating pipelines of unprecedented proportions, reshaping the maritime industry in the span of a single decade. Yet this triumph also reveals a profound, enduring vulnerability in our logistical architecture. By designing ships that dwarf the natural contours of the Earth, we inadvertently created a system that is fundamentally fragile. We highlighted how our massive technological advancements remain inextricably bound by the physical, unyielding geography of the ocean floor and the finite psychological limits of the human mind. The steel Leviathans may have conquered the vast distances of the open ocean, but they will forever remain subservient to the jagged, shallow bathymetry of the Persian Gulf. Chapter 14: Independence and the Ayatollah. The Vacuum and the Policeman, 1971. The history of the modern world is often written in its narrowest geographies, where the tectonic plates of human ambition forcefully collide. The Strait of Hormuz, a jagged maritime corridor connecting the Persian Gulf to the open oceans, serves as the singular jugular vein of global industrial capitalism. Navigating this waterway requires massive oil tankers to slow down and execute a precarious hairpin turn in waters that narrow to a mere 21 miles across at their tightest point. Whoever possesses the capacity to secure or sever this geographical bottleneck fundamentally dictates the economic destiny of Europe, Asia, and the Americas. In the twilight of the 20th century, the geopolitical architecture governing this vital corridor was violently and permanently rewritten. For over a century and a half, the British Empire maintained absolute maritime supremacy over these waters, serving as the unchallenged arbiter of regional disputes. The Royal Navy enforced a predictable, heavily militarized stability, securing the uninterrupted flow of commerce and maintaining protectorate treaties with the fragmented Arab sheikdoms along the southern shore. This imperial architecture, however, was fundamentally hollowed out by the severe economic exhaustion of the British state following the Second World War. By the late 1960s, the illusion of perpetual British dominance could no longer be sustained by a nation struggling with severe currency crises and mounting domestic political pressures. The formal, world-altering announcement came from the British Labour government in January 1968, declaring a total military withdrawal from all territories east of Suez by the end of 1971. Withdrawing imperial forces from this region was not merely a logistical maneuver, but a strategic shockwave that immediately destabilized the delicate balance of power in the Persian Gulf. The impending departure of British frigates and political agents created an absolute power vacuum over the world's most critical energy chokepoint. Regional monarchs and global superpowers alike instantly recognized that the Strait of Hormuz was suddenly entirely vulnerable to capture, subversion, or blockade. Sensing this historic vulnerability, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the Shah of Iran, moved aggressively to assert absolute dominance over the waterway. On November 30, 1971, just hours before the British mandate officially expired, Iranian imperial naval forces launched a swift amphibious assault. Utilizing a fleet of modern hovercraft, Iranian troops descended upon Abu Musa and the Greater and Lesser Thames, three small but immensely strategic islands positioned directly astride the western approaches to the strait. By hoisting the Iranian flag over the highest peaks of these islands, the Shah was unilaterally securing the physical gates of the Gulf. The seizure of these islands was a tangible, earthbound manifestation of Iranian imperial intent, executed with ruthless geographical precision. The Arab states watched in collective outrage as Iranian troops established military installations on the red soil of the Thames, resulting in the death of an Arab policeman during a brief exchange of fire. This brazen military action demonstrated that Iran would not abandon its historical claims to the waterway, viewing the islands as vital bastions for its own national security. The British, focused entirely on an orderly exit, effectively acquiesced to the Iranian takeover, realizing they lacked the political will and military capital to reverse it. On the southern shore of the strait, the sudden reality of Iranian militarization triggered a frantic scramble for political survival among the vulnerable Arab sheikdoms. Just 2 days after the Iranian Marines secured the islands, the fractured emirates banded together out of absolute necessity. On December 2, 1971, 6 of the Trucial states formally united to create the United Arab Emirates, with the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah joining shortly thereafter in early 1972. This fragile new federation immediately inherited a volatile territorial dispute with a heavily armed neighbor, fundamentally shaping the defensive posture of the United Arab Emirates from its very first day of existence. While the local powers scrambled to secure their borders, the United States viewed the British withdrawal through the paranoid lens of the Cold War. The administration of President Richard Nixon was terrified that the Soviet Union would exploit the sudden maritime vacuum to choke off the energy supplies of the Western world. Yet, exhausted by the grinding tragedy of the Vietnam War, the American public possessed no appetite for committing its own soldiers to another distant, hostile theater. Washington required a powerful local surrogate to project Western influence and safeguard the global oil flow without risking American lives. This strategic necessity birthed the Nixon Doctrine, a calculated policy of arming local proxies to fight America's battles and secure its economic interests. In the Persian Gulf, this doctrine manifested as the Twin Pillars policy, which theoretically relied on both Saudi Arabia and Iran to maintain regional stability. However, because the Saudi military was deemed too small and incapable of projecting power at the time, the United States overwhelmingly placed its geopolitical bets on the imperial state of Iran. The Shah, harboring deep megalomaniacal ambitions to restore the glory of the ancient Persian empires, eagerly embraced this mandate. The ultimate consecration of this alliance occurred on the morning of May 31, 1972, inside the opulent Sadabad Palace in Tehran. President Nixon and his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, arrived in the Iranian capital fresh from a historic summit in Moscow, determined to solidify their Middle Eastern flank. In a deeply consequential diplomatic exchange, Nixon explicitly promised the Shah that the United States would sell him absolutely any conventional weapons system he desired. The American president issued a mandate to his defense bureaucracy to completely stop second-guessing Iranian military requests, effectively handing the monarch a blank check for high-tech armaments. Through this unprecedented diplomatic agreement, the Shah of Iran was officially anointed as the policeman of the Gulf. Empowered by the world's most advanced military-industrial complex, Iran was expected to operate as a regional superpower, proactively stamping out communist insurgencies and securing the shipping lanes. The Shah wasted no time exercising this new authority, deploying naval task forces and helicopter gunships to crush Marxist rebellions as far away as the Dhofar region of Oman. The northern shore of the Strait of Hormuz was rapidly transforming into the most heavily fortified maritime perimeter on the planet. The petrodollar arsenal, the peak of the Pahlavis. The Shah's grandiose military ambitions required an astronomical source of revenue, which materialized with violent suddenness during the autumn of 1973. Following the outbreak of the Yom Kippur War, the Arab members of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries launched an unprecedented oil embargo against the West. The resulting global panic caused the price of crude oil to fundamentally rupture, effectively quadrupling in a matter of months. For the oil-exporting nations bordering the Persian Gulf, this pricing shock represented the greatest and fastest transfer of wealth in human history. Between 1972 and 1974, the Iranian national treasury experienced an explosion of unimaginable proportions, with oil revenues skyrocketing from $2.7 billion to over $17 billion. This staggering influx of capital provided the Shah with the exact financial mechanism required to actualize the blank check he had received from Richard Nixon. To manage this tidal wave of global capital, Washington and the Gulf producers engaged in the covert implementation of the petrodollar, a system of oil money reinvested in the West. By pricing all global oil exclusively in American currency, the Gulf states acquired vast reserves of dollars that they subsequently funneled straight back into the American economy through massive arms purchases and treasury bonds. Enriching the American defense industry became a cornerstone of this geopolitical recycling mechanism. Between 1969 and 1979, the Shah leveraged his overflowing coffers to order an astonishing $23 billion worth of sophisticated weaponry from the United States. Diplomatic cables and defense procurement ledgers from this era read less like military planning documents and more like catalogs of unchecked imperial hubris. The Shah demanded absolute access to the bleeding edge of Western military technology, seeking to construct an armed force that would rival the armies of the European continent. The sheer scale and sophistication of the weapons systems sold to Iran fundamentally altered the military balance of the entire Middle East. This unprecedented procurement program was characterized by the acquisition of platforms that had not even been fully integrated into the American armed forces. The tangible dataset of this hypermilitarization included 80 Grumman F-14 Tomcat interceptors and their accompanying AIM-54 Phoenix missile systems, purchased under the $2 billion Project Persian King contract. Iran became the only foreign nation permitted to operate this peerless air superiority fighter, saving the Grumman Corporation from bankruptcy in the process. 4 heavily modified Spruance-class guided missile destroyers, later known as the Kidd class, specifically engineered with advanced air conditioning and dust filtration to dominate the harsh environment of the Persian Gulf. Over 1,000 advanced British Chieftain and Sherman battle tanks, utilizing highly classified Chobham composite armor, designed to utterly overwhelm any neighboring ground forces. This massive influx of lethal hardware physically transformed the northern shore of the Strait of Hormuz into an impenetrable fortress. The Shah possessed the world's largest operational fleet of military hovercraft, allowing Iranian Marines to project instantaneous amphibious power across the narrow waterway. Iranian Tomcat pilots, trained by the United States Navy, patrolled the skies above the shipping lanes, actively deterring Soviet MiG incursions with their long-range radar systems. To the conservative Arab monarchs to the south, the Iranian military buildup was both a comforting shield against communism and a deeply terrifying existential threat. Yet the glittering facade of the Shah's invincible military machine concealed a rapidly decaying domestic foundation. The Iranian economy, completely addicted to volatile oil revenues, began to suffer from severe structural imbalances and extreme inflationary pressures. While the military and heavy industrial sectors received unlimited funding, traditional agricultural production was systematically neglected, forcing Iran to become a massive importer of basic foodstuffs. The aggressive pace of this debt-fueled modernization displaced millions of rural farmers, who flooded into the sprawling, impoverished slums of Tehran and other major cities. The profound disconnect between the ruling elite and the suffering populace was vividly encapsulated by the 1971 celebration of the 2.5 millennia of the Persian Empire. Held amid the ancient ruins of Persepolis, the Shah constructed an opulent, climate-controlled tent city to host dozens of global monarchs and heads of state. While a military parade showcased soldiers in period costumes marching alongside modern artillery, the staggering extravagance of the event deeply alienated the Iranian working class. To the impoverished millions, the Shah was no longer a legitimate ruler, but a corrupt Western puppet squandering the nation's wealth on foreign fighter jets and decadent banquets. As the global demand for heavy crude oil temporarily slumped in the late 1970s, the Iranian government found itself facing massive budget deficits. The country was suddenly unable to finance its astronomical short-term debts, while simultaneously paying for the continued maintenance of its sprawling high-tech arsenal. Capital flight accelerated drastically, draining up to $40 billion from the national economy as the elite sensed the impending collapse. The policeman of the Gulf was bleeding from within, perfectly setting the stage for a populist explosion that would shatter the geopolitical order of the entire region. The seismic shock, the 1979 rupture. The geopolitical order of the Persian Gulf died in 1979, so the fleeing monarchists, bewildered diplomats, and stunned oil executives quickly realized. The imperial, predictable world of the petro-monarchs had definitively ended, replaced by an era of radical, unpredictable ideological warfare. The Iranian Revolution was not merely a domestic regime change. It was a devastating earthquake that fundamentally fractured the strategic foundations of the Middle East. Months of escalating urban protests, fueled by extreme economic disparity and brutal political repression, finally broke the back of the Pahlavi dynasty. On January 16, 1979, the Shah fled Iran, abandoning his golden arsenal and leaving the American security apparatus strategically naked. The absolute rupture of the old order was cemented on February 1, 1979, with the triumphant return of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini from his exile in Paris. Power now rested with the Ayatollah, a high-ranking Shia cleric who claimed a mandate derived not from earthly lineage or Western backing, but directly from God. Under his uncompromising leadership, the remnants of the secular monarchy were systematically dismantled and replaced by the Islamic Republic. The vast, American-built military apparatus was immediately purged, with the revolution's firing squads executing the very generals who had once commanded the Shah's imperial forces. In Washington, the strategic shockwave was absolute and paralyzing. The Nixon doctrine had completely collapsed. The United States had lost its primary surrogate and its multi-billion-dollar investment in regional security. The highly sensitive diplomatic cables and weapons contracts that had bound Tehran to the Pentagon were violently severed, culminating in the terrifying seizure of the American embassy and the subsequent hostage crisis. The advanced F-14 Tomcats and sophisticated radar networks that were supposed to guard the Strait of Hormuz against the Soviets were now in the hands of fiercely anti-Western revolutionaries. The new clerical regime viewed the world entirely through the lens of radical Islamist populism, dividing humanity into the righteous oppressed and the corrupt oppressors. Ayatollah Khomeini possessed universalist pretensions, firmly believing that the events in Tehran were merely the opening salvo of a global Islamic awakening. The Iranian state was fundamentally restructured so that its governmental organs existed solely to serve and expand the Islamic Revolution. This expansionist ideology instantly terrified the conservative, Western-backed leaders of the neighboring Arab states, who feared their own populations would rise against them. The sudden emergence of a radicalized Iran triggered the activation of the Shia-Sunni divide, a deep historical religious schism, weaponizing ancient theological grievances for modern territorial gains. To counter Khomeini's ideological appeal, nations like Saudi Arabia aggressively embraced a strict, sectarian identity, exporting their own brand of Sunni fundamentalism across the globe to debunk the Iranian narrative. The 21-mile-wide Strait of Hormuz was no longer just a geographical shipping lane. It was transformed into a volatile, permanent civilizational fault line. The waters of the Gulf now physically separated two entirely incompatible visions for the future of the Middle East. The ideological and strategic differences between the new Islamic Republic on the northern shore and the Gulf monarchies on the southern shore were stark and irreconcilable. State purpose. The Iranian regime viewed its government as a mere vehicle to actively export radical revolution globally, whereas the Gulf monarchies prioritized internal stability and the preservation of their hereditary dynastic power. Source of legitimacy. Khomeini claimed absolute authority through divine religious jurisprudence and populist uprising, presenting an existential ideological threat to the royal families of the South, who relied on tribal consensus and Western security umbrellas. Military doctrine. While the Arab states continued to purchase conventional Western hardware for traditional defense, Iran pivoted toward asymmetric warfare, leveraging ideological zeal, proxy militias, and a culture of martyrdom to project influence across borders. This shift in military doctrine fundamentally altered how the Strait of Hormuz was patrolled and contested. The Iranian Imperial Navy, which had once practiced conventional blue water maneuvers, underwent a rapid and chaotic transition. Under the direction of Admiral Ahmed Madani, the first revolutionary minister of defense, massive conventional contracts were abruptly canceled, including the highly advanced American submarine orders and the remaining Kidd-class destroyers. The regular Navy was systematically sidelined in favor of the newly formed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, a force born directly from the ideological fervor of the uprising. The Revolutionary Guard Navy abandoned the use of massive, vulnerable destroyers, opting instead to deploy swarms of heavily armed, fast-attack speedboats. These agile vessels were uniquely capable of harassing massive oil tankers and shadowing American warships in the narrow, congested waters of the strait. This transition from conventional, predictable deterrence to unpredictable, asymmetric harassment ensured that the threat of a sudden maritime closure would hang perpetually over the global energy markets. The waterway became a theater of persistent psychological warfare, where heavily armed speedboats routinely unmasked their weapons while crossing the bows of foreign frigates at high speeds. The revolution's mandate to export its ideology quickly bled beyond the immediate shores of the Persian Gulf. Recognizing that conventional military dominance was lost due to Western arms embargoes and the devastating attrition of the ensuing Iran-Iraq War, Tehran established the Quds Force to cultivate transnational insurgencies. By 1982, Iranian operatives had successfully engineered the creation of Hezbollah in Lebanon, pioneering the devastating use of suicide bombings and hostage-taking as standard geopolitical tools. This network of heavily armed, fiercely loyal proxies allowed the Ayatollah to strike at American and Allied interests across the Middle East without ever formally declaring war. By the close of the 1970s, the geopolitical compass of the Strait of Hormuz had violently inverted. The waters that had once been meticulously policed by British frigates and American-supplied imperial destroyers were now the epicenter of a sprawling, relentless shadow war. The petrodollars that flowed through this narrow artery no longer bought stability. Instead, they financed a perpetual, grinding sectarian conflict that polarized the entire region. The physical geography of the strait remained unchanged, but the human forces commanding its shores had permanently fractured the foundations of the modern world. Chapter 15: The Tanker War. The Geography of Strangulation. To comprehend the sheer scale and profound macrohistorical interconnectedness of the 1980s Persian Gulf conflicts, one must first look to the map. The geography of the Middle East dictates its destiny, and nowhere is this more apparent than in the maritime bottleneck that separates the Arabian Peninsula from the Iranian plateau. The Persian Gulf functions as a massive, aquatic cul-de-sac, a shimmering expanse of shallow water that terminates in the narrow Strait of Hormuz. At its tightest point, this critical maritime chokepoint is a mere 21 miles wide, forcing deep-draft commercial vessels into predictable, tightly defined transit corridors. For centuries, this geographical anomaly served as a conduit for empires, facilitating the movement of spices, textiles, and precious metals. By the late 20th century, however, the cargo had fundamentally changed, transforming the strait into the central artery of the industrialized world. Roughly 1/5 of the global oil supply flowed through this narrow channel, carried in the bellies of colossal supertankers. The economic survival of Western democracies, Asian manufacturing hubs, and the regional Middle Eastern powers themselves depended entirely on the uninterrupted navigation of these specific waters. Geography had inadvertently created a perfect killing jar for commercial shipping. The enclosed nature of the Gulf meant that the slow-moving economic Leviathans were highly vulnerable to localized maritime denial. There was no alternate sea route, no vast ocean to hide in, and no way to bypass the watchful eyes of the coastal states. Every tanker passing through the strait was forced to travel within the territorial waters of either Iran or Oman, rendering the concept of international neutrality a fragile, highly conditional legal fiction. It was within this geographic crucible that the Iran-Iraq War, already one of the bloodiest spectacles of the modern era, underwent a terrifying evolution. By 1984, the terrestrial combat zones bore a haunting resemblance to the shattered landscapes of the First World War. The borderlands were scarred by opposing trench systems stretching along miles of arid frontlines, while massed infantry assaults were pushed forward over the top into hails of machine gun fire. The land war had devolved into an agonizing, immovable stalemate, defined by the grim, routine use of chemical weapons. Neither the government of Saddam Hussein in Baghdad nor the revolutionary regime of Ayatollah Khomeini in Tehran could achieve a decisive military breakthrough. The war effort required immense, constantly replenishing capital, and that capital was entirely dependent on the export of crude oil. Facing mutual economic exhaustion, both belligerents were forced to shift their gaze outward, moving their violence from the blood-soaked trenches to the open sea. The economic bleeding, the war spills offshore. The genesis of the anti-shipping campaign. The strategic desperation of the Iran-Iraq War birthed a new paradigm of conflict, one where the primary targets were not opposing armies, but the economic lifelines that sustained them. This targeting of each other's merchant shipping became known to history as the Tanker War. It represented the most sustained, deliberate attack on civilian merchant shipping since the close of the Second World War. The neutral waters of the Gulf were abruptly militarized, serving as a terrifying, physical dataset of mutual economic strangulation. In 1981, Iraq initiated the maritime bleeding by attacking ships in an attempt to weaken Iran's ability to sustain its vast armies. Initially, Baghdad directed its air power against freighters carrying military supplies to the northern zones of the Gulf. However, the Iraqi High Command rapidly recognized that destroying individual weapon shipments was insufficient to alter the course of the war. They needed to sever Iran's economic jugular, and thus the strategy expanded to target the massive oil tankers carrying Iran's vital petroleum exports. To enforce this blockade, the Iraqi Air Force deployed a highly specialized arsenal of foreign-supplied weaponry. They relied heavily on French-built Super Frelin helicopters, Mirage F-1 fighters, and Soviet-origin MiG-23 combat aircraft. The true terror of the Iraqi campaign, however, was the introduction of the Exocet into the commercial shipping lanes. We must anchor this term immediately. An Exocet is a sea-skimming anti-ship missile. Fired from an aircraft miles away, the weapon drops to just feet above the waves, utilizing a solid propellant engine to accelerate toward its target while evading early radar detection. Between 1981 and 1983, Iraqi strikes utilizing these devastating weapons remained somewhat intermittent. The Iraqi Air Force was still testing the boundaries of international tolerance, probing to see how the global community would react to the overt destruction of neutral commerce. When the Western powers and the Soviet Union offered little more than diplomatic protests, Saddam Hussein realized he had a free hand to escalate the economic bleeding. By 1984, the situation shifted dramatically. The arrival of advanced French super-retarded combat aircraft, specifically designed to carry and launch Exocet missiles, granted the Iraqi air squadrons unprecedented range and lethality. Emboldened by this new capability, Iraq formally declared that all ships entering or leaving Iranian ports in the northern Gulf were strictly subject to attack, regardless of their flag or civilian status. Iranian forces, who had generally held their fire at sea during the early years of the conflict, were finally forced into retaliating. The evolution of asymmetric tactics. Iran's initial problem in prosecuting a naval war was a severe lack of sophisticated, long-range anti-ship weaponry. Cut off from American military resupply following the 1979 revolution, the Islamic Republic was forced to utilize highly creative, asymmetric tactics when targeting merchant vessels. Because Iran did not possess effective anti-ship cruise missiles between 1984 and 1986, their pilots resorted to firing air-to-surface missiles originally intended to destroy armored land vehicles, such as the Maverick and the AS-12. These anti-armor weapons were explicitly designed to penetrate thick steel plating on tanks, an attribute that proved largely irrelevant when striking the cavernous, hollow structures of massive oil tankers. Consequently, early Iranian attacks caused minimal structural damage to the targeted ships. The warheads simply punched clean holes through the thin steel plating of the cargo holds, often failing to ignite the dense, oxygen-deprived crude oil within. However, Iranian pilots quickly adapted their methods to maximize human terror and operational disruption. They began targeting the multi-story accommodation blocks at the rear of the vessels, concentrating their fire on the crew compartments and the bridge. While the ships rarely sank from these strikes, the resulting carnage among the crews was horrific. The localized destruction was frequently enough to kill or maim the civilian sailors, halting transits and driving up the psychological cost of navigating the Gulf. Simultaneously, the Iranians introduced a much older, infinitely more insidious weapon into the shipping lanes: the contact mine. We must define this terrifying device clearly: a floating explosive triggered by touch. These untethered sea mines were often rudimentary, consisting of a buoyant steel sphere packed with high explosives and studded with chemical horns. When a passing hull struck a horn, an acid vial shattered, completing an electrical circuit and detonating the charge directly beneath the waterline. These free-floating explosives cared nothing for nationality, rules of engagement, or the geopolitical affiliations of the vessels they struck. They drifted silently with the Gulf currents, serving as a terrifying instrument of indiscriminate maritime area denial. To further escalate the economic bleeding, Iran eventually deployed Chinese-made Silkworm shore-based missiles. These massive weapons allowed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to strike tankers anchored far out in the waters of neighboring, nominally neutral states. The mathematics of destruction. As the violence spilled offshore, the physical destruction accumulated into a staggering statistical record of modern economic warfare. The sheer volume of global shipping lost or damaged during the tanker war provides a tangible metric of the conflict's intensity and its global reach. The ships attacked were rarely flagged to the belligerent nations, instead representing the diverse, interconnected web of global maritime commerce. The physical dataset of the tanker war reveals the true scale of the carnage. Iraq was responsible for attacking 283 vessels, while Iran targeted 168 ships during the conflict's duration. More than 30 million tons of commercial shipping cargo was damaged or destroyed between 1981 and 1987. Liberian-flagged vessels suffered the most, sustaining 61 attacks, followed by Panamanian ships, 41, Cypriot vessels, 39, and Greek ships, 26. Over 400 civilian merchant seamen were killed, with hundreds more suffering severe injuries, shrapnel wounds, and horrific burns. Despite this relentless assault, the massive petroleum tankers proved astonishingly resilient to conventional military strikes. The physics of a supertanker, featuring countless subdivided bulkheads and millions of gallons of dense, unrefined crude oil, absorbed missile impacts with surprising efficiency. While 61% of all ships attacked were oil tankers, only 23% of those struck were completely sunk or declared a constructive total loss. We must anchor this insurance term: a vessel damaged beyond economical repair. Conversely, smaller bulk carriers and standard freighters were far more vulnerable to the explosive violence. 39% of bulk carriers and 34% of freighters attacked were sent to the bottom or written off entirely. The first tanker to actually sink during the war was the Liberian vessel Neptunia, which went down 3 days after an Iraqi Exocet gutted its engine room in February 1985. Yet, sinking ships was only a secondary objective. The primary goal was to manipulate the global financial system. The insurance markets as battlegrounds. The true objective of the tanker war was the manipulation of global maritime insurance markets, which dictate the flow of international trade. Insurance functions as the hidden switch governing the entire system of global energy logistics. Oil can sit in a tanker ready to move, but without insurance covering the vessel's hull, machinery, and highly valuable cargo, the ship simply will not leave port. When war risk policies evaporate or become prohibitively expensive, global energy logistics freeze almost instantly. As missiles flew and mines drifted through the Strait of Hormuz, underwriters in London demanded exorbitant financial premiums to cover voyages into the Gulf. The typical war risk premium applicable during the height of the 1980s tanker war hovered around 5% of the vessel's total market value per trip. For a multi-million-dollar supertanker, this translated into massive, trip-by-trip expenses that threatened to halt the flow of oil entirely and trigger a global macroeconomic crisis. However, the anticipated collapse of the global energy market never materialized, thwarted by the desperate economic maneuvering of the belligerents themselves. The region's oil producers, wholly dependent on their petroleum revenue streams, willingly absorbed these astronomical shipping costs. Iran, in a brilliant act of macroeconomic counter-warfare, systematically lowered the per-barrel price of its crude oil to exactly offset the higher insurance premiums for its buyers. Paradoxically, despite the burning ships, the spilled blood, and the constant threat of maritime destruction, the real global price of oil steadily declined throughout the 1980s. The global market recognized that the combatants lacked the true capacity or the incentive to permanently close the Strait of Hormuz. Even at its most intense point, the maritime bleeding failed to disrupt more than 2% of total ship traffic passing through the Persian Gulf. The reflagged fleet, Operation Earnest Will and Praying Mantis, Kuwait's desperation and Soviet maneuvers. By late 1986, the unchecked escalation of the maritime conflict threatened to draw the broader geopolitical machinery of the Cold War directly into the Persian Gulf. Iraq's oil exports were largely shielded from Iranian naval retaliation, as Baghdad had rerouted its petroleum via overland pipelines through neutral powers like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. However, these same neutral Arab states were heavily financing Saddam Hussein's war machine, effectively serving as the economic engine of the Iraqi military. Recognizing this dynamic, Iranian forces began deliberately bleeding Kuwait's merchant fleet, aggressively targeting vessels trading with the tiny, oil-rich emirate. Kuwait, feeling the immense pressure of Iranian maritime denial and lacking the naval capacity to defend its own shipping, appealed to the international community for protection. In a masterful stroke of geopolitical leverage, the Kuwaiti government first reached out to the Soviet Union. The Soviets eagerly responded to the Kuwaiti request, offering to lease their own state-owned tankers to the emirate to deter Iranian attacks. This maneuver immediately triggered alarm bells in Washington. The administration of President Ronald Reagan viewed any Soviet expansion into the Middle East, particularly involving the critical energy infrastructure of the Persian Gulf, as an unacceptable threat to American hegemony. The United States was thus drawn into a reluctant, massive naval intervention purely to preempt Soviet influence. To counter the Soviet offer, the Reagan administration announced its own extraordinary plan on March 7, 1987. The United States would provide the Kuwaitis with an unprecedented legal and logistical maneuver known as reflagging. We must define this critical legal fiction clearly, changing a ship's national registry for protection. By transferring the ownership of 11 Kuwaiti supertankers to a shell corporation registered in the United States and hoisting the stars and stripes upon their sterns, the vessels technically became sovereign American territory. Operation Earnest Will and the USS Stark. This bureaucratic transformation allowed the United States Navy to legally justify escorting the massive ships through the perilous chokepoint of the Strait of Hormuz. The operation, formally codenamed Operation Earnest Will, commenced in July 1987. It stood as the largest, most complex surface warfare operation the U.S. Navy had undertaken since the Second World War. A formidable armada of American cruisers, destroyers, and frigates was dispatched to the region to shield the lumbering, reflagged Leviathans from harm. Before Earnest Will even formally began, the inherent dangers of the confined maritime space were tragically demonstrated. On May 17, 1987, an Iraqi aircraft ventured out over the Gulf, hunting for Iranian targets. The aircraft was a heavily modified Dassault Falcon 50 business jet, fitted with a Mirage F-1 cockpit and hardpoints for Exocet missiles. As the plane headed out over the Gulf, it was picked up by an American radar plane, which erroneously classified it as a friendly fighter on the military data network. The Iraqi pilot, lacking sophisticated targeting data, locked his radar onto the largest blip on his screen and fired 2 Exocet missiles. The target was not an Iranian tanker, but the American guided missile frigate USS Stark. Both sea-skimming missiles slammed into the port side of the American warship near the bridge. The American defense systems failed catastrophically. No weapons were fired in defense. The automated phalanx rotary cannon remained in standby mode, and the Radardik chaff systems were not armed. The impact and subsequent fires devastated the frigate. 37 United States Navy personnel were killed, and 21 were wounded, proving that high-tech defensive systems could easily falter in the chaotic airspace of the Gulf. Iraq immediately apologized, claiming the targeting of the U.S. warship was accidental. Despite the profound shock and the loss of American life, the Reagan administration chose to accept the apology, keeping their geopolitical focus squarely on containing Iran and executing Operation Earnest Will. The strike on the USS Samuel B. Roberts. As Operation Earnest Will proceeded, the U.S. Navy actively escorted commercial convoys, placing highly visible, heavily armed conventional forces directly in the path of Iran's localized maritime denial tactics. Iran, utterly unwilling to engage the overwhelming firepower of American Aegis cruisers in open fleet combat, increasingly relied on covert, asymmetric warfare. Under the cover of darkness, Iranian speedboats seeded the international shipping lanes with untethered contact mines, turning the Gulf into a lethal game of chance. This invisible, indiscriminate threat finally triggered a massive escalation on April 14, 1988. The guided missile frigate USS Samuel B. Roberts was patrolling the central waters of the Persian Gulf when vigilant lookouts suddenly spotted 3 deadly black spheres bobbing in the waves approximately 1/2 mile from the ship. The warship had inadvertently sailed into a freshly laid, highly concentrated Iranian minefield. The ship's captain, Commander Paul Rinn, ordered the crew to battle stations and desperately attempted to reverse the frigate out of the lethal web along its exact previous wake. As the Samuel B. Roberts backed slowly away, it struck a submerged contact mine that had been hidden beneath the surface. The resulting detonation was catastrophic. A massive explosive shockwave tore a 21-foot hole in the ship's hull, breaking the frigate's keel and nearly snapping the 4,000-ton warship completely in half. Flames engulfed the engine room, plunging the ship into darkness as toxic smoke filled the passageways. 10 American sailors sustained severe injuries, including horrific burns and blunt force trauma, while Commander Rinn himself was seriously hurt. Only the extraordinary, grueling damage control efforts of the highly trained crew, who fought rising waters and raging fires for 7 hours, prevented the vessel from slipping beneath the waves. The crippled frigate was eventually stabilized, surviving against all physical odds. Subsequent investigations by U.S. Navy explosive ordnance disposal divers recovered several unexploded mines from the surrounding waters. A meticulous forensic examination revealed that the serial numbers painted on these pristine weapons perfectly matched a batch of mines previously captured from the Iranian mine-laying vessel Iran Ajr several months earlier. The dataset of physical evidence was undeniable and absolute. The United States government, having suffered the near loss of a premier warship, resolved to issue a devastating, proportionate retaliation against the Islamic Republic. Operation Praying Mantis. 4 days later, On the morning of April 18, 1988, the United States unleashed Operation Praying Mantis. This highly coordinated, massive strike was a terrifying display of overwhelming conventional force, designed to systematically dismantle Iran's capacity for maritime denial. The operation called for the immediate destruction of two Iranian oil platforms, the Sasanian and the Siri, which the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps utilized as fortified command and control centers to track, coordinate, and launch attacks on passing Gulf shipping. At 8:00 a.m., after issuing a radio warning for the Iranian military crews to abandon the facilities, U.S. destroyers opened fire with their main 5-inch naval guns. The bombardment pulverized the Sasanian platform. U.S. Marines, supported by AH-1 Cobra attack helicopters firing wire-guided missiles, then boarded the ruined structures to gather intelligence before setting heavy explosive charges to finalize the destruction. The Iranian military, stunned by the ferocity of the American aggression, rapidly mobilized its surviving naval assets to retaliate, sparking a sprawling, chaotic surface battle across the breadth of the Gulf. The ensuing engagements marked a historical milestone. It was the first and only time the United States Navy has ever exchanged surface-to-surface missile fire with an enemy fleet. When Iranian Boghammer speedboats attacked civilian targets in retaliation, U.S. A-6E intruder attack jets swept from the skies, sinking the lead boat with cluster bombs and forcing the others to flee toward coastal islands. The conflict then rapidly escalated to major fleet units, as the Iranian Navy ordered its heavier frigates into the fray to challenge the American Armada. The Iranian frigate Sahand sailed out to confront the Americans and was immediately targeted by carrier-based aircraft from the USS Enterprise. The Sahand was struck by 3 Harpoon anti-ship missiles and a deluge of cluster munitions, leaving the vessel a burning, sinking wreck that took 45 of its crew to the bottom. Hours later, her sister ship, the Sabalan, fired a surface-to-air missile at an American aircraft. The pilot evaded the missile, rolled inverted, and dropped a laser-guided bomb directly down the exhaust stack of the Sabalan, crippling it instantly. Top U.S. defense officials in Washington, monitoring the real-time slaughter from half a world away, eventually ordered the American forces to halt their fire, deciding not to sink a third Iranian warship. In a matter of hours, Operation Praying Mantis had obliterated nearly half of Iran's operational naval fleet, resulting in 56 Iranian deaths. The United States had decisively established maritime supremacy, but by militarizing the narrow, congested waters of the Gulf to such an extreme degree, they had unwittingly set the stage for an even greater tragedy. The fog of the Chokepoint, the tragedy of Flight 655, the Crucible of the CIC. To truly understand the macrohistorical impact of the tanker war, one must ground the sweeping narrative in the harrowing microhistory of July 3, 1988. In the aftermath of Operation Praying Mantis, the geopolitical atmosphere within the Strait of Hormuz was exceptionally toxic and highly volatile. The United States had dispatched the guided missile cruiser USS Vincennes, a billion-dollar high-tech Aegis warship designed for open-ocean Soviet bomber intercepts, into the tightly confined, chaotic, and shallow waters of the Persian Gulf. On the early morning of July 3, the Vincennes was ordered to support the frigate USS Montgomery, which was observing a swarm of 13 Iranian Revolutionary Guard gunboats harassing merchant vessels near the western approach to the strait. A helicopter launched by the Vincennes was fired upon by the Iranian speedboats, triggering an immediate, violent escalation. The American cruiser surged forward into Iranian territorial waters, opening fire on the small craft with its massive deck guns. The physical reality of the warship at this exact moment was critical to the disaster that followed. The Vincennes was maneuvering violently at 30 knots, executing full rudder turns to keep its weapons unmasked and bearing on the highly agile speedboats. This high-speed maneuvering caused the massive warship to heel sharply, throwing equipment and personnel off balance and creating a violently physical environment. The deafening roar of the naval guns reverberated through the hull, adding extreme sensory overload to the already highly charged atmosphere. Deep within the bowels of the cruiser lay the Combat Information Center, CIC, bathed in the cold blue light of radar consoles. Here, the crew operated under the strict doctrine of their rules of engagement. We must anchor this concept clearly. The strict guidelines for when to shoot. The American rules of engagement prioritize the absolute defense of the ship above all else, a defensive posture profoundly influenced by the unprovoked, lethal attack on the USS Stark just a year prior. The deadly convergence. At 06:47 in the morning, amidst the chaos of the surface gunfight, the Aegis radar system aboard the Vincennes detected a new airborne contact. The computer system automatically assigned it track number 4131, TN 4131. The aircraft was 47 nautical miles away, lifting off from the joint military-civilian airport at Bandar Abbas. The contact was closing rapidly on the Vincennes, flying directly down the centerline of a recognized commercial air corridor, ascending through 900 feet. However, in the hyper-stressed environment of the CIC, raw, accurate digital data was quickly corrupted by human interpretation. The crew of the Vincennes was already fighting a surface battle, saturated with adrenaline and conditioned by recent intelligence reports warning of Iranian suicide attacks. This created a profound expectation bias, the psychological phenomenon of seeing exactly what one expects to see, rather than what is actually there. As TN 4131 approached, an operator in the CIC mistakenly associated the radar track with a momentary Mode II identification signal emanating from an Iranian military F-14 Tomcat parked on the runway hundreds of miles away. This single, catastrophic misidentification cascaded rapidly through the command structure. The civilian aircraft, which was actually Iran Air Flight 655, an Airbus A300 carrying 290 passengers, was now firmly classified by the crew as a hostile F-14 descending for a lethal attack run. Between 06:49 and 06:53, the Vincennes broadcast 10 separate radio warnings on both military and international civilian distress frequencies. Because the civilian pilots of the Airbus were not monitoring military channels and did not believe the generic civilian warnings applied to their scheduled flight, they responded to none of them. The pilot of Flight 655 simply made a routine position report to Bandar Abbas departure control, ascending through 12,000 feet, utterly unaware of the crosshairs fixed upon his aircraft. The fatal decision. The psychological pressure inside the CIC reached a breaking point, creating a localized phenomenon academically referred to as the fog of war. In the CIC of the Vincennes, this fog was not physical smoke, but a tangible, blinding distortion of reality brought on by tactical stress. Psychological evaluations later concluded that the stress and combat-induced inexperience of the crew resulted in the unconscious distortion of data, causing them to mold the perfect digital evidence to fit the terrifying narrative their minds had already constructed. Captain Will Rogers' III faced a genuine dilemma, operating under a heavily compressed decision window of less than 5 minutes from initial detection. The aircraft was closing at 6 miles per minute, rapidly approaching the 10-mile envelope, where an F-14 could theoretically launch anti-ship missiles. The timeline of radar contacts illustrates the rapid collapse of situational awareness. 06:47Z, aircraft detected at 47 nautical miles. 06:49Z, First warnings issued on military air distress frequencies. 0650Z. First warnings issued on international air distress frequencies. Reports of F-14 activity heard internally. 0653Z. The final warning is given. Captain Rogers makes the decision to engage. 0654Z. Missiles are fired as the aircraft reaches 8 nautical miles. Adhering to his rules of engagement to protect his ship and his crew, Captain Rogers turned the firing key. 2 SM-2 surface-to-air missiles erupted from the forward rails of the Vincennes, trailing brilliant plumes of white exhaust into the clear Gulf sky. Seconds later, they intercepted Iran Air Flight 655 at an altitude of 13,500 feet, obliterating the civilian airliner in a massive fireball. All 290 innocent souls aboard, including 66 children, were killed instantly. Debris and bodies rained down into the waters of the Strait of Hormuz, settling just 6 miles east of Hengam Island. The shootdown was a catastrophic intersection of advanced technology, high-consequence decision-making, and the unbearable psychological friction of war. It stands as the ultimate, devastating consequence of militarizing a 21-mile-wide commercial bottleneck. Macrohistorical interconnectedness and UNCLOS. The cementing of animosity. The destruction of Flight 655 generated massive macrohistorical ripples that continue to shape the geopolitics of the Middle East. While the United States government officially maintained that the shootdown was a tragic, heartbreaking accident born of combat stress and the fog of war, the Iranian government viewed the event through an entirely different lens. To the leadership in Tehran, the destruction of a civilian airliner was a deliberate, negligent criminal act of terrorism perpetrated by an imperial power. Speaking before the United Nations Security Council, Iranian officials condemned the attack, claiming it proved the United States would stop at nothing to ensure Iraqi survival. This single event permanently cemented a deep, institutionalized Iranian animosity toward the West. It justified, in the minds of the Islamic Republic's leadership, a permanent posture of asymmetric resistance and irregular naval warfare that defines the doctrine of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to this day. Ironically, the sheer horror of the shootdown accelerated the end of the broader conflict. Within weeks of the tragedy, realizing the massive, unmanageable scale to which the war had escalated and the overwhelming conventional power arrayed against them, a broken and exhausted Ayatollah Khomeini reluctantly agreed to a ceasefire. The tanker war ended not with a decisive naval victory, but with the mutual exhaustion of a conflict that had bled too deeply into the civilian world. The evolution of international shipping law. Beyond the immediate geopolitical fallout, the tanker war served as a brutal stress test for international maritime law. For centuries, the freedom of the seas had been guaranteed by the overwhelming presence of conventional empires. Yet, in the shallow waters of the Gulf, 2 regional powers proved that localized maritime denial could successfully hold the global economy hostage. This raised profound questions regarding the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, the international treaty that sets the ground rules for how countries use the world's oceans. UNCLOS defines territorial seas as extending 12 nautical miles from a coastline, while explicitly establishing the legal framework for the right of transit passage through international straits. The relentless attacks on neutral shipping forced maritime powers to reevaluate the delicate balance between a coastal state's right to self-defense and the fundamental right of innocent passage. The desperate maneuver of reflagging commercial vessels highlighted the extreme legal lengths to which superpowers would stretch international frameworks to project force and protect their strategic energy interests. During the conflict, the UN Security Council passed resolutions 540 and 552, confirming as a matter of supportive law the rights of freedom of navigation and access to neutral ports. The tanker war illustrated the primacy of self-defense over the peacetime norms of UNCLOS, demonstrating that the law of the sea is always subject to the harsh realities of armed conflict. The fact that the Strait of Hormuz was never completely closed, despite the violence, cemented the legal principle that international straits must remain open to global commerce, even in times of regional war. Conclusion. The legacy of the tanker war represents a profound turning point in the macrohistory of human conflict. It demonstrated that in an interconnected global economy, the disruption of supply chains is just as lethal as the destruction of armies. The introduction of sea-skimming exocets and untethered contact mines proved that advanced navies and massive commercial fleets were terrifyingly vulnerable to asymmetric, low-cost warfare. Ultimately, the conflict reveals the enduring tension between human ambition and the physical realities of geography. The Strait of Hormuz, an ancient conduit of civilization, was transformed into an inescapable trap. From the fiery destruction of the USS Samuel B. Roberts to the catastrophic, psychology-driven errors aboard the USS Vincennes, the tanker war serves as a somber dataset of human behavior. It proves that no amount of advanced technology can fully insulate human beings from the chaotic, blinding friction of war, when economic desperation drives nations to bleed each other upon the sea. Chapter 16. More than crude, the modern lifeline. In the fading years of the 15th century, the world began to become one place, stitched together by the wooden hulls of caravels and the desperate ambitions of empires. Today, that singular, unified world is sustained by an equally desperate ambition, stitched together by the steel hulls of cryogenic tankers and bulk freighters. The geographical nexus of this modern interconnectedness is the Strait of Hormuz. Viewed from the silent vacuum of space, it is a mere pinch in the blue expanse of the global ocean, a bottlenecking of the sea where the arid Arabian Peninsula reaches up to almost touch the rugged coast of Iran. At its narrowest point, this waterway spans a mere 21 nautical miles, a distance so trivial that a modern commercial vessel can traverse it in a matter of hours. It is here, between the Omani Musandam Peninsula and the Iranian mainland, that the biological survival of the human species is relentlessly negotiated. For generations, historians and global energy economists have fixated on this 21-mile chokepoint primarily as a conduit for crude oil. They have treated the Strait of Hormuz as the main artery of global fossil fuel energy, charting the flow of black gold that powered the 20th century. This traditional narrative, however, is dangerously incomplete and obscures a much darker vulnerability. The modern reality of the Strait of Hormuz extends far beyond the combustion engines of the industrialized world. Today, the unseen cargo passing through these deep, narrow waters constitutes the literal biochemical bedrock of modern global agriculture. We have quietly replaced a narrative of energy dependence with a much more desperate reality of global food dependence. A military closure of this narrow strait would no longer merely cause a global recession and a spike in gasoline prices. It would trigger an almost immediate, catastrophic global food crisis by starving the world of its synthetic fertilizers. To understand this macrohistorical interconnectedness, we must treat chemical synthesis and shipping manifests as a tangible, earthbound dataset that dictates human behavior. The history of the modern world is written in the designated traffic separation scheme of the Persian Gulf. It is a story of human ingenuity attempting to conquer geography through extreme thermodynamics, synthesizing life-giving compounds from volatile gases and transporting them across the globe. This chapter will trace that harrowing journey, from the staggering physical processes of supercooling gas to the massive synthesis of agricultural fertilizers. We will finally track the butterfly effect of a single disrupted shipment on the famished soils of South America and Asia, revealing the supply chain as a fragile biological tether. The freezing point, the LNG revolution. The story of the modern lifeline begins deep beneath the warm, shallow waters of the Persian Gulf, in a colossal geological formation known as the North Field. Discovered off the northeast shore of the Qatar Peninsula in the early 1970s, this subterranean reservoir covers an area of more than 6,000 square kilometers. To comprehend this scale, one must realize it is equivalent to about half the total land area of the state of Qatar itself. It is the largest non-associated natural gas field in the world, a dark, pressurized ocean of methane that sat largely untapped for decades. For many years, the physical properties of natural gas rendered this monumental discovery a stranded asset. Unlike crude oil, which pools obediently in the holds of conventional tankers, natural gas is obstinate, voluminous, and highly volatile. Early British diplomats and petroleum engineers surveying the region noted the sweet gas, but questioned its global marketability, as it was simply too difficult to transport across oceans without fixed, overland pipelines. Qatar possessed a staggering abundance of subterranean energy, but geography and physics bottlenecked its ambition. To exploit this massive resource and ascend as a global energy superpower, Qatar had to conquer the physical state of the gas itself. This ambitious endeavor required fully embracing cryogenic cooling, a grueling industrial process of superchilling volatile gas to a liquid state. One can imagine this process as freezing chaotic steam back into a dense, transportable droplet, but on an apocalyptic industrial scale. By subjecting the natural gas to extreme thermodynamics, engineers learned to supercool the substance to minus 162 degrees Celsius, which is minus 260 degrees Fahrenheit. At this precise freezing point, the chaotic, expanding gas collapses into liquefied natural gas, commonly referred to as LNG, which is a super-chilled liquid gas that is clear, inert, and heavy. The volume reduction achieved by this extreme supercooling is the fundamental, world-altering miracle of the LNG revolution. By forcing a gaseous giant into a liquid cage, the physical volume of the hydrocarbon is reduced by a staggering factor of 600. This stunning compression of matter suddenly made marine transportation economically viable, allowing Qatar to transport its natural wealth through the Strait of Hormuz to the farthest reaches of the globe. The thermodynamics of conquest. The physical process of creating LNG is a staggering technological endeavor that demands absolute precision. The raw gas extracted from the North Field must first undergo a rigorous, multi-stage purification process. Engineers must strip away unwanted compounds such as carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, heavy hydrocarbons, and even trace amounts of water. If these impurities are left unchecked, they would freeze solid at minus 162 degrees Celsius, instantly shattering the delicate cryogenic equipment of the liquefaction trains. Once purified, the pristine methane enters massive refrigeration trains, which are sprawling industrial complexes powered by gigantic gas turbines. These trains, such as those utilizing the proprietary APX liquefaction process designed by Air Products, utilize a complex cascade cooling cycle. The gas is passed through successive stages of volatile refrigerants, slowly bleeding off its ambient heat until it reaches the critical liquefaction temperature. The sheer scale of these continuous facilities in industrial cities like Ras Laffan is a testament to the extreme lengths humanity will go to synthesize and transport energy. Creating LNG, however, is only half of the logistical battle. Transporting a liquid that boils violently at room temperature across the burning desert sea requires specialized, highly engineered carrier ships. These vessels are marvels of modern maritime engineering, designed solely to maintain the extreme thermodynamic isolation of their volatile cargo. The industry generally relies on two primary containment technologies to achieve this, treating the vessels themselves as giant, floating thermos flasks. The Moss spherical tank system utilizes massive, self-supporting spherical tanks that protrude visibly above the ship's main deck. Constructed from heavy aluminum or a specialized 9% nickel-steel alloy to independently sustain immense static and dynamic loads. Insulation is applied heavily to the exterior of the tank, typically utilizing thick polyurethane foam to control the natural boil-off rate. The membrane integrated tank system fits the cargo liner directly onto the double hull of the vessel, transferring mechanical and thermal loads to the ship's structure. Employs a primary membrane made of Invar, a unique 36% nickel-steel alloy chosen for its remarkably low coefficient of thermal expansion. Insulation consists of highly engineered plywood boxes filled with expanded perlite or reinforced polyurethane foam panels. The historical turning point for this logistical marvel occurred in January of 1997, forever altering the global flow of energy. Qatar delivered its first commercial shipment of LNG to Japan, dispatching the massive Moss-type carrier named the Al Zubarah from the docks of Ras Laffan. The vessel successfully transported its freezing cargo through the Strait of Hormuz to the Kawagoe LNG terminal for the Chubu Electric Power Company, inaugurating an era of immense wealth. Today, maritime entities control fleets of massive Q-Flex and Q-Max vessels, some capable of transporting over 260,000 cubic meters of LNG per voyage. The soil and the sea, the unseen cargo. While the thermodynamic triumph of supercooled LNG secures the electrical grids of Asia and Europe, an even more vital cargo shares the crowded shipping lanes of the Strait of Hormuz. We must shift our historical lens from gas utilized as fuel to gas utilized as food. The natural gas extracted from the Persian Gulf is not merely burned for illumination. It serves as the primary chemical feedstock for the literal sustenance of the human race. Through the brutal miracle of industrial chemistry, the Middle East has transformed its hydrocarbon wealth into agricultural bedrock. The foundation of this global transformation is the Haber-Bosch process, an industrial procedure that synthesizes ammonia from atmospheric nitrogen and hydrogen. Developed in the early 20th century by German chemists, this process is arguably the most consequential scientific breakthrough in human history, effectively pulling bread from thin air. The process requires intense heat, extreme atmospheric pressure, and an iron catalyst to violently break the strong triple bonds of atmospheric nitrogen molecules. To source the necessary hydrogen for this reaction, massive petrochemical plants in the Gulf utilize steam reforming, specifically stripping hydrogen atoms from the abundant local methane. This chemical synthesis takes place on an incomprehensible scale in sprawling, metallic industrial complexes situated along the Saudi and Gulf coasts. In cities like Jubail, located on the eastern seaboard of Saudi Arabia, companies such as the Saudi Basic Industries Corporation, known as SABIC, operate some of the largest integrated fertilizer facilities on the planet. These towering steel cathedrals of chemistry run continuously, day and night, consuming millions of cubic feet of natural gas to output staggering tonnages of anhydrous ammonia. The volatile ammonia is then further reacted under high pressure with carbon dioxide, a convenient byproduct of the initial steam reforming, to synthesize urea. Urea is a nitrogen-rich synthetic fertilizer, the most widely used and highly concentrated solid agricultural nutrient in the modern world. In its physical form, urea is a white, odorless pearl, often manufactured into small spherical pellets known as prills, or slightly larger granules to prevent dangerous caking during transport. While pure urea is odorless, the ambient moisture in the humid Gulf air often causes it to degrade slightly on the docks. This degradation gives off a sharp, pungent, and highly irritating smell of ammonia during massive loading operations. These blindingly white prills are loaded by the thousands of tons into the cavernous holds of bulk carriers at the King Fahd industrial port in Jubail. The loading equipment creates massive clouds of white chemical dust that settle over the docks, coating the laborers and the machinery. This continuous industrial production is not merely a lucrative export trade. It is the absolute, non-negotiable prerequisite for modern human survival. It is estimated by agronomists that synthetic nitrogen fertilizers, produced almost entirely via this energy-intensive Haber-Bosch process, currently support approximately half of the global human population. The biochemical bedrock. Without these continuous inputs of synthesized nitrogen, the agricultural carrying capacity of the Earth would plummet instantly, and billions of people would simply cease to exist. The organic recycling of animal manure and crop residues, while ecologically sound in antiquity, cannot scale to synthesize the sheer volume of nitrogen required by modern, high-yield agricultural systems. The soil of the Earth is exhausted, and it demands the continuous infusion of chemical fuel to force the crops to grow. The Persian Gulf region sits at the undisputed, throbbing center of this life-giving supply chain. Together, countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, and Iran account for nearly 49% of all global urea exports. Furthermore, they dominate approximately 30% of global anhydrous ammonia exports, feeding the secondary synthesis plants of the developing world. This extreme geographic concentration of production makes the 21-mile-wide Strait of Hormuz the single most important chokepoint for agricultural inputs worldwide. When vessels laden with urea sail through the designated traffic separation scheme north of the Musandam Peninsula, they are carrying the future harvests of the world. The global dependence on Gulf fertilizers. The Middle East contributes roughly 1/3 of all globally traded urea, which is the most critical nitrogen fertilizer for staple crops. Over 23% of global anhydrous ammonia trade originates directly from these Gulf ports. Abundant natural gas from the region serves as the fundamental hydrogen feedstock for this entire, massive chemical synthesis. To understand the profound fragility of this system, we must view the global supply chain as a taut, vibrating biological tether. Global energy markets, while sensitive, can often adjust relatively quickly to geopolitical shocks by releasing strategic petroleum reserves or slowly ramping up alternative domestic production. Food systems, however, operate on rigid, unforgiving seasonal cycles dictated by biology and regional weather, which cannot be accelerated or delayed by human decree. If a massive bulk carrier of urea is delayed by a military blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, the fertilizer does not reach the soil during the critical planting window. The butterfly effect, a microhistory of famine. To ground this terrifying macroeconomic reality, we must trace the precise butterfly effect of a single, hypothetical supply chain disruption. Let us imagine the year is 2026, and a severe, multi-state escalation of military conflict between regional powers has effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz to all commercial shipping. Iranian speedboats, freshly laid naval mines, and unpredictable drone strikes have created an environment of unacceptable maritime risk. This violence causes global maritime insurance premiums to skyrocket, forcing ship owners to immediately halt transits through the bottleneck. At the sprawling docks of Jubail, the coastal silos are full to bursting with millions of tons of white urea prills. However, the massive bulk carriers, such as the 53,000 deadweight-ton KSL Hengyang, are stranded at anchor, utterly unable to safely sail east into the Gulf of Oman. We will follow the ghost of a shipment that never arrived, tracing its absence across the globe. Our first hypothetical cargo of synthesized urea was destined for the port of Santos, the largest maritime facility in Latin America and the primary gateway to the agricultural heartland of Brazil. Under normal, peaceful conditions, A heavy bulk carrier departing Jubil requires approximately 38 days of continuous, uninterrupted transit to reach the Brazilian coast. Brazil is an undisputed agricultural titan, standing proudly as the world's leading producer and exporter of commercial soybeans. Yet, it is acutely and dangerously vulnerable, importing about 85% of the chemical nutrients used in its vast farming sector. Over 60% of its urea imports originate directly from the massive synthesis plants of the Middle East. The timing of this missing shipment from the Persian Gulf is a matter of biological life and death for the South American farmer. In the vast, tropical state of Mato Grosso, the agricultural cycle is a highly choreographed, high-stakes ballet of double cropping, relying on the predictable arrival of wet season rains. Farmers typically begin planting their primary soybean crop in late September or early October, immediately after the state government lifts the strict sanitary void restrictions designed to control fungal soybean rust. The fragile seeds are placed into the deep earth, and they are entirely dependent on the timely application of basal and top-dressed fertilizers to achieve maximum vegetative growth. Starving the soil of Mato Grosso. Soybeans, as legumes, do possess the remarkable biological ability to fix atmospheric nitrogen through a symbiotic relationship with specific soil bacteria. However, modern, high-yield commercial varieties demand massive nitrogen uptake, requiring up to 320 pounds of nitrogen per acre to achieve optimal, profitable yields. Biological fixation alone cannot possibly meet this aggressive demand, especially during the critical pod-filling stages of late summer. When the imported urea from Jubil fails to arrive at the port of Santos, the spot price of fertilizer in Brazil spikes catastrophically. The farmer in Mato Grosso is forced by brutal economics to drastically reduce their nitrogen application rate, starving the soil of its necessary chemical fuel. The biological consequences of this nitrogen deprivation are swift, merciless, and easily measurable. Agronomic studies have repeatedly demonstrated that reducing optimal nitrogen fertilization significantly impairs the physiological development of the soybean plant. Without sufficient synthesized nitrogen for cellular protein synthesis, the plant drastically reduces its photosynthetic rate, accumulates less dry biomass, and most crucially, produces far fewer viable seeds. Research indicates that dropping the nitrogen application from a robust 225 kilograms per hectare down to a starvation level can reduce the number of pods per plant by nearly 30%. The biological impact of nitrogen starvation on soybeans. A severe reduction in total chlorophyll content and photosynthetic rate during the critical R4 reproductive growth stage. A significant and visually obvious decrease in total dry plant biomass accumulation. A direct, proportional drop in the number of grains per pod and total mature pods per plant. As the tense harvest concludes in January, the yield gap across the sprawling, sun-baked estates of Mato Grosso is unprecedented in modern history. The global commodities market, heavily reliant on Brazilian soybeans for livestock feed and edible oils, suddenly faces a massive, unfillable shortfall. Prices for basic household staples, including meat and dairy produced by livestock fed on soy meal, begin to climb aggressively in supermarkets worldwide. The military closure of the 21-mile Strait of Hormuz has translated, within 4 short months, into a structural, crippling inflation of food prices across the Western Hemisphere. The empty paddies of Punjab. Simultaneously, a second, equally devastating crisis unfolds in South Asia, rippling outward from the same geographical bottleneck. Let us trace another hypothetical ghost shipment, this time a specialized cryogenic tanker of anhydrous ammonia and a bulk carrier of diammonium phosphate fertilizer. This cargo originates from the Qatari port of Mesyed and is desperately destined for the port of Mundra in Gujarat, India. India is the world's second-largest consumer of agricultural fertilizers, a massive nation heavily reliant on the continuous productivity of its soil. While India proudly produces a significant amount of urea domestically, its industrial production is almost entirely reliant on imported liquefied natural gas to fuel its massive steam reforming plants. With the Strait of Hormuz closed by mines and missile fire, neither the finished fertilizer nor the cryogenic LNG feedstock can reach the Indian subcontinent. The timing here is equally critical and unforgiving. In the northern Indian state of Punjab, historically celebrated as the breadbasket of the nation, millions of farmers are anxiously preparing for the Kharif crop season. The physical sowing of rice paddies begins in late May and June, perfectly synchronized with the anticipated arrival of the summer monsoon rains. Rice is an incredibly nitrogen-hungry cereal crop, and standard agricultural practices in the region dictate precise, calculated split applications of urea. Farmers apply 1/3 of the urea as a basal dose during initial planting, followed by critical top-dressing applications during the active tillering and flag leaf stages of the plant's life cycle. As the imported Qatari LNG fails to arrive at the Indian terminals, India's domestic urea plants are forced to shut down their production lines to conserve dwindling natural gas reserves. The national stockpiles of diammonium phosphate and synthetic urea dwindle rapidly. By the time the critical flag leaf stage of the rice crop arrives in late July, the required fertilizer is either entirely unavailable or priced far beyond the reach of the average Punjabi farmer. The rice plants, deprived of the chemical building blocks necessary for cellular division and robust grain filling, become stunted, weak, and chlorotic. The resulting yield loss in the flooded rice paddies is catastrophic. Without the protective, nutritional buffer of synthetic nitrogen, the plants simply cannot maximize their panicle density or final grain weight. When the massive harvest occurs in October, the total tonnage of rice produced across the subcontinent plummets by tens of millions of tons. India, typically a major, stabilizing exporter of rice, immediately bans all agricultural exports to violently protect its own domestic food security. This sudden, desperate removal of Indian rice from the global market creates a severe deficit in highly import-dependent regions like sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. The lack of available grain sparks immediate panic buying, hoarding, and violent food riots in vulnerable, developing nations. A naval skirmish thousands of miles away has effectively starved populations that have never even seen the waters of the Persian Gulf. The anatomy of a global bottleneck. The harrowing narrative of these two missing shipments, one starving the sweeping soybean fields of Brazil and one crippling the flooded rice paddies of India, illustrates the profound, terrifying vulnerability of our modern interconnected world. We have constructed a global civilization that operates on a razor's edge of logistical efficiency, ruthlessly eliminating redundancies in the relentless pursuit of lower costs. This massive system functions beautifully during periods of geopolitical stability, allowing the barren deserts of the Arabian Peninsula to feed the bustling megacities of Asia and the Americas. However, this celebrated efficiency is also our greatest, most fatal liability, as it concentrates the critical nodes of human survival into unacceptably narrow geographic corridors. The Strait of Hormuz is the ultimate physical manifestation of this vulnerability. It is the narrow neck of a global hourglass, quietly measuring out the survival of billions of human beings one bulk carrier at a time. The physical reality of our modern world is that we have vastly exceeded the natural, organic carrying capacity of the Earth's soil. We survive today only because we have mastered the extreme thermodynamics of supercooling methane into a liquid form, conquering the limitations of volume. We survive because we have learned to synthesize ammonia from the thin air, utilizing the intense heat, pressure, and iron catalysts of the Haber-Bosch process. But all of this staggering industrial magic, all of this life-giving chemical synthesis, is geographically landlocked within the Persian Gulf. When military conflict flares in the dark waters between the Musandam Peninsula and the Iranian coast, the threat is no longer safely confined to the price of crude oil at the petrol pump. The threat is a structural, immediate dismantling of the global food supply chain. A blockade of the strait violently chokes off the LNG required to power the fertilizer plants of India and Europe. It traps the massive, vital stockpiles of urea and ammonia in the towering silos of Jubil and Mesyed. It forces massive bulk carriers and delicate cryogenic tankers to drop anchor and wait in fear, while the planting seasons in the northern and southern hemispheres march on, entirely indifferent to the machinations of human geopolitics. Civilizations are built on the arrogant presumption of continuity, on the deep belief that the complex systems sustaining life today will naturally remain functional tomorrow. Yet, human history is replete with tragic examples of complex societies collapsing when their foundational logistical networks are severed by war or nature. The modern world is uniquely exposed to this existential risk because our biological survival has been completely decoupled from our immediate, local geography. A farmer in the tropical heat of Mato Grosso relies entirely on a chemical synthesis plant in Saudi Arabia to grow the soybeans that will feed a pig in China. A farmer in the monsoons of Punjab relies entirely on a cryogenic LNG facility in Qatar to grow the rice that will feed a family in Nigeria. The invisible, fragile threads connecting these millions of disparate lives all run through the 21-mile-wide channel of the Strait of Hormuz. It is a profound testament to human ingenuity that we have conquered the limitations of distance, physics, and chemistry to artificially feed a global population of 8 billion people. However, it is an equally profound testament to our collective hubris that we have allowed the literal biochemical bedrock of our species to become bottlenecked in one of the most volatile, heavily armed geopolitical theaters on the planet. The modern lifeline is a miracle of industrial engineering, but it is fundamentally a fragile biological tether, endlessly vulnerable to the whims of war, the physics of freezing gas, and the relentless, unforgiving biological clock of the harvest. Chapter 17. The Asymmetric Arsenal. The Zagros Fortress, the Geography of Denial. The world is shaped by profound collisions, both human and geological, that leave permanent, undeniable scars upon the physical landscape. Millions of years ago, the relentless tectonic march of the Arabian Plate crashed violently into the Eurasian landmass, buckling the Earth's crust into the rugged, formidable spine known today as the Zagros Mountains. This ancient geological violence birthed a labyrinth of limestone and dolostone, stretching over 1,000 miles along the northern edge of the Persian Gulf. Today, this jagged topography is not merely a scenic backdrop for the Strait of Hormuz, but a terrifying, active participant in the calculus of global geopolitics. For the modern strategist, history and geography are indistinguishable from military destiny, dictating the rise and fall of regional hegemonies. The Islamic Republic of Iran has long recognized that it cannot contest the maritime supremacy of Western superpowers on the open, unforgiving ocean. Instead, Tehran has deliberately weaponized its own geology, transforming the Zagros Range into an impenetrable natural aircraft carrier. Unlike a traditional steel vessel that can be tracked, targeted, and sent to the bottom of the sea, this mountainous fortress provides an immense, indestructible platform for launching devastating strikes. Iran's utilization of this terrain represents a masterclass in anti-access area denial, or A2AD, creating a defensive bubble no one can enter, a concept that fundamentally alters how modern wars are fought. By treating the topography itself as a physical dataset, the Iranian military has perfectly complemented a strategy designed to paralyze technologically superior adversaries. The rugged coastal mountains conceal a vast, subterranean network of military installations, colloquially known as missile cities, which have been systematically excavated into the solid rock. The environment is no longer just a theater of war, it is the primary weapon of deterrence. These subterranean fortresses are buried up to 500 meters beneath the Earth's surface, shielded by ancient carbonate rock formations that render traditional bunker-busting munitions practically useless. Within these deep cave networks, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force houses thousands of road-mobile transporter erector launcher trucks, safe from aerial bombardment. These hidden launchers carry an array of advanced, precision-guided weaponry, including the Shahab-3, Sejal, and Khorramshahr ballistic missiles. Furthermore, the mountains shelter advanced Ghadar, anti-ship cruise missiles, which boast formidable anti-jamming capabilities and ranges exceeding 1,000 kilometers. The tactical advantage of this geography is profound, and, for Western naval planners, deeply unsettling, as it upends centuries of maritime doctrine. Iranian mobile launchers can emerge briefly from heavily camouflaged tunnel portals, fire their anti-ship cruise missiles at targets in the Strait of Hormuz, and retreat into the subterranean depths. This process of camouflaging and hiding mobile shore-based weapons fundamentally alters the balance of power in the region, ensuring that retaliation is nearly impossible. It allows Iran to project lethal force outward while remaining heavily insulated from conventional ground or air counterattacks. The physical geography of the Strait of Hormuz further compounds this strategic nightmare for any invading fleet attempting to project power. The waterway is exceptionally narrow, measuring less than 100 nautical miles wide in many critical transit corridors, forcing massive ships into predictable channels. This confined space severely restricts the maneuverability of large surface combatants, effectively bottling up massive aircraft carriers and guided missile destroyers in a target-rich environment. The Zagros Mountains sit perpetually overlooking this maritime highway, serving as an unblinking, heavily armed sentinel that cannot be bypassed. In this geopolitical context, the mountains cease to be mere terrain and become an active, hostile entity capable of denying freedom of navigation. They provide the perfect high ground for sophisticated radar installations and observation posts, allowing Iranian forces to monitor every vessel transiting the Persian Gulf. The Iranian military has seamlessly integrated these natural topographical advantages into their broader naval doctrine, treating the Earth itself as a shield. The coastal geography acts as an organic force multiplier, amplifying the lethality of a nation that would otherwise be entirely outgunned by Western naval armadas. The irony of this geopolitical standoff is as stark as the mountain peaks themselves, revealing the inherent limits of modern technological supremacy. The United States and its allies rely on the absolute pinnacle of modern, mobile technology, deploying billion-dollar warships equipped with the most sophisticated radar and weapons systems ever conceived. Yet this floating technological marvel is effectively held at risk by a nation utilizing the stationary, prehistoric rock formations of its own coastline. The Zagros fortress stands as a testament to the enduring power of geography in an age of hyper-advanced warfare, proving that nature remains the ultimate arbiter of human conflict. To further solidify this geographic dominance, Iran has meticulously constructed major missile assembly and production sites in deep interior provinces like Isfahan, far beyond the reach of carrier-based strike aircraft. Other critical command centers, such as the Kenesht and Bakhtarin gun bases in Kermanshah, are strategically positioned within the Zagros folds to strike targets across the entire Middle East. The entire nation has been effectively hollowed out and transformed into a continental-scale weapons silo. This macro-historical shift in infrastructure ensures that the state's military capabilities cannot be decapitated by a single, overwhelming preemptive strike. Ultimately, the Zagros Mountains dictate the terms of engagement in the Persian Gulf, forcing external powers to navigate a treacherous, predetermined gauntlet. By embedding their most potent weapons within the Earth's crust, Iranian strategists have guaranteed that any conflict in the Strait of Hormuz will be exceptionally bloody, protracted, and environmentally devastating. The mountains deter aggression simply by existing, their sheer mass rendering the concept of a swift, clean victory entirely obsolete. In the grand narrative of military history, the Zagros fortress represents the ultimate triumph of enduring geological reality over fleeting technological hubris. The Swarm and the Sting, IRGC Naval Doctrine. To truly understand the modern naval posture of the Islamic Republic, one must examine the traumatic crucible of the Iran-Iraq War, and specifically, the devastating naval encounters of April 1988. During the bloody climax of the tanker war, the United States Navy initiated Operation Praying Mantis in retaliation for an American warship striking an Iranian naval mine. In a matter of hours, hopelessly outclassed Iranian frigates, guided missile patrol craft, and vital oil platforms were systematically obliterated by overwhelming American air and naval superiority. The destruction was absolute, leaving the Iranian regular navy functionally paralyzed and deeply humiliated on the global stage. This brutal, localized defeat served as a profound macro-historical pivot point for Iranian military strategists, completely rewriting their understanding of modern warfare. The experience definitively taught Tehran that large, conventional naval vessels are essentially floating targets, highly vulnerable to advanced air and cruise missile attacks. Iran realized, with absolute and terrifying clarity, that it could not possibly survive a conventional, symmetrical, ship-to-ship war with the United States Navy. The technological and financial gap was simply too vast to ever bridge through traditional, state-funded shipbuilding programs. Consequently, the IRGC, or Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Iran's elite ideological military branch, pioneered a deliberate, radical shift in Iranian military thinking. They wholly abandoned the pursuit of massive, prestige-driven warships in favor of a ruthless doctrine of asymmetric warfare, using unconventional tactics against a stronger foe. This new, pragmatic doctrine relies heavily on surprise attacks, calculated ambushes, hit-and-run operations, and the massing of cheap, lethal firepower. The goal was no longer to win a traditional naval battle, but to inflict enough horrific casualties to raise the political cost of an American victory to an unpalatable, unjustifiable level. This asymmetric approach is not merely a tactical necessity. It is deeply rooted in the ideological and theological foundations of the Iranian state. The doctrine actively embraces the concept of a Lavi and Ashuri warfare, where stoic endurance, religious devotion, and a readiness for martyrdom are granted equal or superior status to traditional military objectives. Drawing inspiration from the historical Battle of Karbala, the mere act of fighting a vastly superior enemy is considered a spiritual triumph in itself, regardless of the immediate physical outcome. This theological framing ensures that Iranian naval forces are psychologically prepared to absorb massive losses while executing their swarming maneuvers. The most visible and terrifying manifestation of this asymmetric arsenal is the wholesale adoption of naval swarming tactics in the constrained waters of the Gulf. Swarming is an ancient military concept, practiced by land armies for millennia, but the IRGC Navy has adapted it specifically for the chaotic maritime domain. These tactics require light, hypermobile forces with substantial striking power, capable of rapidly concentrating to attack an enemy from multiple, unpredictable directions before rapidly dispersing. By converging on a single target from all points of the compass, a swarm can overwhelm the sensory and defensive capabilities of even the most advanced warships. To execute this strategy, Iran has mass-produced an overwhelming fleet of hyperfast speedboats, most notably the Boghammer, Azarakhsh, and Saraj classes of coastal attack craft. These are not traditional naval vessels. They are essentially fiberglass catamarans and fast attack craft stripped down to their absolute minimum weight to achieve maximum velocity. Despite their diminutive size, they are heavily armed with 107 rocket launchers, 23 cannons, anti-ship missiles, and heavy machine guns, punching far above their weight class. When deployed in mass formations, these speedboats transform from mere nuisances into a synchronized, lethal hive capable of blinding and crippling a multi-billion-dollar destroyer. The financial asymmetry of this tactic is perhaps its most potent psychological and strategic weapon, exploiting the economic vulnerabilities of Western superpowers. The United States builds its maritime dominance on incredibly expensive, exquisite technology, while Iran relies on mass-produced, expendable assets that cost a mere fraction to manufacture. This dynamic creates a bizarre and deeply unbalanced cost-exchange ratio that heavily favors the swarming force, draining the defense budgets of the opposing fleet. When analyzing the stark financial realities of this asymmetric doctrine, the comparative differences between the two navies become staggering. A single United States Navy Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer costs approximately $2.2 billion to construct, excluding the immense, ongoing costs of its advanced munitions, maintenance, and crew training. An Iranian Boghammer or fast attack speedboat costs merely a few $100,000, with simplified, remote-controlled drone variants costing as little as $500 to produce. To successfully defend against a $400,000 speedboat, an American destroyer is often forced to fire a Sea-Ram missile costing roughly $900,000, or a Standard Missile-2 costing well over $2 million. An entire Iranian swarm attack consisting of 43 boats might cost Iran $2.15 million in total hardware, while forcing the U.S. Navy to expend tens of millions of dollars in highly limited, irreplaceable defensive interceptors just to survive the brief encounter. This financial dynamic is a central, calculated pillar of the broader Iranian A2AD strategy, designed to exploit the logistical limitations of a deployed fleet. Iran does not actually need to sink an American aircraft carrier to achieve a massive strategic victory. It merely needs to force the escorting destroyers to completely exhaust their limited missile magazines. Once the defensive interceptors are depleted by endless waves of cheap speedboats and drones, the multi-billion-dollar capital ships are left utterly defenseless against subsequent, more sophisticated anti-ship cruise missile attacks originating from the Zagros Mountains. The swarm acts as a sacrificial vanguard, clearing the way for the true, lethal sting of the Iranian arsenal. Beneath the chaotic surface of the Persian Gulf, the sting of the asymmetric arsenal is delivered by a rapidly expanding fleet of domestically built submersible vessels. The absolute pride of this subsurface fleet is the Ghadir-class midget submarine, a tiny coastal sub built for ambushes, a vessel perfectly adapted to its specific maritime environment. Based heavily on aging North Korean Yono-class designs, these diesel-electric vessels displace a mere 120 tons and measure only 29 meters in total length. While entirely unsuited for global power projection or blue water operations, the Ghadir class is exquisitely engineered for the unique acoustic and geographical anomalies of the Strait of Hormuz. The shallow, confined, and incredibly noisy waters of the Persian Gulf create a perpetual nightmare scenario for traditional, sonar-based anti-submarine warfare. The ambient noise of heavy commercial shipping effectively masks the already faint acoustic signatures of these small, quiet diesel-electric boats, allowing them to operate with near impunity. Operating dangerously near the coastline, a Gadir-class submarine can lie in wait on the seabed, completely undetected, for days at a time. From this hidden vantage point, they stand ready to unleash heavyweight torpedoes or anti-ship missiles against passing oil tanker convoys or unsuspecting carrier strike groups, acting as invisible assassins in the deep. The profound cost asymmetry identified in the surface fleet is equally, if not more, present in the subsurface maritime domain. The financial disparity between Iranian and American submarine construction highlights the profound economic efficiency and sustainability of Iran's long-term military strategy. The United States Navy's premier fast attack vessel, the Virginia-class submarine, costs an astonishing $2.8 billion to $4.3 billion per unit, a crippling price tag that has recently ballooned by over 130% due to industrial base constraints. Conversely, the Iranian Gadir-class midget submarine is estimated to cost a minute fraction of a modern Western surface combatant, allowing the IRGC Navy to mass-produce and deploy swarms of these vessels without crippling the national defense budget. The catastrophic loss of a single Virginia-class submarine would represent a generational naval disaster for the United States, whereas Iran views its massive fleet of over 24 Gadir-class subs as highly lethal, yet ultimately expendable, strategic assets. To complete this devastating triad of area denial, the IRGC Navy relies upon a massive, continuously upgraded inventory of advanced smart mines. Naval mines represent the ultimate asymmetric weapon. They are incredibly cheap to produce, infinitely patient, and possess a psychological terror that disproportionately impacts enemy morale. Iran is believed to possess thousands of these devices, including advanced Chinese-designed M52 and MC-52 rocket-propelled rising mines that redefine the concept of maritime mine warfare. These are not the archaic, floating, chained contact mines of the First World War that rely on sheer blind luck to find a target. Instead, these modern, intelligent devices are equipped with highly sophisticated acoustic, magnetic, and pressure sensors designed to specifically identify the unique signatures of passing warships. A smart mine like the M52 can be laid covertly under the cover of darkness by a Gadir-class submarine or even a disguised commercial fishing vessel, resting silently on the seafloor at depths up to 200 meters. When a multi-billion-dollar aircraft carrier passes directly overhead, the mine's central processor identifies the massive acoustic disruption, instantly triggering a high-speed, rocket-propelled warhead that strikes the incredibly vulnerable keel of the ship. Through hyperfast speedboats, elusive midget submarines, and terrifyingly intelligent smart mines, Iran has forged a deadly, interconnected ecosystem of total maritime denial. The Millennium Challenge, a micro-history of a war game. To truly grasp the lethal potential of the asymmetric arsenal, one must look beyond theoretical doctrines and carefully examine a singular, startling microhistory from the annals of modern military simulation. In the late summer of 2002, the United States military undertook the most ambitious, complex, and phenomenally expensive wargame in its entire history, officially designated as Millennium Challenge 2002. Backed by a staggering $250 million budget and involving over 13,000 troops, the exercise was explicitly mandated by Congress to test the future of military transformation. The ultimate goal was to definitively prove the viability and unstoppable nature of network-centric warfare, where omniscience through data links would guarantee absolute victory. The strategic and political backdrop of the simulation was palpable. It was nestled in that tense, hubristic historical window when the Afghan invasion was deemed a triumph, and the invasion of Iraq was actively being planned. The simulation pitted the technologically supreme Blue Team, representing the United States, against a fictitious, unnamed Middle Eastern adversary designated merely as the Red Team. It was an open secret among military planners and geopolitical analysts that the Red Team was a clear, unmistakable stand-in for the Islamic Republic of Iran and its unique military capabilities. The stage was set to demonstrate American invincibility in the Persian Gulf, but history rarely adheres to the scripts written by empires. To command the adversarial Red Team, the Joint Forces Command deliberately selected retired Marine Corps Lieutenant General Paul Van Riper, a combat-hardened Vietnam veteran known for his unorthodox thinking. Van Riper possessed a deep, fundamental disdain for an over-reliance on untested technology, recognizing that computers could never fully dispel the inherent fog and friction of battle. He fully understood a terrifying truth. His simulated Iranian forces could never withstand a conventional, symmetric assault from the Blue Team's heavily armed carrier strike groups. Therefore, he meticulously engineered a defense built entirely around asymmetric unpredictability and analog communication. Van Riper knew that the Blue Team possessed the capability to instantly monitor and intercept all electronic radio communications, rendering traditional command and control utterly suicidal. To counter this, he forced his Red Team commanders to go entirely dark. He relayed his most sensitive operational orders via motorcycle couriers navigating the simulated desert roads, and utilized a coded light signal system broadcast from the minarets of coastal mosques, plunging the Blue Team's multi-billion-dollar surveillance network into absolute darkness. By reverting to the analog tactics of the 19th century, he successfully neutralized the technological omniscience of the 21st. As the Blue Team's simulated armada confidently sailed into the narrow confines of the Persian Gulf, Van Riper sprang his trap. He did not engage them with massive destroyers or attempt to match their air superiority. Instead, he unleashed an overwhelming, coordinated swarm attack. He utilized a massive fleet of small, highly agile speedboats to harass the outer perimeter of the fleet, completely overwhelming the Aegis radar systems of the American cruisers with thousands of chaotic, fast-moving contacts. Simultaneously, he ordered a massive, synchronized barrage of simulated anti-ship cruise missiles launched from hidden, shore-based commercial aircraft and innocuous-looking merchant vessels. The sheer mathematical volume of incoming threats instantly overwhelmed the Blue Team's sophisticated automated defense networks. The American missile interceptors simply could not target and destroy the incoming ordnance fast enough before their magazines ran completely dry. The physical dataset of the simulated destruction was absolute and horrifying. In the span of a few simulated minutes, the Red Team successfully sank 16 major American warships, including a massive nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, 5 amphibious assault ships, and 10 guided missile cruisers. Had this devastating simulation been a physical reality, over 20,000 American sailors and Marines would have been killed instantly, representing the worst naval disaster since the Second World War. The results of Millennium Challenge 2002 shattered the illusion of technological invincibility and deeply embarrassed the Pentagon leadership. Rather than absorb the painful, vital lessons regarding the extreme danger of the Iranian asymmetric doctrine, the exercise's umpires chose to intervene and manipulate the narrative. They literally ordered the sunken American ships to be refloated, and heavily scripted the remainder of the wargame to guarantee a flawless Blue Team victory, ensuring that the heavily funded technological transformation programs appeared successful. Disgusted by this blatant intellectual dishonesty, and the refusal to acknowledge the lethal reality of the swarm, General Van Riper publicly resigned from his role in the simulation mid-exercise. The suppressed microhistory of this wargame stands as a stark, enduring warning. It serves as a simulated dataset proving that the Islamic Republic's military doctrine is not a symptom of technological desperation, but a highly calculated, lethally effective strategy designed to exploit the specific geography of the Strait of Hormuz. The Zagros Mountains, the fast attack swarms, and the silent midget submarines constitute a holistic, devastating ecosystem of maritime denial. They guarantee that any future conflict within the Persian Gulf will not be a swift, sanitized technological triumph, but a brutally chaotic, high-casualty bloodbath defined by the unyielding realities of the asymmetric arsenal. Chapter 18. The Shadow War and the Drone A. The Gray Zone, Plausible Deniability. The Strait of Hormuz has dictated the rise and fall of global empires for centuries, functioning as the inescapable bottleneck of human ambition. In the 16th century, the Portuguese Armada under Afonso de Albuquerque recognized that controlling this narrow channel meant controlling the wealth of the Indian Ocean, establishing a maritime hegemony based on overwhelming, visible naval firepower. Historically, the projection of power in this 21-mile-wide waterway required massive fleets, a reality perfectly understood by both European galleons and 20th-century American carrier strike groups. Today, however, the era of conventional naval supremacy has abruptly ended in the shadow of the strait. Following the political collapse of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the region descended into a terrifying new paradigm of asymmetric conflict. The architects of modern geopolitical survival no longer seek direct confrontation, preferring instead to operate entirely within the shadows. This new theater of conflict is defined by gray zone tactics, which are acts of war strategically calibrated to remain just below the threshold of conventional military retaliation. In this murkier reality, state actors avoid deploying uniformed armadas, relying instead on plausible deniability, a strategy characterized by untraceable acts of sabotage designed to evade direct blame and circumvent international law. The dataset of modern survival is no longer measured in the tonnage of battleships, but rather in the spiking metrics of maritime insurance rates and the desperate rerouting of global supply chains. A primary example of this shift occurred in the summer of 2019, fundamentally altering the maritime security landscape. In June 2019, the commercial tankers Frontline and Kokuka Courageous were suddenly crippled by explosions in the Gulf of Oman, just outside the formal boundaries of the Persian Gulf. These vessels were not struck by identifiable naval artillery, but rather by untraceable limpet mines attached directly to their hulls by stealth operatives. Limpet mines represent the perfect weapon of the gray zone, as they can be deployed by unmarked submersibles or fast-attack speedboats in the dead of night, leaving absolutely no forensic trail. The immediate consequence of these deniable attacks was not a formal declaration of war, but a sudden 4% spike in global crude oil prices. This calculated sabotage demonstrated that a state actor could hold the circulatory system of global capitalism hostage without ever firing a conventional shot. Simultaneously, the shadow war escalated into the invisible, silent domain of electromagnetic warfare. Maritime intelligence firms began documenting a massive surge in GPS spoofing, a tactic that involves faking satellite signals to hijack a ship's navigational systems and lure it off course. Over 1,000 commercial vessels transiting the Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz experienced severe electronic interference, effectively blinding their civilian crews. Spoofing fundamentally corrupts the automatic identification system, a global tracking network designed in the 1990s that tragically lacks fundamental sender authentication and data validity verification. By transmitting counterfeit navigational coordinates at a slightly higher power than legitimate satellite signals, hostile actors can physically manipulate a vessel's perceived reality. The global positioning system relies on signals that reach the Earth at a fraction of a milliwatt, making them incredibly easy to overpower with cheap, localized transmitters. This is not merely a theoretical disruption. It is a weaponized luring tactic designed to manufacture geopolitical incidents. In July 2019, the British-flagged tanker Stena Impero was steaming through international waters when it was subjected to a highly coordinated GPS spoofing attack. The vessel's altered navigational data tricked the crew into altering their course northward, steering the massive ship directly into Iranian territorial waters without realizing their fatal error. Once the Stena Impero crossed the invisible maritime boundary, fast attack patrol boats immediately intercepted and seized the vessel under the legal pretext of territorial defense. This incident crystallized the terrifying mechanics of modern maritime harassment, proving that electronic deception could be used to legally launder an act of piracy. The electronic fog of war became so pervasive that researchers identified bizarre navigational anomalies known as crop circles, where spoofed vessels appeared to jump erratically in circular patterns on digital tracking maps. Insurers and maritime security authorities were forced to urge commercial crews to abandon modern technology entirely and rely on visual navigation and traditional radar to survive the transit. This tactical shift was mirrored by an unprecedented escalation in maritime cyber warfare, treating the digital networks of shipping hubs as legitimate military targets. When physical harassment proved too risky, belligerents turned to destructive digital code to paralyze critical infrastructure from thousands of miles away. In May 2020, the bustling Iranian port of Shahid Raji was struck by a devastating cyber attack that crashed its core computer systems, causing massive logistical paralysis across the facility. Kilometers-long lines of transport trucks backed up along the coastal highways, while commercial vessels sat stranded in the harbor, unable to load or unload their vital cargo for days. Western intelligence officials quickly attributed the attack to Israel, framing it as a direct retaliation for an earlier Iranian cyber intrusion that had targeted Israeli civilian water treatment facilities. The Shahid Raji incident proved that a sophisticated line of digital code could inflict the exact same economic damage as a naval blockade, but with complete plausible deniability and zero risk to human pilots. Since that initial escalation, the cyber shadow war has expanded exponentially across the entire region. Iranian-linked hacking groups increased their digital assaults on port infrastructure, power grids, and shipping companies by over 700% during periods of heightened military tension. Critical infrastructure operators across the globe were placed on high alert, realizing that a kinetic war in the Middle East would inevitably feature a digital front targeting supply chains. The Strait of Hormuz has thus transformed into a primary laboratory for asymmetric disruption and systemic weaponization. The historical reliance on massive, visible displays of state power has been entirely supplanted by the covert deployment of untraceable mines, the manipulation of invisible radio frequencies, and the weaponization of digital networks. These gray zone operations dictate the modern geopolitical reality, proving that in the 21st century, the most dangerous weapons are the ones that can never be definitively proven to exist. The nations that navigate this space successfully are those that understand the fusion of physical geography and digital vulnerability. By exploiting the inherent weaknesses in globalized trade, state sponsors have learned to project massive geopolitical power on a fractional budget. The contagion of chokepoints, the Red Sea link, the strategic blueprint forged in the Strait of Hormuz, did not remain confined to the Persian Gulf. Recognizing the immense coercive power of maritime disruption, the architects of the Shadow War actively exported their asymmetric tactics to neighboring geographical nodes to maximize global leverage. This proxy contagion found its most devastating expression in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, a narrow waterway connecting the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden and serving as the gateway to the Suez Canal. Here, the Yemeni Houthi movement, heavily backed and supplied by external sponsors, established a secondary chokepoint designed to hold the global economy hostage. The Houthi forces fundamentally altered the regional balance of power by deploying a terrifying new asset, the loitering munition, which operates essentially as a kamikaze drone designed to crash into its target. Unlike traditional ballistic missiles, loitering munitions are cheap, easily assembled, and capable of hovering over a target area before diving into their prey with deadly precision. The most infamous of these weapons is the Shah 136, a mass-produced, slow-moving terror weapon that has been widely labeled the poor man's cruise missile by military analysts. By launching persistent drone swarms into the Red Sea, the Houthis effectively enacted a maritime embargo on Western trade. This relentless harassment forced massive shipping conglomerates to abandon the Suez Canal entirely, choosing instead to reroute vessels thousands of miles around the Cape of Good Hope. The deployment of kamikaze drones against commercial shipping triggered an urgent military response from Western nations, culminating in multinational naval deployments to secure the shipping lanes. However, the defense of the Red Sea immediately exposed a deeply flawed and unsustainable economic calculus at the heart of modern naval doctrine. Western naval destroyers were forced to rely on highly sophisticated, multi-million-dollar interceptor missiles to shoot down crude, mass-produced drones constructed from commercial electronics. This jarring cost asymmetry shifted the strategic advantage entirely toward the offensive forces, transforming a tactical defense into a strategic financial bleeding of Western militaries. To understand the sheer unsustainability of this dynamic, one must examine the specific data points that define this modern cost asymmetry. The cost of the proxy threat. The Shah 136 kamikaze drone is manufactured using easily accessible commercial components and simple delta-wing aerodynamics. While early exported kits cost roughly $193,000, leaked documents from the Russian Alabuga production facility reveal that localized mass production and design simplification have driven the unit cost down to an astonishing $30,000 to $50,000 per drone. The cost of American defense. To intercept these cheap, slow-moving threats, the United States Navy relies heavily on the Standard Missile-2, SM-2, an exquisite piece of military engineering that costs approximately $2.1 million per unit to manufacture and deploy. The cost of European defense. European allied naval forces face the exact same dilemma, utilizing the Aster-30 interceptor missile. This weapon, a cornerstone of the multinational Sea Viper air defense system, carries a staggering price tag of $2 million per launch. The swarm effect. Because kamikaze drones only hit their target a fraction of the time, attackers can afford to launch massive salvos almost daily. Their primary objective is not always kinetic destruction, but intentionally cluttering radar screens and forcing defenders to rapidly burn through finite, highly expensive missile stockpiles. This mathematical reality placed immense strain on the magazine depth of Western naval vessels, a term referring to the finite number of vertical launch cells available on a modern guided missile destroyer. A warship deployed at sea cannot easily reload its missile tubes. It is strictly limited to the inventory it carried out of port. Once its expensive interceptors are depleted by swarms of cheap drones, the multi-billion-dollar ship itself becomes highly vulnerable to more sophisticated anti-ship ballistic missiles. Naval commanders were forced into a perilous balancing act, choosing daily between protecting civilian commercial trade and conserving their vital defensive assets for their own crew's survival. The Houthis ruthlessly exploited this vulnerability, utilizing different weapon types based on the specific geographical realities of the maritime chokepoint. Slower, cheaper loitering munitions were primarily deployed in the highly constricted waters of the southern Red Sea, minimizing the time international forces had to react. This geographical compression virtually guaranteed an engagement with expensive Western interceptors, maximizing the financial damage inflicted on the defending coalition. Meanwhile, faster, more advanced ballistic missiles were strategically reserved for targets in the wider Gulf of Aden, maximizing the threat radius where defenders had more time, but needed higher-tier munitions. This bifurcated strategy demonstrated a profound, highly evolved understanding of the intersection between physical geography and military economics. The contagion of chokepoints ultimately proved that the strategy pioneered in the Strait of Hormuz could be successfully replicated and scaled globally. By forcing modern navies into an unsustainable cost exchange crisis, asymmetric actors discovered a structural, glaring weakness in Western military doctrine. The strategy of bleeding an adversary through cheap mass production and geographical leverage fundamentally redefined maritime security in the 21st century. The Red Sea conflict confirmed a harsh historical truth. Whoever controls the narrowest waters of the earth holds the absolute leverage to dictate the terms of global commerce. The defense of these waters can no longer rely on exquisite, million-dollar interceptors when the enemy is fighting a war of attrition priced in the thousands. This realization has sparked a desperate race among Western militaries to develop cost-effective countermeasures, including directed energy weapons and their own low-cost drone swarms. Until these new technologies are fully deployed, the global economy remains tethered to the whims of proxy militias guarding the gates of the sea. The commando and the container, a microhistory of seizure. To truly comprehend the strategic vulnerabilities of the modern world, one must examine the visceral, earth-bound reality of these geopolitical maneuverings. The macroeconomic theories of the gray zone are ultimately enacted by men armed with assault rifles dangling over the open ocean. Such was the reality on the morning of April 13, 2024, when the immense Portuguese-flagged container ship, the MSC Ares, charted its course through the vital waters of the Strait of Hormuz. The vessel, a floating Leviathan capable of carrying up to 15,000 steel shipping containers, represented the very lifeblood of the highly optimized globalized supply chain. The MSC Ares was a high-value target, inextricably linked to the intricate web of global capital, maritime law, and regional enmity. While operated and chartered by the Geneva-based Mediterranean Shipping Company, the vessel was ultimately owned by Gordel Shipping Inc., an affiliate of London-based Zodiac Maritime. Zodiac Maritime is famously controlled by the Israeli billionaire Eyal Ofer, a connection that instantly marked the massive vessel as a proxy target in the escalating shadow war between Israel and Iran. The seizure of this specific vessel occurred amidst soaring regional tensions, following a deadly airstrike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus just 12 days prior. Aware of the profound risks of transiting the strait during this diplomatic crisis, the crew of the MSC Ares had proactively turned off the ship's AIS tracking data. This is a defensive protocol increasingly utilized by Israeli-affiliated vessels, attempting to slip through the electronic fog of the region undetected. However, avoiding digital detection proved entirely insufficient against a determined physical assault, executed by a state-level military apparatus. Without warning, the rhythmic hum of the ship's massive engines was drowned out by the heavy, thudding rotors of an approaching military aircraft. Video footage captured by the terrified civilian crew revealed a Soviet-era Mi-17 helicopter aggressively descending from the sky, hovering precariously over the towering stacks of commercial cargo containers. This specific helicopter model is a workhorse of asymmetrical maritime raids, heavily favored by both Iranian forces and their Houthi proxies in Yemen for its rugged reliability in hostile maritime environments. The mechanics of the seizure were swift, terrifying, and highly coordinated, executed with the precision of a military special operations unit. As the helicopter hovered just meters above the moving vessel, heavily armed commandos from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps began rapidly rappelling down thick ropes directly onto the deck. The video footage, which later circulated globally, serves as a primary dataset demonstrating the extreme fragility of maritime security against asymmetric airborne assaults. One commando can be seen kneeling atop a shipping container, aiming his weapon to provide suppressive cover fire while his unit systematically swarmed the ship's narrow pathways. Panic rippled through the civilian crew as the reality of their capture became starkly apparent. A harrowing audio recording captured a crew member frantically yelling, "Don't come out!" before ordering his colleagues to sprint toward the fortified ship's bridge for safety. Despite their efforts, the 25 crew members, comprising 17 Indian, 4 Filipino, 2 Pakistani, 1 Russian, and 1 Estonian national, were quickly overwhelmed and taken hostage by the heavily armed boarding party. The IRGC forces seized control of the bridge, manually altered the vessel's heading, and forced the MSC Ares deep into Iranian territorial waters, cutting it off from international protection. The seizure was immediately framed through the lens of plausible deniability, a hallmark of gray zone tactics. Iranian state media claimed the ship was detained on strictly judicial grounds for allegedly violating maritime laws by disabling its transponder and endangering regional navigation. In reality, the operation was a calculated act of state-sponsored piracy, designed to project power, punish adversaries, and extract diplomatic leverage without triggering an all-out conventional war. The immediate fallout was devastating to the maritime insurance market, forcing underwriters to drastically increase war risk premiums for any vessel attempting to transit the Persian Gulf. The MSC Ares languished in detention at the port of Bandar Abbas for 369 days, serving as a colossal steel pawn in a protracted geopolitical standoff. While the crew was eventually released in May 2024, following intense diplomatic negotiations, the ship and its cargo remained impounded for an extended period. The cargo alone was valued at a staggering $93.6 million, inflicting massive financial losses on the insurers and cargo owners who had desperately adopted a wait-and-see approach. As the anniversary of the seizure approached, the marine insurance industry braced for claims of constructive total loss, a legal concept invoked when an owner is entirely deprived of their insured property. It was not until June 2025 that the vessel finally arrived in Antwerp, having been quietly released as regional dynamics shifted. This microhistory of seizure illustrates the ultimate truth of the modern era. The highly optimized, just-in-time global supply chain remains completely at the mercy of physical geography. Even the largest shipping conglomerates in the world, operating vessels the size of skyscrapers, can be brought to a halt by a single helicopter and a squad of commandos willing to exploit the narrowness of the sea. Epilogue: The Eye of the Needle. As the 21st century progresses, the global community finds itself locked in a desperate race toward the energy transition, a massive systemic shift aimed at decarbonizing the economy and replacing fossil fuels with green power. The existential threat of climate change has catalyzed an unprecedented mobilization of capital, fundamentally altering how humanity generates, stores, and consumes energy globally. As the world rapidly shifts away from internal combustion, a profound geopolitical question emerges regarding the future of maritime chokepoints. Will the Strait of Hormuz, after 5,000 years of serving as the fulcrum of human destiny, finally lose its iron grip on global power? For decades, the strategic consensus assumed that a world liberated from oil dependency would concurrently be liberated from the geopolitical extortion of the Persian Gulf. If crude oil no longer powered the industrial engines of Asia and the West, the 21-mile-wide waterway would theoretically revert to a historical backwater, stripped of its strategic significance. However, a deeper examination of the physical supply chains underpinning the new green economy reveals a far more complex and troubling reality for global security. The raw materials required to build the decarbonized future remain inextricably linked to the very same maritime chokepoints that define the fossil fuel past. The transition to renewable energy heavily relies upon an uninterrupted, massive supply of rare earth minerals and critical metals, which are essential for manufacturing electric vehicle batteries, wind turbines, and advanced defense systems. The processing and refining of these critical minerals, particularly nickel, copper, and cobalt, requires massive quantities of highly corrosive sulfuric acid. Crucially, the Middle East accounts for nearly a quarter of global sulfur production and controls 50% of the entire seaborne sulfur trade, all of which must be exported directly through the Strait of Hormuz. The vulnerability of this new, critical mineral supply chain is staggering and widely underappreciated by energy optimists. Indonesia, which currently dominates the global nickel market, imports roughly 75% of its raw sulfur feedstock from the Middle East to feed its highly sensitive high-pressure, acid leach processing plants. Similarly, the African Copper Belt, a vital geographic node in the electrification of the globe, imports 90% of its essential sulfur via this exact same maritime corridor. The logistical networks of the future are completely dependent on the geographical chokeholds of the present. To understand the specific vulnerabilities of this energy transition, we must examine the interconnected dependencies that rely on the Strait of Hormuz. Nickel refining. Indonesian HPAL plants, critical for electric vehicle batteries, often maintain only 1 to 2 months of sulfur inventory, making them highly susceptible to short-term shipping disruptions in the strait. Copper production. Operations relying on solvent extraction and electrowinning in Central Africa face total shutdown if sulfuric acid supply from the Middle East is interrupted for more than 3 weeks. Rare earth processing. Facilities outside of China that utilize acid cracking and leaching depend heavily on imported acid, exposing them directly to Middle Eastern maritime risk while leaving domestic Chinese operations largely shielded. If gray zone tactics or drone swarms were to effectively close the Strait of Hormuz, the resulting sulfur shortage would instantly paralyze the extraction of the green economy's most critical minerals. This reality proves that the chokepoint has simply evolved in purpose, rather than evaporated in significance. Furthermore, the Gulf states themselves are refusing to be relegated to the ash heap of history, aggressively pivoting their immense sovereign wealth to dominate the primary fuel source of the post-carbon future: green hydrogen. Oman, situated perfectly at the mouth of the strait, has launched a monumental initiative to become the world's premier exporter of renewable hydrogen, aiming to replace its dwindling natural gas reserves. Leveraging its immense solar radiation and massive tracts of available land, Oman plans to install 30 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity by 2040, securing billions in foreign direct investment. The nation has already signed historic agreements to construct vast, open-access liquefaction and export facilities, establishing a dedicated green hydrogen corridor connecting directly to the port of Amsterdam. However, the physics of transporting liquid hydrogen across the ocean will introduce entirely new, terrifying logistical vulnerabilities to the maritime domain. To condense hydrogen gas into a liquid state suitable for overseas shipping, it must be cryogenically cooled to an astonishing -253 degrees Celsius. Transporting this highly volatile, supercooled fuel requires highly specialized, multi-billion-dollar maritime carriers, equipped with advanced vacuum-insulated containment systems. These vessels effectively operate as massive floating bombs that are far more sensitive to kinetic disruption than traditional, thick-hulled crude oil tankers. Any asymmetrical attack on a liquid hydrogen carrier navigating the narrow confines of the strait would yield catastrophic, highly explosive consequences. This vulnerability grants proxies and rogue actors even greater geopolitical leverage over the global economy than they possessed during the peak of the oil age. The fantasy of a decentralized, frictionless green utopia dissolves upon contact with the inescapable realities of physical geography and maritime transport. The infrastructure required to physically bypass the petroleum era is currently being built directly on top of the old, highly volatile fault lines of the Middle East. The untraceable limpet mines, the spoofed navigational signals, and the commandos rappelling from helicopters will simply shift their tactical crosshairs. Instead of targeting crude oil tankers, they will intercept specialized rare earth freighters and multi-billion-dollar cryogenic hydrogen carriers. The energy transition will undoubtedly change the cargo being transported, but it will not change the map. For the next millennium, as long as human civilization requires the mass movement of physical atoms across the seas, the world will still be forced to thread the needle of the Strait of Hormuz. The shadow war is not ending. It is merely adapting to a greener, vastly more complicated future.